Panelists, am I audible now? Great. Okay. So next, we welcome Michael Ko, the founder and CEO of Buy-Sell BA, a luminary in the realm of private real estate. Michael's journey includes founding, managing, and successfully selling several startups. His achievements have been recognized by prominent media outlets such as the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, and The Economist. He has earned the prestigious Webby Award at a very young age. Michael Ko brings a wealth of experience in growth, acquisitions, and commitment to sustainable practices in real estate development. Last but not the least, we're delighted to have our very own Excel alumnus, Sumit Salvan, the co-founder of CEO Works. An accomplished HR leader with a rich international experience spanning North America, Europe, and Asia, Sumit has led key HR leadership roles at global giants like J&J and Unilever across the globe. His focus on human capital innovation, transformational leadership 2.0, and analytics is emblematic of his forward thinking. Notably, he's an alumnus of our very own college and will add a touch of homegrown excellence to our distinguished panel. Please welcome them with a round of applause. I'll now hand over the mic to Father Kuru to start the discussion.
Hello. Good morning to all of you. I hope it is audible to you and also the panelists. Okay. So just to start off, hello, Michael. We have two Michaels, Michael Ko and we have Sumit. So a hearty welcome once again from my part. And I am very sure that at the moment we are waiting on looking forward to your valuable insights. As you know, the theme of this interaction is beyond boundaries, sustain, innovate, and transform. Therefore, first of all, as you would surely know, XLRI Xavier School of Management is celebrating its 75th year. And on this Platinum Jubilee occasion, we are very happy that you are with us. You are part of the history, the glorious heritage of our XLRI. The students here, we are about 115 plus, and they are eagerly waiting not only to get the insights from you, but to get into the field. From next academic year onwards, they would be in the industry working, and they will surely value the insights in terms of sustainability, innovation, and transformation. As a first step, maybe to break the ice, I would like each of you to briefly introduce yourself a little more and give some general input on this topic of the climate policy and corporate leadership, how CEOs can drive sustainability initiatives in our era of carbon pricing and green finance. First, may I request Mr. Michael Rodnick from Canada to introduce yourself, say some initial inputs, and speak for about 10 minutes. Over to you, Michael. You are muted, Michael. Yeah.
Now I'm unmuted. Can you hear me now? All good? I see some nodding heads. Can everybody hear me?
Sorry, Michael, can you please hold on?
Sure.
There may be a little bit of problem with the sound system.
Okay. And I'll just keep briefly
Technology is
chatting.
not always perfect, so we still have to innovate.
All right. Let me know when you can hear me. I know my panelists can hear me. I think, Michael, can you hear me as well? Yeah, guys, you got me?
Once again, Michael, we are sorry we are not able to listen to you. We can see your lip movements, but at the moment we are unable to listen to you. We will wait till our technicians work on it.
Okay. I'm standing by.
Mike Koch, can you just say something? We want to just check whether
Yes.
you are audible to us.
Can
you hear me? I can hear Michael fine.
Yeah.
So
We can
yes.
hear you. Therefore,
okay.
Mike Rodniuk, my request is you please wait for some time. Maybe we can ask Michael Koch to continue. That is,
Sure.
please share something of your own life, your own experience, and give us some general inputs.
Yeah, so my name is Michael Coe. I'm American. I'm born and raised here in the United States. And I'm a serial entrepreneur. I've started several companies in many different fields in many different countries. So I've owned a healthcare company, taking care of very wealthy families and corporations. And after that, I moved to Argentina. I did a startup and I owned a property management company. I kind of was the Airbnb before it existed. I started a company called Apartments BA, and think of Airbnb. You know, I started in 2002, 6 years before Airbnb started, and we essentially were the Airbnb of our kind of era. The only difference was we only would list properties that we bought for our investors. So I was the largest buyer of residential real estate in Argentina from 2002 to about 2013. We're the largest property management company in South America. We bought about 600 properties. I developed buildings, houses, even a hotel in Buenos Aires. We were acquired by a company called Luxury Retreats out of Canada, out of Montreal. They were the largest property management company in the world. They managed Richard Branson's island. And we got acquired in 2010, and then Airbnb bought them in 2017 for about $300 million. And so, yeah, I sold my company. I moved back to the United States. I did another startup. I did a real estate software company, kind of like a Zillow type company that got acquired. And, I've been on the board of many companies and advisory boards, board of directors. I love business. I love business. And I've been watching the real estate prices fall in Buenos Aires for the last 5 years. And I decided to kind of go back in and do what I did before. So I started in August, and here we are, just buying up all of Buenos Aires again. They've had a devastating financial collapse. They just had a new president. And I'm getting heavily involved in Buenos Aires real estate again.
Michael, for your sharing. We look forward to hearing from you again.
Great.
Great. So, Mr. Sumit Salvan, can you share something about yourself?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. So firstly, a very good morning to everybody in ways that I can't describe. While it is a Friday night here in New York, and it's a Friday night on Thanksgiving weekend, I am actually really delighted to be here with my alma mater. So my brief background: I started I was at XLRI from 1991 to 93. Our classrooms did not look as jazzy as the ones that you are sitting in right now, but the students probably were about as good, and I came into the HR program from 91 to 93. Actually, not just built my career, but I found my life partner also sitting on one of these benches where all of you are. And both of us have now been married for close to 30 years. 30 years now, well, married for probably a little less, but we've been together for close to 30 years, and we now actually run our own company, a CEO Works. So, and a lot of people ask me whether, how's that going? Working with your wife. And I often remind them that, I worked with her at XLRI. We briefly crossed paths in Unilever, and we brought 2 kids together. So I think if you can do that, running a company is sort of, is a cakewalk. So I joined Unilever from campus as a summer intern, and then stayed with them for 23 years. For the first 10 years, I was in India, where I ran, a typical set of jobs. And in fact, interacted with XLRI again very intensely when from 1999 to 2001, 2002, I was the head of recruitment for Unilever. So I used to come here 3 times, which was fun, taking that train from Calcutta to Jamshedpur. And it used to feel like a reunion every time, because everyone in HR in any company in the world, well, in India, was on that train trying to come and hire all of you from the very seats that you're all sitting in. So I remember that very, very well. And it was one of the most fun jobs I did in my career. I moved in 2003 to Rotterdam as the chief of staff of my now partner, Sandy Ogg, who was then the chief HR officer of Unilever. And we went there. I went there for an 18-month, how should I say, corporate immersion before I could come back to India and do a real job and head HR there, etc. Well, as plans go, that was 20 years ago, and I still haven't managed to come back. Unilever went through a really tectonic sort of a shift at that point, where it gave its first profit warning in its 125-year history at that point. The two chairmen were taken out, the entire board was fired, and the first ever single CEO was appointed with a mandate to actually move the stock price of the company, which had flatlined for close to 10 years. And why I tell you that story is that it's linked to what I do today. It is at that time with Sandy, who is my fellow co-founder. Sandy Ogg and I basically looked for what are the drivers of this stock price that had to get moving. Because if we didn't move that in 12 to 18 months, they would have had to cut the company up into pieces and sell it to private equity because there was no return on management in that business. And shockingly, we realized that all the drivers of the stock price were in emerging markets and emerging categories. But when it came to talent, it was sitting in the history and the hierarchy of the business in large, P&Ls in North America and Europe, selling processed foods, and nobody in the world was eating more margarine than they used to eat last year. So they were beautiful businesses, but terrible investments. And that's where this idea of talent to value was born, saying, my God, our talent is linked to size of our P&Ls as opposed to where the money sits. It was a very simple thought. And we took that 300,000, people organization and built a very small list of 50 to 60 jobs, which would actually move the stock price, and did some work in that space. I then moved to London to convert this idea into some sort of a model as the chief talent officer for Unilever. And having done that for 2-3 years, I was then sent over to Singapore to say, nice model, great design, but let's go and do it where the money sits, which was Asia Pacific. And I ran HR for the Asia Pacific business. And finally, about 11 years ago, I came as the head of HR for Unilever here in the US. By this time, having taken this idea of talent to value and, the stock price tripled, all sorts of great things happened. Sandy then went to Blackstone to go from one large transformation to 100 small transformations. And we chiseled this thought of, and I went off to J&J as the head of HR of the global consumer business. And we started realizing that actually, if you think about value creation, values, and returns, how you allocate talent was sort of really interesting. And the thesis of talent allocation was fundamentally broken in the world because it was getting allocated to something fixed called an organization hierarchy, while the world and the money was moving around. And it was allocated in a way that the more senior you got in the hierarchy, the more valuable you were. And that's just not true when it comes to actually delivering the goods. We've essentially taken that idea of talent to value and converted it into a model and a process, and then built a business around that. In its first avatar, we had a partnership with McKinsey because I thought I was a practitioner. I never thought of myself as a advisor who could go and sell projects and stuff like that. And I said, we will build and design this IP while our friends in McKinsey will go and sell it and build a great business. And long story short, 3 years into that relationship, we felt we could do this ourselves and do it better. And we've now built a small business with offices, of course, here in the US, where we started, but also in Amsterdam, Dubai, Singapore, and very soon in India, where we've also just recently planted the flag. I am very proud of the work we are doing here because I remember when I came to XLRI, in my first year, I absolutely hated my program because I felt everything I was studying was administrative and process related and all, and I just didn't see myself as that person. And I think thanks to a little bit of patience, a little bit of being, hit on my head by my professors, and a brilliant experience at Unilever, I sort of have slowly started understanding that what human capital and leadership can do to actually impact value creation, and not as an art form, not as something, which shamans and, gurus do, but with an analytical energy, with a science behind it, has sort of been the most fun discovery of my life. And we've now built a business on that idea, which I hope can actually change things around the world. So that's sort of my journey for the last 30 years. Once again, really, really excited and energized to be here. Part of having a ding at the universe has got to be to actually talk to incredible folks like you who are going out into the corporate world and giving them models that they can hold in their head on how do you do capital allocation and talent allocation. I genuinely believe the world of capital allocation has become super sophisticated. I don't know if many of you know, but Christopher Columbus had a CFO on his ship, when he came looking for America. He didn't have a head of HR. So that's a 500-year-old profession, which has actually gone from being a bean counting accounting profession into a sophisticated capital allocation suite of tools. And I think me and my little, team here, and hopefully, all of you and my alma mater, I'd like us to be dedicated to building the same sophistication and analytical rigor on the talent allocation task, which is the other thing that CEOs do. And coming to the subject that we have today, the role of CEOs in driving sustainability, same logic. All CEOs do are two things. They allocate capital and they allocate talent. We have to take those two things, talent and value, and connect them to each other in a way that whether you want to drive economic value creation, sustainability, or any form of value. The World Bank is not looking at making money. They want to make better loans, which will change the world. The NHS is not looking at making money in the UK. They want to deliver better patient outcomes for a country. Define value in any which way. It requires allocation of talent and allocation of capital. So I think, putting these two things together, and not as an artist, but as a scientist, is sort of what I think we need to do going forward. So I'd love to have that conversation with all of you today on how do you pull these two levers to drive sustainability, innovation, and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sumit.
I wish you went first. I would have, wow, that was amazing. Mine was so short. Maybe I should get back more time after that. That was great.
Next time. Okay, then. Thank you, Michael Rodnick. I'm sorry for the delay. Now over to you, Michael.
Thank you, Father. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Father. And thank you all for inviting me to be with you today. It's humbling, actually, to be in this organization and being able to speak with you all, because frankly, I'm at the downhill part of my career journey. You're just beginning. And I hope that over the next few minutes and maybe hour, you can learn from some of the challenges that I faced and some of the lessons that I learned. You heard what CEOs do. I've been a CEO, oh gosh, for the better part of the last 2 decades, and I can tell you it is, as was mentioned earlier, about allocating talent and allocating value. You're literally the custodian of the assets of a corporation. You are given by the board of directors of a corporation the authority to be able to generate a return with the assets that are placed in your care. And the assets that are placed in your care are things like capital, money. Also, things that are put in your care are tangible assets. And in my stock and trade, what I do is aviation. So I'm an airline CEO, and the airlines have a lot of really big capital assets called airplanes, and they're very expensive. And then the most important thing, I believe, and what I've learned over my career, is that the human capital aspect is the most important piece of what you have. You can have the best planes, you can have a limitless pot of capital, but if you don't have good people, if you don't have motivated people, if you can't articulate your vision and where you're going to your team, you're not going to get there. So my journey is a little bit longer, and I won't bore you with all the details, but suffice it to say, I've been in aviation for the better part of my life, over 35 years. I started as a airplane washer. I fueled airplanes, I waxed them, washed them, I served coffee on them, I became a pilot, I flew them. And then in late 1980s, early 1990s, some of you may have read in the history books, and Father, maybe you remember this, but Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait and set the oil fields on fire. And pilots became very inexpensive, and they were easy to get rid of because the price of oil limited the demand in air transportation in the early 90s. So I retooled, I went back to school, I got my master's in finance, and I decided that aviation management was a whole lot stabler than being a pilot, after getting laid off about 4 or 5 different times. So I got into American Airlines, and American Airlines had a great program called the Career Development Program. It was the pet program of the CEO at the time, a guy by the name of Bob Crandall. And if you were in the Career Development Program, you were given increasing amounts of responsibility for about 6 to 8 months at a time. And if you passed, you were given a more responsible position with more people, more budget, more responsibility and impact to the corporation. And if you made it through that, you got to move on to the next level. I got to a point where I was recruited by United Airlines, a competitor of American. So I decided this was a really great opportunity. So I went over to United to work on a top secret project that was eventually formed into what's now known as Star Alliance. So that program was very successful. We started with just 5 airlines. Now I think there's 28 or 29 in the program. Very successful. Fast forward, I went through a number of different things. I was restructuring airlines and companies. And now I head a capital company that is focused on being able to bring companies that are relatively small together and then put them all together into a corporation and float that larger corporation on the stock exchange. That then gives them the volume that they need to be able to invest in themselves. So that's how the journey I've had has transpired. I think you asked about shaping policy and climate and the role of a CEO. And I can say very simply, the speed of the leader in an organization, the CEO, will dictate the speed of the team. And what I mean by that is, if we want to exemplify what we want to see in our organization when it comes to climate, we have to exemplify that every day in everything we do. So in climate change and controlling climate change, you have to be able to exemplify what you want to see in climate change. We have anybody in the audience ever see the in-flight demonstration for safety? What do they say about the oxygen mask? Put your own mask on first, then you can help somebody else, right? Yeah. Well, that's what happens with airlines and any corporation. You have to make certain that you're taking care of yourself, and that means financial capability, so that you can take care of the rest of the things that you want to do. Right now, there is tightening in the aviation market and business market. The other Michael mentioned real estate in Argentina, for example, but the world is facing a little bit less pocket money, a little less dispensable cash and income. And one of the things that's immediately affected is aviation and air transportation. So if there's less money to be spent on airline tickets, that means that there's less money to be spent on climate change. And the things that we would like to be able to do may not necessarily be as available for us to do now because of the demand on cash and capital. Remember, when I started my discussion, I said the three things that we have at our disposal as a CEO, we have our people, human capital, capital, money, and physical assets. So you have to balance all of that. And to be able to spend on environment is something that has to come out of cash, and you have to be able to demonstrate a return. So maybe I'll leave it there, and we'll continue, Father.
Thank you, Michael, for your sharing and for your experience. Maybe I would request you to carry on the conversation. The first question to you, just to carry on, as the CEO of the Canadian Aviation Partners, how are you engaging with government officials and policymakers to advocate for effective climate policies that aligns with its sustainability goals?
Yeah, it's really important to be able to engage with the regulator or government in all industries to be able to affect the positive change that you want to see. With me and our organization, we're actually based in the nation's capital here in Ottawa, Canada. That is very fortunate for us because literally we see our political colleagues every day. So the transport minister, a gentleman by the name of Pablo Rodriguez, and I are familiar with one another. As a matter of fact, we just announced for Canadian North, an airline I was the CEO of, we announced a new environmentally sensitive warehouse facility on the property of the Ottawa airport. So I think it's critically important for leaders, CEOs, to be involved with the regulators and the politicals in their jurisdiction. Everything from the mayors and aldermen or alder people or council people in the local cities and towns that they serve, but also to be involved at the federal level of politics and be aware and familiar with the key ministers or secretaries in the United States or other jurisdictions for the key points that they want to make an impact on. So for me, I'm very familiar with the environment minister. I'm very involved with the Minister of Innovation, a gentleman by the name of Mr. Champlain, and also Mr. Rodriguez, who is the Minister of Transport. There is a distinction here, though, that I wanted to leave with the students that I think is important. Often you will be approached by groups of people who say, well, we're stronger together as a group. Why don't you join us and pay us an annual fee to be a part of our group, and we'll advocate the government together. I've found in my career that it's much more effective to go direct to the politicians, go direct to the ministries, go direct to the deputy ministers or the secretaries or the assistant secretaries, and get their attention so you can make them aware of your unique situation. That's especially true if the politicals are in your jurisdiction, which in my case, being in Ottawa, Canada, the capital of Canada, it gives me a unique opportunity to approach them. It's critically important that policy is not overwhelming for what happens in industry. And often politicians come into a ministry or into a secretariat and they don't have an understanding of how business works. If you don't educate them as a CEO, if you're not involved with them regularly to educate them on what's going on within the industry, they will make mistake after mistake in implementing policy. Here in Canada, one of the examples is the APPR, Airline Passenger Protection Rights Act. This is something that the airlines have been shouldered with the burden of having to pay passengers when there's a delay in their travel, or if their bag is misplaced, or if they didn't get the seat that they wanted on the airplane. All of these things are coming out of the pocket of the airline. You can imagine if an airline pulls into an airport and there's no gate available for it. The gate that they were scheduled to go to is still occupied because the airplane that was on it previously took a mechanical. Well, I can't get my passengers to the gate, therefore I'm going to be penalized because the passengers on my plane are expecting to get home or get to their business destination. So we are working with the government and advocating to demonstrate that there has to be a fair allocation of the cost of compensation to passengers, not just the airlines. It shouldn't be the APPR or Airline Passenger Protections Rights. It should be the aviation industry passenger protection rights. And that's something that we're working hard with government to let them know that we need to change. Other things, though, that the government has been very positive with in our industry is making certain that aircraft are perpetually getting better in the amount of fuel we consume and the noise that we make. The regulations make us better, and that's a good thing. It pushes us. It pushes the engine manufacturers and the airframe manufacturers to get better because they have to compete to meet government regulations. So in some ways, government plays a proper role. In other ways, it's a challenging role. The difference is whether or not the ministers or the secretaries of each of the groups within government fully understand industry. And as a CEO, that's part of the job that I have to do. Father, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, Michael. Now let me go to the second Michael from California, Michael Ko. So the question to you, Mike, what was your first experience or the aha moment when dealing with environmental sustainability, either personally or professionally in your workplace? Your experience, please.
Okay. Yeah, in 2012, I was one of the first people in the world to order a Tesla Model S. I remember seeing it and it looked amazing. The technology was new. There was no vehicle like it in the market, really anywhere in the world. That was my first experience with environmental sustainability. But to be honest, Father, I didn't first buy it because I loved or care about the environment. I bought it because it was sexy and it was cool technology. And to be honest with you, it was really painful being an early adopter. Now there's superchargers all over California, not so much the United States, but where I live in San Diego, everybody has a Tesla now, but that wasn't the case in 2012. Tesla didn't have a lot of things figured out back then. My car was in the Tesla repair shop probably about 10 times over the first couple years that I owned the Model S. So it was a very painful experience being an early adopter, but I knew Tesla would figure things out. I was also one of the first to get the Tesla Model X, the Falcon wing doors. And by the time I got that, they had already figured a lot of things out. That's still my daily driver, and I've had it 8 years. When my wife wanted to get a car, she drives a Model Y. So, we have 3 Teslas in our house. In fact, we only have Teslas in my household. My daughter is 16. I forgot to mention, I'm married for 17 years. I have 3 kids. And as Sumit mentioned, that if you can accomplish that in life, that's probably the most important thing you'll do in life. But that started, that love of caring for the environment was, first it started as being sexy and cool, but I haven't bought a drop of gasoline in over 11 years. I have 50 solar panels on my house. I just started to see how sustainable that was. what started out as getting something cool and sexy has turned into a passion for being sustainable, not having to waste gas, not having to use any electricity in my house. Solar powers all of our cars, charging all the electricity. I used to have $1,300 a month electricity bills. I live here in California where everything's expensive. San Diego's ranked as the most expensive city in the United States. I have a big house, I have 3 kids, and I started to transfer that thinking over to my workplace. I was the largest buyer of residential real estate in Buenos Aires, as I mentioned, from 2002 to 2013. And I started looking at how I could apply the environmental sustainability over to my workplace. I started installing solar panels in other properties that I owned or that I bought for clients. I started buying high-rise apartments in LEED certified properties. LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. Basically, it's green building certification. And so it's crazy to think about. Some of my properties don't even have air conditioning. I never thought anyone would pay. I charge up to $400 a night. They don't have air conditioning. Some of the most requested properties I have, they're great for the environment, and they use very little electricity. I make more money in them because in my other properties, people just keep the AC running all the time. The ability to create a special place, something that you don't soon forget. I built custom homes, apartments, buildings, and I'm in the process of fulfilling a 21-year-old dream of mine of building my first luxury residential tower in Buenos Aires. For 21 years, I've put money into other people's buildings. I've put houses up. I've done hotels. And now I'm asking myself, how do I capture some of that feeling, using some of those materials, using the form of modern architecture. And, at the end of the day, whether people admit it or not, people feel better living and working in environmentally sensitive and environmentally careful buildings. I think it's a proven fact. So I'm really excited about transferring this environmental sustainability over to my workplace.
Thank you, Mike, for your
Sure.
experience. It was really, really interesting and insightful for us. Now over to Sumit as co-founder and CEO of CEO Works. It sounds interesting name. What unique challenges and opportunities do you see in shaping climate policy from the perspective of a leading energy philanthropy organization? Sumit?
Well, I think when I look at challenges of shaping climate policy from a CEO's perspective, 2 or 3 trends that come to my mind. Number one, I remember the Dow Jones Sustainability Index was started in 1999. And I proudly remember Unilever being number 1 on that index. But in that year, 450 odd companies were sort of assessed as part of this sustainability index. That number has tripled over the last 3 years, over the last 15 years. The number of questions and the areas they probe on sustainability has doubled from 50 to 100. The mean score that these companies get has more than doubled. And what I'm basically saying is, firstly, that's an expression of how seriously CEOs around the world and companies around the world are now taking this thing called sustainability. I also think when I look at this, it's less cosmetic and more real. Mike, a little bit like your Tesla thing. It started with something personal, and then it becomes something that you're taking, to the world. Paul Polman, when he came in as the CEO of Unilever, and people often say, that he sort of took on the Captain Planet persona, and really brought Unilever to a place where they were seen as this beacon of sustainability. But what most people don't know is that for 10 years straight before that, it was the number 1 company on the Dow Jones Sustainability Index. And why I bring Paul's story here is he took a business which had sort of not grown for many, many years, had deep roots in sustainability. And he gave a vision which said, let's double the growth in this business and halve its environmental footprint. It's such a simple, engaging thought. Double the business, half the environmental footprint. And it caught, the 200,000 plus employees connected with their DNA. And I think this move of, like I said, stuff being less cosmetic and more real is a much bigger trend in corporate America, if not around the world. In fact, I was working recently with the CEO of one of the largest credit rating companies in the world. So again, think about capital allocation and money. So what's the role of a credit rating agency? It's giving a credit rating to Michael and Michael here to say that if you give these guys money, will it come back? And over the last many, many years, the only way of answering that question was to get financial data from them. And then you do some, methodologies and models and say, I look at their numbers and your money shall, come back, AAA, AA, BB, and so on and so forth. The largest credit rating companies in the world are now beginning to become integrated risk assessors, where they're saying, wait, it's not just the financial piece. What about the climate risk on this business? What about the cyber risk on this business? And what I'm basically saying is the way the financial markets are moving, the way the human aspect of leadership is moving, CEOs are being asked to play a bigger and bigger role. You get a rating from a Moody's or an S&P, that's 30 bips straight off your lending costs. Now, if part of doing that, there's 2 times, 3 times more debt in this world than there is equity. If part of doing that is to be good on ESG, the math just tells you, as a CEO, I have to take this seriously. So I think there are lots of interesting trends here, which point towards the fact that CEOs are being forced to take this seriously. And I also think it is connecting with people in their hearts and saying, look, I have to do. So again, back to the human side of it and the financial side of it are both working together in a way that CEOs are going to play a much bigger role on climate policy. They want to do that, and they're going to be forced to do that.
Thank you, Sumit. Now we go back to Michael Rodinick. So Michael, coming to corporate leadership in driving sustainability initiatives. So what are the key factors such as shareholder pressure, regulatory changes, and competitive forces that have driven companies like yours to embrace sustainability initiatives and integrate environmental considerations into their business strategies? Michael?
Your mute's on, Michael.
You're muted. Yes.
Gosh, there I am. That's a rookie move. Okay, I'll take it again from the top. Sumit mentioned that CEOs are welcoming to be forced into doing these sorts of things, and I got to be honest, as a CEO for a long time, we don't like to be forced into just about anything, but we do like to get an adequate return for our shareholders, and we're being incented to go there. We're being incented to take a look at ways that we can enhance our shareholders' return on investment, and therefore we are looking at ways of embracing And it has to be an embrace with sustainability objectives, because as Sumit pointed out, there is an ESG rating that is out there. And the ESG rating is actually something that's very seriously taken by CEOs, because it impacts the way that you can borrow money, it impacts the way that you can operate your company, and quite candidly, it impacts the returns you're able to generate for your shareholders. So it's something that CEOs pay a lot of attention to, and it has to be something that we all pay a lot of attention to, because we only got one planet to live on, and sustainability is something that is helping us to maintain the planet and our ecosystem. I live in Canada, and I was born and raised in Calgary, Alberta. And in Calgary, Alberta, it's the oil-rich region of our country. And we have more oil than you can shake a stick at in Alberta. But Alberta is also transitioning into new energy and new ways of looking at technology to embrace change, and ways for us to be able to get to a greener future for our grandkids and our children. So some of the things that are being looked at now are things like sustainable nuclear power, sustainable nuclear reactors, or small nuclear reactors, or small modular reactors, SMRs. Canada has a large uranium field in similarly in Saskatchewan, which is a province to the east of Alberta. But there's a lot of uranium in Canada, and that can be mined and can be zero emitted and generate a whole bunch of power for guys like Michael to run his Tesla on, because Teslas need a lot of power, right, Michael? You got to plug them in every night.
They need a lot of power. That's true.
You need a lot of power, but we don't want to be burning coal and carbohydrate fuel. We would rather be getting it from a sustainable source like solar, wind, and in some cases nuclear. There's more nuclear plants in the United States than anywhere else in the world, and Canada supplies the vast majority of the uranium to power those reactors. So we're looking at new technology. Helium is coming in as well. And helium has two different types, green and blue. Green helium is generated by natural processes, where blue is a byproduct of hydrocarbon manufacturing. Alberta, as an oil refining province, has a lot of opportunities to generate blue helium. And that's the helium, by the way, that also is quite explosive. You mix it with an inert gas and it doesn't explode, but having said that, it is very flammable, very explosive. But when you combust helium with oxygen, generating an internal combustion engine or even a jet engine, what do you get? The byproduct of helium combustion is simply H2O, water. So there's all kinds of looks at the way that we can take that to a whole new level. A colleague of mine out on the west coast of Canada, Bert Vandersiege, is the CEO of a company that's actually started electric flying aircraft between the mainland on Vancouver across to Vancouver Island, Victoria, and Nanaimo. It's not a long flight. It's about a 20-25 minute flight, but he's put an electric motor on the front of his aircraft, and he's actually flying between Vancouver, Victoria, and Nanaimo on a float plane that used to be a piston-powered engine. So the innovation in my space is actually coming, and we are driving sustainability. It makes sense for us. The new engine technology that's come out on the Boeing 737 MAX, for example, this is a new engine that's been developed by the General Electric company. And through a previous role I had with General Electric, we did all the engine testing for them at a facility here in Canada. It was a joint venture between the General Electric company, Standard Aero, which is a large engine overhaul facility, and the Government of Canada. And we worked hard to be able to design an engine that was lighter and was more fuel efficient. The way to do that is to burn hotter. So the engine actually would burn more efficiently if it burned at a higher temperature. The challenge with that was that the components in the engine would actually melt. They burn so hot that the engine components, bearings, blades, vanes, compressor discs would melt from the extreme heat. GE came up with a great idea. What if we put, very much like your mouse, what if we put a porcelain coating on the bearings and the components that would be susceptible to melting? Could we burn hotter and more efficient, burn more of the fuel? And the result was an engine class that burns up to 40% less fuel and is about 1,200 pounds lighter than its predecessor. The General Electric engine that's called the LEAP engine, the LEAP 1A, is about 1,200 pounds lighter than the CFM 56-7, which was on the previous 737 NG family. So the 737 NG was the 6, 7, 8, 900 series aircraft. Now the MAX 8, MAX 9, and MAX 10, and there will be a MAX 7, all have the new LEAP engine on it. 40% less fuel burn. That's incredible. For aviation, that's huge. As a CEO of an airline, I can tell you our top 2 expenses are, not necessarily in this order, but it's fuel and people. And sometimes it's one and sometimes it's the other, but it's almost always those 2 are your top 2 expenses. And if we can find a way to burn less fuel, that's better for the environment. If we burn less fuel, that's better for our pocketbooks and our shareholders. And I can employ more people and I can fly farther distances. So engine technology is something that's really come a long way. Aerodynamics and aerospace engineers, some of the best, I have to say, have come out of India, are now actually making huge strides on getting aircraft wings more efficient, reducing drag, increasing lift, giving the capability of an aircraft to move swifter through the air or with less drag than they did just 5 or 10 years ago. So the technology is developing and it's ensuing, and the stakeholders that are in the distribution chain, the aircraft manufacturers, the engine manufacturers, are all seeing the ability to attract airline CEOs like me. If you can say, I'm going to take your largest expense and cut it by 40%, I'm all in, all in. And oh, by the way, it's going to help me on my ESG score. So I'm even happier because I'm burning less fuel. I can tell you from when I started my career in the 1980s till now, the noise coefficient has dropped significantly. And that used to be the big thing that was the attraction around aviation. It was too noisy. We had basically straight pipes with jets that pushed air through at a rapid pace. Then we realized that if we put a big fan around it, the high bypass fan, that generates actually more thrust than the jet engine that's at the center core of an engine. And that big bypass fan not only cut down the noise profile of the aircraft, but surprisingly, it enhanced fuel burn a lot. So now you'll see aircraft, and when you take a look at the next airplane you go out and look at the circumference of the engine, it's almost the same as the circumference of the fuselage. That's how big the fans have gotten on aircraft. So driving sustainability through the distribution chain, those people that are making the aircraft are helping airlines become more efficient, more sustainable, more green in our industry. Aviation as a whole accounts for about 2% of global emissions. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it is. And the thing that was causing consternation with a lot of folks was the fact that aviation was burning hydrocarbons in the troposphere and near the stratosphere, higher than anything else. So emissions were coming out at 3, 4, 5 miles above the Earth, depending on how high we were flying. And that was damaging things like the ozone layer and other things that are critical to the good health of our planet. So reducing the emissions is critically important. I recently saw a chart that Rolls-Royce, who is an engine manufacturer, came out with, and they showed the profile of engine fuel burn, which was going up dramatically, And then they said over time, what's been happening, and from about 1990 on, that's plateaued. And even though demand for air traffic has gone up, the fuel burn is actually descending now. We're actually burning less fuel now than 1990, flying a whole bunch more, which is really an interesting statistic and a pat on the back, I think, for our industry in aviation. A lot of it has to do with the regulatory changes that came into place as a result of governments and the regulators getting hard on noise emissions initially. That transitioned into fuel savings as well. So lower fuel burn and less noise. Finally, competitive forces. I have to tell you that if my competitor gets a new airplane and he's burning 40% less fuel than I am, I want to get that same airplane that the competitor has, because it's a competitive advantage. Usually, and it's like cars, if you buy a used car, you can get it cheaper than you can get a new one. But having said that, the operating costs are greater. Usually old cars need more maintenance, just like airplanes. The older the airplane, the more maintenance it requires, and therefore you have to pay more in one way or another, either on direct operating costs or in the acquisition cost of the asset. So a lot of airlines are moving quickly into new aircraft with new technology, and it is a competitive advantage to those who can't afford to move there. I hope that answers your question, Father.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you for your answer. It was really elaborate and very useful for us. Thanks a lot. Now, my question in the corporate leadership in driving sustainability initiatives. How can companies effectively measure and report on their sustainability progress, ensuring transparency and accountability, while also benchmarking their performance against industry standards and shareholder expectations? Mike?
You know, when speaking about sustainability initiatives, I think as a CEO, I think there's three basic aspects of sustainability, and that's environmental sustainability, it's social sustainability, and it's economic sustainability. Environmental sustainability, what this refers to is, implementing policies that ensure that people consume natural resources at a rate that allows them to replenish them, making them accessible to future generations. The social sustainability, this involves ensuring basic human rights and helping people gain access to the resources that allow them and their families to live a healthy and secure life. And then I think finally, economic sustainability, this refers to the practice of helping communities all over the world achieve economic independence and have accesses to the resources they require. My favorite of those three is social sustainability. I've started many companies in many different fields in many different countries. And one thing that I do at all my companies is I pay for complete medical insurance coverage for those employees and every family member with a top medical care provider. I formerly owned a healthcare company, and it was always really important to me that you take good care of your employees, their families, in the event they get sick. I think you asked, how do I measure sustainability progress? That's easy. I look at employee turnover. Do they stay with me for many years, or do I have a constant revolving door of employees coming and going? In all of the companies that I've started, no matter which countries they're in, no matter which industries they're in, I've had almost no employee turnover. They've started with me, they stay with me until we get acquired. My job is kind of an entrepreneur. I think of an idea, concept, I validate it, I scale it, and then I sell it, right? That's for most business owners, whether they want to admit it or not, it's about money, right? We want to get acquired. And that's what I do. I start companies, I get acquired. My employees stay with me, and that's been a winning formula over and over, no matter which country. One thing I also want to emphasize to you all that are studying, that are going to be, either starting your own companies or working for someone else, you don't have to be an expert in your field. And what I mean by that is sometimes it takes a good idea. When I started a healthcare company, I didn't have any knowledge of healthcare. You know, I've been a marketing and kind of an operator. And I partnered with 2 doctors and we set up a company, and within a short number of years, we were best in class. We were taking care of people like Ross Perot, Ray Hunt, billionaires, Federal Reserve Bank. And yeah, you know, I built up that company. When I was down in Argentina, when they had their big financial collapse at the end of 2001, they had 5 presidents in the span of 12 days, 5 presidents. And, you know, I was there and I saw this market opportunity. I saw that, you know, everything got cheap overnight except for a 5-star hotel room. And I just saw, you know, I saw an opportunity there, and I thought, you know, this is probably a good time to buy real estate. And so I started a company. Everybody said I was completely crazy, you know, my lawyer, accountant, friends, everybody. But, you know, it was a good idea. And many of you guys out there, you're going to think of good ideas, right? And like Sumit and Michael mentioned, like the human capital is one of the most important things. So take good care of your employees. Sometimes when you hear about sustainability, I think people get too focused on the environmental side of it, but you know, there's a human side as well, like I just mentioned. So I think that's really important.
Thank you, Michael, for your very enriching answer. And now we go to you, Sumit. Sumit, you have been a CHRO for global firms like J&J, and today you work with CEOs of Fortune 10 companies globally, as well as major capital deployment in the PE world. How do you see corporate leadership and sustainability, and how do they play out differently in PE-backed companies versus the other corporates?
Father, that's a really interesting question. You know, when I was graduating out of XLRI, I think about 93% of capital in the world was in public equities. And that number today is probably closer to 50%. That's a tectonic shift of capital from public markets to private markets. Here in the US, 25 years ago, there were 8,000 listed companies. Today, that number is 4,000, right? So I think when you think about sustainability and corporate leadership, it's really important to understand what's happening in the other half of the world. You know, it sounds kind of silly when I say it, but it's incredible that till 5-6 years ago, having spent most of my career in, you know, J&J and Unilever, I didn't know what an LP is versus a GP, and what is the 220 model, and you know, why do private equity firms want to sell their businesses in 42 years, and the fact that it's not a character flaw, but it's how the economics works in that world, and so on. And I think a big driver, I would say, of sustainability in the PE world is not these private equity firms themselves, but a big driver of sustainability is the people they actually get money from. So sovereign wealth funds, pension funds. So if you think about, you know, this big private equity industry, 10x that when you think about pension funds and when you think about these sovereign wealth funds and so on, because they won't do more than a, you know, small allocation into private equity. Now, if these becomes if these are the biggest sources of funds for the private equity industry, what are these major capital deployers asking of the PE industry? They are beginning to ask some very specific ESG oriented tangible metrics. and saying, if you're not delivering on that, you're not getting my money. It's just really, again, simple, which is private equity firms grow by essentially raising a fund every 3 to 4 years, deploying half of it, within the first 3 years, and then and they buy a set of companies in 4 years, which they have to sell, and they hope in a 10-year cycle they've turned this thing around twice, and blah blah. But what is the glacier from which all this river flows? They have to raise money. So the capital deployers are saying, you ain't getting any money if you don't make progress on ESG. And there you have it. And suddenly I am noticing that, there are 6,000-ish mid-market PE firms. So forget the Blackstones, Apollos, and, Carlyles of this world. Mid-market PE funds, meaning 5 to 20-ish billion of assets under management. And, really small portfolio companies all around the world, which were undermanaged or underperforming, were part of a leveraged buyout and, strip it and flip it kind of a world. They're all suddenly talking about ESG. Because guess what? One, I won't get money if I don't show progress in my portfolio companies on ESG. And secondly, I won't even be able to sell this. So that's the second economic sort of driver, right? I have to add value into a company and I have to sell it for more. Otherwise, I don't make profits. I don't get a carry. So I know I am coming at this, very noble thought of sustainability and innovation, maybe too much from a financial aspect, but I just want to, this stylistically, I'm trying to drill that point home today to my, fellow students here, that you have to follow the money a little bit. So the private equity world is currently, I would say, is having a, fantastic rise of consciousness on ESG. I don't think they are becoming better leaders and so on and so forth. It's just that you heard the old Jerry Maguire, phrase, right? Show me the money. And the reality is that there's a lovely check and balance, which comes from the capital deployers. And I think that is something that will get bigger and bigger. BlackRock, for example, one of the largest private asset management platforms in the world, essentially has kind of mandated women on their boards all over the world, wouldn't invest in companies if they are not meeting a certain ESG. When a capital deployer like BlackRock kind of comes to this party, things shift in a big way. So I am very optimistic, maybe foolishly so, but I am very optimistic that that the private equity world, which was somehow flying under the radar, didn't have the scrutiny that, Michael has to go through in Canada Aviation Partners from regulators on what are you doing on. They are now very keen and making lots of progress on ESG because it's an existential thing for them. So that's an important trend also, I think, for all of you to sort of be aware of.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Sumit. Thanks to both the Michaels. And I'm sure our students, very, very vibrant, very enthusiastic. You will have so many questions. So your turn now. If you have any inputs or any questions or clarifications.
Good morning from this side and good evening to the panelists on that side. So I'm Neetu and I've been an agricultural economist and I've had a small entrepreneurship journey where I was in the BFSI sector for that time. And so my question is, are current sustainable measures wrong in browbeating, consumers to get, to be sustainable? And also along with that, as Michael Kaur said that, it was the element of, glamour or the sexiness of the product that actually got him to buy that product, like Tesla. And also, so just from there, the question stems up that also should companies focus on making sustainability more glamorous for easy adoption?
Yeah, I don't know the format. If we all kind of take it, I'll give a little. My piece is, at one time we had about 600 properties that we not only listed, but we bought. We bought for the investors, and think of an Airbnb and little simple things, that didn't cost us any money or very little money. We put a recycling bin, in the apartment, and surprise, people loved it. They separated the trash, and in early days in Buenos Aires, they didn't have recycling bins outside, but now they do. On every street corner, there's a recycling, and there's I never thought I'd see it in Buenos Aires. And, just the little things that don't cost money, you can enable them in your business. They don't cost money, and you'd be surprised. You don't have to browbeat people. They'll do it. You put in 2 trash cans in the property, and, it might not make a huge difference, but we feel like we're doing our part as a CEO and enabling that kind of, environmentally friendly things in the business. I think, Sumit, you really harp on the financial side, and we it doesn't cost us much business, and we all feel good, and I think every business owner, every CEO can implement something in their business like that.
I think, Neetu, the place where I would compliment what Michael is saying is, it is true, and you said something really important, and I got to know which Michael I'm talking to. Maybe we should call Michael Coe Mike.
Yeah, Mike, you can call me Mike.
Or Michael, or something like that, right?
Sure.
But Mike, you said something really important, that, it doesn't cost me more. So I think, Neetu, your question is around, will consumers adopt sustainable innovation if it costs them more? Would people be willing to pay a better price or a bigger price for a ticket on Michael's planes if they cost more, because he said, what, I've got engines which are 40% more sustainable, so I'm saving the planet. Would you like to pay some more money? And I do think consumers haven't gotten there. Yes, Tesla was the most expensive car in the US, but it was because of the reason that you caught from Mike's speech, which is, it was cool. And he said, okay, I want a cool car. And people have been paying more for cool cars for eternity, for Ferraris and for Porsches and so on. I don't think sustainability was the piece which sort of got in there. I'm not sure how to answer your question on browbeating consumers. I've lived in a consumer business my whole life. You never browbeat a consumer. You have to serve a consumer. So every business, I think, has to start by saying, how do I serve this consumer? I'm working with a e-mobility business in India, actually. And they are trying to, get into electric buses. Now, my wife used to come and meet me. I was a factory personnel manager in a place called Dharwad, if anybody has heard of it. It had meter gauge trains. And she had to take a bus from Mumbai to come and see me in Dharwad. It was a 17-hour bus journey with stops in terrible places, cannot use washrooms. And by her second trip, she was buying 2 seats in the bus because she didn't want anybody sitting next to her on a 17-hour journey at night. The reason why consumers will get into the new electric bus is not because it's electric, but because it'll be a premium, more safe experience for a woman to get onto a bus for interstate travel. And then the icing on the cake is that it is, you can buy your tickets on an app, and it's an e-bus, and so on and so forth. So I think you always have to find something that serves the consumer discontinuously and fantastically, and then do it sustainably, because that's a nice thing to do. And it's an and, but it cannot be the main piece of the show.
Yeah,
And
I-
one thing
I-
I'll touch up on mine just really quickly is, you know, I do one thing that set us apart, I think, in the rental industry is we always try to measure what are we doing right and what are we doing wrong? What made you happy? You know, what could have made your stay better? And we did these exit surveys, and you'd be amazed. You know, we'd have the best TVs, the smart TVs, the fastest internet. And a lot of times on that exit survey, you know what they liked the most? You had a recycling bin and you had a trash bin. Like, people think, you know, consumers don't care or something, but a lot of them do. You know, we have a lot of people that cite that on the exit survey of what we did right. They said, you know, we loved it. We've never been in an Airbnb that's done something like that. So you'd be surprised, and it's very memorable. You know, when they come back, I know they're going to rent with me, right? They took the time to write that on a little survey that we love that you had recyclable, you know, trash cans. So I think it's important to kind of note that point.
I had a very real example for it. In aviation, we allowed the customer to offset their carbon footprint by contributing either their air frequent flyer miles, or they could buy it. They could buy carbon credits. Nobody took us up on it. Nobody wanted to do it. Nobody was clicking. And the last thing on the booking engine online was, would you like to offset your trip with carbon credits or with your frequent flyer miles? Everybody, no, I want to use those frequent flyer points to go to Hawaii this summer or winter with my kids. I want to do other things. So it was very much no, thank you. But what is coming in, and I think the question came from somebody who's studying agriculture, one of the things that's coming into aviation that's really exciting is sustainable aviation fuel, SAF. And sustainable aviation fuel is coming from things like bio waste. It's coming from things like blue algae and other carbon capture technologies. But the best part about it is that it's literally helping us to become carbon neutral. The downside of this new technology is that it costs about 6 times more than regular fuel. Remember what I said were the top 2 expenses in my organization? Fuel and manpower. If my fuel goes up by 600%, I'm broke. I don't have a profit. My shareholders, it's done. It's pack up your things and go home. So we've got to be able to innovate. So the student who asked from agriculture, my challenge to you is to go out and find a way to generate sustainable aviation fuel. Take a look at some of the technologies that are out there. Carbon capture is one of the ones that's out there that's really quite exciting, literally pulling hydrocarbons out of the air and recycling them into fuels. There's a company up here in Canada called Carbon Engineering, and they literally have capture cells set up in Vancouver, just west of me here, where they are literally pulling the hydrocarbons out of the air and they're making sustainable fuel. But it's very, very, very expensive. They have to use a lot of electrification, and it's taking a lot of power off the grid. But you folks are the future. You're the bright minds that are going to come across the things that are going to make industry work better and more efficient. Look at the lights in your facility. I bet they're not fluorescent tubes like what Michael and Sumit and I grew up with in our area. Sumit said, look at the facilities you're in. They're so much nicer than they were when he was there. And I got to believe that they are. And the lighting is probably part of the thing. I would venture to say they're LED lightings. Father, I hope I'm not going to be proven a liar here. But those are the types of things that will put you forward. And customers don't even have to notice it. But if they notice a change in the service, and Sumit said it best, every business is in the business of serving its customers, not of beating them over the head and saying, you must take this 3-wheeled vehicle instead of a 4-wheeled vehicle because it's more carbon efficient, or whatever the example could be. we have to serve our customers, not browbeat them. And you won't have a successful business if you're browbeating your customers.
And you made a good point, Michael, about about technology. There's so much technology out there right now. We have Nest thermostat controls. I don't know in India if you guys use these. I imagine probably something similar. But when we rent our properties, we can see if someone has the AC on 65 degrees Fahrenheit. So we can do simple things like send them a little WhatsApp. Hey, we don't know if this or that, but there's so much technology now that you can utilize to kind of help people be more green, environmentally conscious. So I think you can't discount the technology side.
Thank you, panelists, for that. I will take in the suggestions that were given, and happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Good evening to all the panelists. I would firstly like to thank you for all the insights that you've given to us from your diverse backgrounds, and a happy Thanksgiving to all of you. My question is specifically to Michael Rodnick, sir. In navigating the complexities of green financing for Canadian aviation partners, how do you see the evolving role of financial institutions in shaping the sustainability standards and influencing investment decisions in the aviation sector?
Well, it's really a lot of what Samir said earlier. Or Samir said earlier, it was really what's incenting business to be more cost effective in their approach. So if I can get a lower cost of capital because I'm environmentally and sustainability and governance qualified, I get a high score on that, and that means that the weighted average cost of capital, or my WACC, is lower. Capital is what my lifeblood is in an organization. So if I can get that lower, I'm going to comply with whatever I have to comply with, and I'll shape and direct my company towards that. For me right now, there's a lot of emergent technologies out there that are showing promise, like that gentleman I mentioned earlier, Bert Vandersiege, who's flying electric airplanes across the Strait of Juan de Fuca between Vancouver and Victoria. That's awesome, but it's coming at an incredible cost. And for a large-scale deployment of that technology, we're just not there yet. So taking incremental steps is something that's really important. The new technology engines that are on aircraft is something that's really important. The way that air traffic is managed now, it's all satellite-based. Next time you go and look at an airplane, you'll see that the antenna on an airplane are on the top of the airplane, not on the belly of the airplane where they used to be. It's all satellite-based technology versus ground-based technology. So you can go direct between points now in aviation where you couldn't before. You had to follow almost a roadmap of beacons between beacons and going between them. Those gradual steps are getting us to where we need to be. I would love to be able to take the grand leap to say that carbon neutrality is something that aviation can do, and that's something that may be promised with hydrogen-powered aircraft. But hydrogen takes a lot of space. It's not as dense a fuel as the hydrocarbon jet fuel that we use now. So we've got to find alternatives, and the future literally lies with you folks. CEOs like me will do what is in the interests of our corporation and the interest of our shareholders, and of course our customers. But it's really innovation and proven technology that's going to make us move in a certain direction.
If I can just add one more point to that, because we've spoken about technology, Mike and Michael. I think the role of governments is also pretty pivotal, just like technology. Because if we've established the idea that the consumer will pay what the consumer wants to pay for the service, and then if it's sustainable, it makes me happy, but not the other way around, right? I think technological leaps are definitely a big part of the story. But incentives from a government or from are another big accelerator. So I was talking about electric buses in India. I didn't know till I started working with this business that 99% of all electric buses in the world are only in one country, China. They talk the least about it, but everywhere else, the rest of the world makes a big brouhaha about EVs. 99% of the buses are only in China. So the Indian government has set up, I think in last year, something called a National Electric Bus Program. It's a one-stop shop where they build policy and get you all clearances and so on. They put in $10 billion of incentives, which is a lot of money in the US. It's a bit more money in Canada, Michael. It's a lot of money in India. That's 80,000 crores, which has been put into place to support financing for OEMs, to give subsidies to state governments so that they can run electric buses, to build critical power infrastructure all over the country. The same reason, Mike, you couldn't, use your Tesla because there were no charging stations. They're building all of that. So yes, technology, but I think governments play a pivotal role to saying, how do we make sure this thing is not organic? And actually, if you look at every industrial revolution in the world, it came from a business-government partnership. It didn't come from business doing it alone, including China, where the land was free, the water was free, the electricity was free, and almost like minimal variable cost, till the industry would get to a certain scale, and then they would say, okay, now you can stand on your own 2 feet. Something like that. Something like that will
happen. Yeah, it's happening.
And we're doing that in the US, right? With the same thing. So I think the role of governments is also very, very critical in this, along with technological leaps.
And
to me, and the agreement to the point is that regulation can incent, and there should be government assistance in certain directions. But having said that, here in Canada, we have a really, really stiff carbon tax, and the current government is taking an absolute beating on the carbon tax that's out there. And I believe personally, and I think a lot of my Canadian counterparts would agree with me, governments ought to do best by governing, not necessarily picking winners and losers in technology and other things. Take Elon Musk, the Mike in his Tesla. Elon Musk has put Teslas on Earth, and he's even put them in outer space, I believe, Mike. But the great thing about Elon Musk is he's also the guy that's driving space exploration at SpaceX. You got Jeff Bezos, who's also trifling with it. You've got to create an environmental framework that allows for entrepreneurs, raw entrepreneurs, who are looking at ways of doing things differently, getting out of the way of the government bureaucracies and the heavy government agencies, and allowing that raw entrepreneurial talent to go somewhere. And Elon, a South African kid who spent some time here in Canada, then down in the United States. This is a young man who had some really brilliant thoughts. I'm just reading Walter Isaacson's book on Elon Musk right now, and it's a fantastic read. But to all the students in the room, think different. Don't think like governments think. Think different. Think, how can I do this differently and better? Not browbeating customers, rather making it better. Giving somebody they don't even know they need. That was Steve Jobs' big line, was people didn't even know they needed an iPod or an iPhone until Steve Jobs came along and invented it. Those are the types of things that are going to be innovative, and those leaps forward that Sumit talked about, that's where the leap comes from. Plotters who are going forward in baby steps, that's good, but the quantum shift, I think Mike mentioned seismic shifts and things, those are from people who think different. Don't think the same way, master something. If you can master the complex regulatory framework of the way that governments are managing green initiatives. That's something that's a capital asset that you can have. Do things that really make a difference in the world, and the world's your oyster, is my opinion.
And just to get really briefly, Sumit's point about the governmental, cooperation, that's a great example. Me with my Tesla, when the Model S came out, it was some people for the environment, but it was very expensive. I think for my first car, and this is inflation adjusted dollars, and I probably spent like $150,000, $160,000 on a car. But the government started giving tax credits, right? At a federal level, $7,500. At a California level, $2,500 for solar panels. You get a tax credit. And Tesla battery walls, like now they're 25,000. At one time when I could have got one, it was $2,500. The state was subsidizing people to be green, and I think that was a good thing. I don't know if we would be at the stage we are with EV technology if Tesla wasn't selling their carbon credits to other manufacturers, and this government cooperation. So I think that's a great point to me. I really do.
Mike, remember when General Motors had the electric car in the 1980s, yes. And Honda came in with the electric car, and what happened? Government got involved, and they started picking winners and losers, and literally rounded up all the electric cars and scrapped them because they were too good.
I agree. And, people don't realize Elon Musk is not the original founder of Tesla. I've met the guy that started Tesla. It was a guy, and there was, a Roadster before. There was a convertible, and Elon was the first big money in. And Elon kind of wrote that guy out of history. But, Elon's kind of larger than life. I've met Elon, and I'm a verified Twitter organization. So I donate $1,000 a month to my friend Elon. And, it takes larger than life guys like Elon and Steve Jobs and some of these other people. And Michael, you made a great point. Like, don't be scared, right? You can do, I'm proof of it. I didn't have any real estate experience in a short amount of time, like 3-4 years after the concept of it. We're the largest property management company in South America. And I started franchising to Rio and Lima and Bariloche, and anything is possible, right? Anything's possible with a good idea and hard work. You guys can forget about the money, right? Like, you can make a lot of money, but you can really kind of change the world. You can truly change the world with and at the same time, help the world out, right? I think there's a lot of good points here by the panel. A lot of good points.
Hello everyone, I am Ashwini Andare, and I have 6 years of experience with Alpha Level in the manufacturing sector, and now aiming to transition into the HR profession. First of all, thank you so much for making this panel discussion so interesting by not sharing your professional experiences, but being candid about your personal stories, be it a Tesla or having a wife as a business partner. My question is specifically to Sumit sir, and both Michaels can also add to it. So as you mentioned, CEOs are compelled to adopt a sustainable approach. As an HR professional, or how are companies taking this into consideration during talent planning or allocation to instill a culture of sustainability in employees within the organization, or to fill the gap of that sustainability approach? Thank you.
Great question. Let me tell you a quick story. Okay, I was working with the context. This process called talent to value essentially takes business strategies, or call it pools of money, value hotspots we call them, and we deconstruct it into the work that will deliver this money, and we look at the roles which are closest to that work. So we build that list of critical roles which will bend the value curve for you. Basic thesis. So we've now done this work for a consumer products company, which was maybe about 25 billion, UK headquartered, fantastic business. And the CEO had just gone and done a big press announcement they had committed $1 billion with a 50% sustainable footprint reduction and so on and so forth. Massive drum roll and real money and public commitments with a FTSE 50 organization. And we've now taken his value agenda, brought it into a list of 50 roles. And in each of these jobs, we do an exercise called jobs to be done. That what are the 3 to 5 things that will actually deliver the money in this role? So I've now got close to 200 jobs to be done. 3 to 4 for each of these 50 roles. And only 4 of these 200 jobs to be done had any mention of the word sustainability in it. I literally thought the CEO will fall off his chair because he had spent like 3 months talking about sustainability, going to the press, town halls, this and that and the other. And actually, when it gets down to the goals that people are, and by the way, all those 4 jobs were in supply chain. So nobody in brand development, nobody in R&D and all had even begun to think about, my job is, how am I going to change these products and make them more sustainable? How am I going to talk, how does this brand get, purpose-driven marketing and so on? Nothing. So I think one really important part of what you are saying is, from a human capital perspective, I think we spend too much of the time that we want to spend on it, on vision and inspiration and posters and stuff like that. The real magic as you get into this profession is this getting translated into the work that people need to do? And can you count it? And if you can't, we're just talking to ourselves or to the press. So that's a very specific thing you can do. Now, if you're working in a company, with 50,000 employees, are you going to go around rummaging in their objectives and seeing whether we have landed it? Too hard, But anything that you ever need to move, which is of size, you have to know where the points of leverage are. At those points of leverage, at those critical spots in the business, has the message landed? Has the work shifted? Is not a very hard thing to do at all. If I told you go find 50 spots which will light up this company, and are people beginning to think sustainability there because you said you needed to? That is good work. And to me, that's the ultimate test of, are we talking about sustainability or is it going to move?
Yeah, let me add in, if I could, just a little bit on that too. People are your most valuable asset. Sumit made it abundantly clear that's one of the assets that a CEO or anybody who's running an organization has, as they're entrusted with that and told to manage it and care for it. I see my first deputy, or the person who I lean on the most in the company, has moved from the guy who's the financial guy, the chief financial officer, to the person who's responsible for HR. Because the HR person is out there looking for the talent that's going to be brought into the team. And to be bringing in talent that fits in our organization is critically important for our success. And if part of fitting into our organization means you have to have a green perspective, you have to bring sustainability in as part of your DNA, it's part of who you are. That means that you're attractive to me as a CEO and our CHRO. And the CHRO, routinely, I talk to my senior executives daily, but the most I speak with now is the CHRO, because I need to find talent. And bluntly speaking, we have a global shortage on talent. And specifically in aviation, we're looking for pilots, and we're looking for aircraft maintenance engineers, and we're looking for a whole bunch of other things. But the most important thing is in the administrative offices to be able to find the right people with the right DNA to be able to affect change in a positive way towards a green future. And that lies in the hands of the CHRO.
But I think that CEOs play a critical role in driving climate action and shaping a more sustainable future. I think a lot of CEOs, they set the bar, they set the agenda. And I think it's really important to set clear and ambitious goals, like map it out on paper, set it out, set sustainability goals. It has to be aligned with science-based targets. Commit to achieving net zero emissions and kind of outline a roadmap of how you're going to achieve these targets, right? You have to embed sustainability in corporate strategy. I think a lot of companies don't do that, right? Or they think we have to do this or that, but you have to kind of integrate sustainability to the core business strategy. And I think that, you have to ensure that sustainability considerations are factoring into the decision-making processes at all levels of the organization. And, I think that's important. The companies that I see, there's no one's kind of roadmapped it out, right? It's all kind of an idea out there. And, yeah.
Well, speed of the leader equals the speed of the team. You're right, Mike.
That's it.
And if the leader's running in that direction, the team is going to follow. You got to set your pace. As a CEO, you got to do that. That's why I wear running shoes every day.
Yeah.
So, Michael, Mike, Sumit, I am very sure our students have taken a lot of insights and inspiration from you. Now I request Malika to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Father. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the first panel for the day, a heartfelt thank you for gracing us with your presence during this insightful discussion. My deepest appreciation for our three panelists, Michael, Mike, as well as Sumit. We know it's after hours there for you, so thank you so much for doing this. Your diverse experiences have truly enriched our understanding of the intricate balance between value creation and sustainability. Your insights on transparency, accountability, and integration are truly something we'll take back with us. I also extend my thanks to Father Kuru for skillfully moderating this session. Once again, thank you for your advice on discourse on sustainable leadership.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very
Take
much.
care. Have a good weekend.
Bye-bye.
Enjoy your conference, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Father.
May I please
Really?
request the students to remain seated and online till the panelists leave? Thank you.
Really fun to be here. Thank you.
Bye-bye. Have a good weekend.
Bye.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Vanshdeep Singh Rathore, your host for this panel. The theme for this discussion is Evolving Regulatory Landscape in Asia Pacific, Organizational Compliance and Governance. In an era of rapid changes, businesses in the Asia Pacific region encounters a dynamic regulatory environment that profoundly impacts their operations. Navigating this intricate landscape demands a keen understanding of evolving compliance standards and governance frameworks. Today, our panel aims to unravel the complexities, discussing strategies for businesses to adapt, comply, and excel within this evolving regulatory terrain, ensuring robust governance and ethical operations. So our first speaker, Mr. Charles Manuel, is a seasoned expert with over 2 decades of experience in transforming business models, accelerating digital transformation, and helping customers formulate and execute leading-edge customer experience and employee experience strategies. Mr. Charles Manuel is a thought leader and change agent in the software industry. He is the CEO of Fresh Ideas Private Limited, a Singapore-headquartered company that combines industry expertise with AI-powered smart software to solve customer pain points in various domains. Next up, we have a distinguished thought leader, Mr. Ajit Stephens, who walked the corridors of XLRI back in 1996 and IIT Chennai 2 years before that. So presently, Ajit is co-founder and CEO of Centelon, an Australia-headquartered technology-focused global group of companies. He's a senior business leader with a track record of conceptualizing, incubating, and scaling diverse businesses. He is also a hands-on technology executive consulting, and delivering mission-critical large programs for clients across industries in Australia, New Zealand, Asia Pacific, Middle East, and India. Our third speaker is the CEO and founder of Lex Technologies, an AI-based maintenance company creating digital intelligence for maintenance technicians. So, a warm welcome to Mr. Anant Sahai, who is an aviation domain expert with 30 plus years of experience working with international and Australian airlines, as well as within global management and technology consulting firms. He is a qualified data scientist with management, consulting, IT architecture, and project management credentials. He is a published author on leveraging IT for aircraft maintenance and frequent speaker in aviation industry forums. He is an inventor of Lex software, a sophisticated artificially intelligent tool designed to behave as an assistant to aircraft engineers, inspectors, and technicians. Our panel today is further enriched by the presence of Mr. Abhishek Singh, who is a dynamic leader with expertise in agriculture and technology. He excels in digital strategy, AI, computer vision, machine learning, and blockchain. He currently serves as the CEO of Savit Pro, a green agritech venture in Indonesia. Previously, he held the position of Chief Digital and Data Officer of Royal Golden Eagle Group, where he drove digital transformation and implemented innovative analytics for data-driven decision-making. Abhishek holds a bachelor's degree in computer engineering with a minor in management of information systems from the National University of Singapore. So let's welcome the speakers with a huge round of applause, guys. And after this, I now hand over the panel discussion to our moderators, Pranav Verma and Sugandha Singh.
Thank you so much, Vanshdeep. Thank you for so voraciously introducing our speakers. I know I speak for Pranav as well, that we are so excited to host this panel. And before we start, I would like to get an opening statement from all our speakers on this current topic that we are discussing. And regulation, as we see, is often seen as something that must be done before the real business can get underway. And across Asia, this is vantage viewpoint is compounded by the fact that corporates are facing a complex and dynamic regulatory environment that can seem almost overwhelming for the businesses that are just starting up. So this would be the first question that I pose to the panel. As we look forward to hear the viewpoints of our panelists on the evolving regulatory landscape in the APAC region during this discussion, I would request speakers to share their individual perspectives with respect to their individual experiences and life journeys on the significance of the organizational compliance and governance, particularly in the context of their individual experiences with the regulatory and compliances. Thank you. We can start with Abhishek, sir.
Okay, thanks, Sugandha. So just to start off with a quick introduction, like it said in my bio, right now I am running a company which is in the field of agritech. The name is Savit Pro, and the first crop that we are trying to do the digital transformation of the supply chain is what we call oil palm. Indonesia is the world's largest producer of palm oil and has the largest plantation, largest land under plantation of palm oil. And therefore, Savit Pro was conceptualized and started there. And obviously, palm oil is a commodity which is globally exported and has different kind of regulations across different countries which it faces. So, of course, we also have our share challenges with respect to certification and regulations. I think there are a couple of key regulations which are very interesting in the field of agritech. One, for example, is in the form of sustainability and no deforestation. I think a lot of consumer goods companies, they are nowadays under pressure from the market to comply to certain standards of deforestation regulation and sustainability regulation. So I think that's something which really is a key focus area. Now, of course, operating globally, the other complexity comes in the fact that different countries have different regulations. So you may have certain regulation in European Union, another set of regulation for North America. For some people, child labor may be important. For some people, wildlife preservation may be important. So different countries have different regulations. So that adds on and compounds the complexity further. So in the light of all that, the people who are usually the most affected are the farmers, the people who are at the working level, who are maybe owning 2 to 10 hectares of land, and therefore they are not very rich, but their only source of income is from their agriculture, from their plantation. Now, complying to regulations, even knowing all the regulations and its effect on the price and their income is another major hassle for them. So one of the things that we are trying to do here is to do the digital transformation of the supply chain for smallholders and not so much for the large corporates, because I think large corporates can take care of themselves. But for the smallholders, where we can apply digital technologies to make them aware of not just the industrial best practices, the agriculture best practices, but also help them source the input materials which are of the highest quality, whether in the form of fertilizer, pesticides, etc., as well as comply with the rules and regulations, not just of the land where they're operating, which is Indonesia, but also globally where they are supplying and where their supply goes out. Indonesia itself has a major regulation in palm oil, which is called ISPO. Of course, there are other global regulations as well. Compliance to these standards, of course, enhances the market value of the product. So I think that's where we are operating, and that's the landscape and the complexity where we are in. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhishek, for those comments. Like you told, that regulations not only affect the big corporates, but they also affect the grassroots level, the farmers. I would like to now take the point on this from Anand sir, from his experience from the aviation industry.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for this opportunity to talk to you. I hope this will be a good discussion. Let me start from this. I come from the background which is highly regulated. I think it is the most regulated industry in the world, right? To the extent that a technician, when he is on the flight, he or she is on the flight, they're not even allowed to carry a screwdriver. You wouldn't believe it, but that is how it works. And everything has to be according to the standards, according to the regulations. And this is because it's a question of what we call airworthiness. And that translates into safety for each and every human life. So that is why it is extremely, extremely regulated, right? Now, what we are finding is that there are two parts to it. One is regulation, which is your authorities will put in, the lawyers will put in, and then it will come in there. The other one is standardization. They don't necessarily go hand in hand. Sometimes the standardization will be very good, and it may not have that regulation. And standardization is mostly done voluntarily. So what our view is that using the technology, we would make it percolate those standards first, and then the regulation into other industry. And don't forget, our focus is very much into bringing an equipment back into service, right? You have a car, bring it back into service, because that's where it is most useful. It is the asset utilization that we calculate on. And what we have seen is that in the new industry, that is your renewable That's where we have got into with the wind farms and so forth. They have, just by standardization and following some of the regulations, which are not necessarily there by authorities, because those authorities at times don't exist. But it has improved their productivity, and they're now ready to tackle what is going to come now with this AI so-called revolution, right? Because there is a fear, there is an apprehension, and everybody is talking about it, and rightly so. We can't stop that. It's like you couldn't stop electricity, you could not stop automobile, you could not stop the new technology coming in. It's the question of adoption. And our experience has been that the regulatory authorities have always been behind the technology. I mean, much behind the technology, right? They need to catch up. In the process, now what I'm seeing in our industry is that people like us and the companies who are involved in it, they have taken it proactively that there are such things like regulation. And we take that assumption. It's not yet been codified. It's not yet been put in such that somebody can go and sue someone, but it is happening. So I think it's feeding into AI is helping doing that to figure out if I have to test that whether against this regulation, it's much easier to test using AI itself. So that's the approach that we are taking. Hopefully others will take, and now you have just seen what's happened with OpenAI, right? Actually, this was the exact fight that was going on. And Mr. Nadella has taken the right course, I would say. And we work very closely with Microsoft, so we understand where we are going. And these regulations, I think, will converge. That's my view. And I'm an opportunistic by nature.
Right. Thank you so much, sir. And like you rightly pointed out that the policymakers are always behind the technology. I would now take this to Charles. How do you see this dynamic changing landscape of regulations from your view?
Hi, Sugandha, thanks for having me. It's nice to speak to all of you. Greetings from Singapore, warm Singapore, where it's either hot or hotter all the time. The question on regulation, I mean, look, it's a very large topic. It's like world peace, because there's just so many angles to regulation, and it can be a very large, because the context is so different. But in the space that I am in, there's one aspect of regulation that we have to deal with all the time, whether irrespective of which industry. I think Anand talks about aviation being the most regulated industry. When I speak to bankers, the bankers say they are the most regulated industry because they are the guys who get fined the most, and their fines are so you have different lenses through which we can look at regulatory landscape. But one big space when it comes to regulation, besides whether it's sustainability-based regulation like Abhishek mentioned, or sometime back when I was doing consulting for a large private equity firm here who was getting into building of data centers, for example, because Singapore is one of the 3 largest locations for data center locations. You had a moratorium on building any more data centers because of the heat it produces, which was leading to the government having signed up for the Paris Accord. So sometimes you have a regulation which is based on geopolitical or sustainability based changes. But one big area where I feel it will be a sort of a leveling ground is regulation pertaining to data. Because I think enough has been said about data being the new currency. Data is where the value resides. You might have capital, but there's more valuation to the data than the capital equipment, etc., etc. And so, and I feel, again, standards that Anand mentioned in any evolving landscape, you always have that issue between when a certain category matures is when there is standardization, because there's an acceptance that this much is allowed and this much is not allowed, and if someone crosses, what happens, what are the mitigation factors, etc. But that area, even though we've been talking data as a currency in a big way, at least for say 10 years in a real sense, I think that's still evolving. And it's quite a sensitive aspect, because you have on the one side the opportunity of data, and the other side you have the compliance of data. The opportunity of data is if you're not utilizing and mining and using up all the knowledge that you have about your customer, about whatever it is, whether you are mining it through social media or the sentiment analytics or whatever you're doing, if you're not mining data, then you're not competitive, because everyone else is going to be doing that. So you can't be so safe and say, no, I'm going to live under a rock. I'm just going to do my own stuff. I'm just going to build the best product because I'm the best. Well, good luck to you on that, because it's not possible to have that. So the mining of data and the opportunity of data is one side. But on the other side is the compliance of data. Whether it is about personal data protection, or you have different laws. In Europe, it's called GDPR, which is probably the most some can call it draconian and some can say most elaborate or mostly recognized, but each country has its own Personal Data Protection Act. And then there's a third element about that's one thing to have laws, but the other thing about enforcing of laws. You have countries like Australia, for example, where PDP is sacrosanct. And that's the reason if you buy a data set for a marketing campaign, the cost of data is so much higher because if a person chooses to be on a do not contact list or whatever, opt-out list, and if someone attempts to even reach that person, the enforcement is far more than say in some of the emerging economies in Asia. So the point I'm trying to make is in the area of data, eventually you got to have those swim lanes, which are safe swim lanes, where you are leveraging the power of the data, but being on the safe side of the law. And unfortunately, law takes its own definition, especially when you break it. And so I would say on a scale of 1 to 10, we are at probably 3 in terms of evolution of standards and really understanding the right standards when it comes to those safe swim lanes. And of course, you have different vendors trying to help customers address this and making money out of that. So that's my lens about the governance and the regulatory landscape, which is about data.
Right. Thank you so much, Charles. And very interestingly, you brought in the aspect how regulations are different in different countries, and we'd be discussing about the same as the discussion progresses. Now, I would take this to Ajit and see how technology is adapting to the regulations.
Sure. Thanks, Sugandha. It's great to be here, and especially being an XLR, giving me the opportunity to come and address the students this year. Overall, I'll just give like a view of what's from Centlon. So we are an IT services and a product company. So we do direct services with customers and also have our own solutions which are there on the cloud and all that. We work in multiple industries. Some are extremely regulated and some are relatively less regulated. So what I'll try to give you is a view from running a business and what are the implications which is there and what we see across customers. See, the first big aspect, if you look at it over the last 20 years, when we see what is there, the digital and data, the technology bit is significantly changing. I'm saying when you look at it, earlier it was more, let's put it, supporting or optimizing and doing elements of processes and all that, but now it is genuinely shaping business where it is impacting revenue. So the importance, what has happened when you take industry by industry, is significantly shifted from these technologies. The other aspect to always consider is compliance. When you see it, when you take the last 20 years, it has only increased. There's never been ever a decrease. So that's the other aspect, and it will only keep increasing. So that's a next very important thing to consider, right? Now, in the current world, the way when you look at it, with all these things coming in together, compliance on its own, my view, is becoming more security and compliance. It has become, because everything has become so online and virtual and everything which is there, the security element has become a paranoia and has become possibly a rock and center along with compliance when you look at it. Now, in this scenario which is there, where you have evolving technologies, evolving business models, things which are keeping on coming, and which is there every new day, there is something new which comes up. The question is, can you be fully compliant? If you ask that question, to be very honest view, my personal view, it's no. So when you're running a business and you're doing things, whether it's for your own or whether as customers, the fact is you're going to be, at any point of time, you are not sure whether you're fully compliant or not. And for that matter, my personal view, you rarely are going to be fully compliant. And why is that so? Is because when you take from a compliance angle, majority of the laws and rules are saying what you need to be achieving, right? It never says how you achieve it. The interpretation of how you go about doing it is left to the respective person to do it. And there is many a time no right or wrong about some things. So now with this in mind, when you look at it, the question comes is, yeah, you are not sure whether you're fully compliant. There is a lot of compliance coming into play. The question is, risk management becomes a big piece in the whole thing, which you need to think along with compliance when you're running a business, when you practically come to it. The question is, you are ensuring or doing things by which you are not taking big risks. Always there is going to be risks. That's a fact of the matter. But the question is, how much of the risk and how much is the impact? Now, when you take for our own business, right, if we look at compliance in three buckets broadly, one is compliance as an organization, which we need to do ourselves, right? These are laws which are applicable to us as running an organization. It could be as simple as, you need to pay your wages to everything. I think all those are laws which will start coming into play. Second is compliance as a vendor. That is, because you are contractual obligations with customers, you need to be doing a lot of things from a compliance perspective. Because if you are not compliant on those bits, your customer is non-compliant. The third bucket from our perspective is where you are helping the customer to be compliant. That means it's purely on their sort of industry, making sure that all compliance requirements are being addressed by them. The risk profile of all these three buckets are extremely different. The impact on the business is also entirely different when you look at it. The first two buckets, a focus tends to be a lot more on cost optimization and liabilities when you practically come to it. But the third one is it does impact revenue quite a bit from our perspective. So if you know a lot of compliance, you do things. Customers in today's world, when they look at, I want to do a project, I want to launch a new offering, compliance is equally hard and in the center. The world has changed where compliance was seen separately. I'm saying you had large compliance departments separately being there. Towards the end of the project, you go for a tick kind of stuff. It is now, the world has changed where compliance is at the heart. Right from day one, it is taught. So when you take from a solution or a vendor landscape, knowing compliance, appreciation for it, and everything which you do, it significantly changes from our perspective. And how do we need to be ready? We need to equally know what the customer compliances are and being ready for that.
Thank you to all the panelists for your opening statements. I'm sure it sets a good foundation for the discussion that we're headed into. In the meantime, for the time being, I'd like to move to Abhishek. So Abhishek, I'll circle back to you. In your opening statement, you had shed some light on the kind of regulations that, Savitro experiences. Also, you had mentioned about the economic viability when you spoke about prices and the income to the farmers. But right now, I'd like to move into something specific that you also mentioned, which was relevant to the palm oil industry. So with a focus on sustainability, how does Savitro address regulations pertaining to the environmental impact in the palm oil industry? And if you could share insights into the strategies employed to ensure compliance with regulations, which are aimed at minimizing the environmental footprint of agricultural practices.
Sure. So I think when it comes to compliance, I think data is key. Yeah, I think Charles mentioned it as well. I think data is key because in a way, data is the new fingerprint as well, right? It leaves breadcrumbs all over the place. So in that aspect, I think where you are operating, where your app is used, how your app is used, where you take a picture, what that picture shows, how you process the image. I think each one of that becomes a sort of an inlet into what is happening in that location with respect to whether environmental protection or sustainability, right? So for example, if there is a farm and that farmer is a member of our platform, we know exactly where his farm is, right? Because we have the geo coordinates of his farm. We can even ask him to do a survey of the farm. We can ask him to take pictures of the farm to upload onto the platform. So that in a way gives us the location of the farm. And once we have the geolocation of the farm, then to establish the environmental footprint is just a question of correlating that to another data set, which is whether there was a forest there or that is a rightfully agricultural land, right? So that just becomes a question of processing the data after that, right? So in that sense, I think when you look at compliance, at the end of the day, data is your biggest friend, and of course, data is your biggest enemy as well, right? Because just because there are breadcrumbs all over the place, if you misinterpret the data, somebody else can pick it up and they can show what the real picture is. So you have to do it in a very, very proper way to make sure that the data is processed correctly. So with respect to agriculture, I think in the new dynamics, we are able to really identify where the location of the farm is, who the farmer is, who are the people working on that plantation, how long are they working on that plantation, because everybody will log their activity on the application. What are the environmental risks of that plantation existing there, because is it too close to a forest? Are there pest and disease issues there? So we capture a whole lot of information about the plantation. And then as you move further downstream in terms of movement of goods to the mills, are the mills operating in the right way? Are they in the right location? Do they source sustainably? Do they source responsibly? What are their sourcing best practices? I think those information becomes very easy for us to track because we have a lot of data about the behavior of the farms, the behavior of the farmers and the actors in the supply chain, the behavior of the mills and the factories which process the product, and all the way finally up to the consumer. Yeah. So for us, I think data becomes a very key ally and friend to really get information about what we are trying to extract. But at the same time, it also gives us a lot of opportunity, right? Because you see, at the end of the day, while regulation in a lot of sense is looked at as a compliance issue, it can also be a money-making opportunity, right? Because you can differentiate yourself in the market because you are compliant to something, or because you are better at something and someone has certified so, right? So, I mean, in India, for example, I don't know if it has the same impact, but a couple of decades ago, when I used to live in India, there was this whole ISI trademark, right? You put that ISI trademark on a product, and all of a sudden that will have a premium on the price because it is a certified product, right? And the certification there was quality, right? That this is certified to be a certain quality. Nowadays, if you look at some of the food materials in the supermarket and you pick it up, they may have certifications or logos like responsibly sourced or Rainforest Alliance certified or WWF certified, World Wildlife Fund certified, right? So the minute you have those certifications as a consumer, you are expected to pay a premium. And most consumers nowadays, I think they are aware enough to be willing to pay that premium. Then the question becomes, how do you make sure that that premium goes to the right people, right? Because if that premium doesn't go to the right people, those practices will not continue over a prolonged period of time, and they will just fizzle out, and then it becomes just lip service or greenwashing to say that there is a label, there is a certification, but this certification actually didn't do the real job, didn't really check the reality on the ground. It was a paid certification or a bought certification, and then it loses the confidence of the consumer, right? So in that sense, I think data is a very good friend to and a good ally to maintain the quality of the certification, the reliability of certification, and it presents a lot of opportunity in the light of regulation to not just do compliance, which usually has a good justification for itself, whether privacy or health or protection of money or whatever, right? But over and above, also economically and financially, right? It helps you to make money because when you say that you're keeping someone safe, like in the aviation industry, or when you say you're keeping somebody's money safe, like in the financial industry, or when you say I'm giving you food which is safe for consumption, like in our agri industry, I think all of it is an opportunity which people are willing to pay a premium for. And there's a reason why airlines which have a better track record of safety usually charge more for their tickets, right? And there's a reason why you go to a premium restaurant or a premium supermarket to buy your groceries, especially if you can afford it, right? Because you're willing to pay a premium for that higher quality and responsible sourcing and no child labor and all, right? So I think in that sense, to me, data really helps to validate the standing of whatever is being regulated in a way which is very hard to refute and very hard to deny. Because back in the day before data, it's just somebody's word, right? Somebody went there, did the audit, and that's really subject to a lot of corruption and malpractices, right? Because it's people's word that you have to just accept it as it is, right? But now with the data, there's real proof whether the guy really went down for inspection or not. So I think that would be my my stand on this.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Abhishek. And interestingly, we were discussing the same point in the previous panel discussion, like how aware the consumer is to pay for sustainable products. And like you were discussing about data and the importance of data, I would now take this to Charles and get his insights, given his experience in the extensive experience in the industry. My question to Charles is, how does fresh ideas collaborate with other industry players and adapt to the dynamics of broader ecosystem? And can you just explain this with your personal experiences of working in this industry and direct it towards the importance of data in this overall aspect?
So I'll try to give you, try to approach it from two angles because we got quite a diverse set of businesses we are in. On the one side, we have more traditional businesses which handle core systems in financial services, which we've built through an acquisition. So those are engineered products, which is like it's a trade finance platform which runs large banks like DBS in Singapore. So I will try to give you a little bit on the sort of linkages and integrations with the ecosystem. And on the other side, I will talk a little bit on the SaaS side of it, which is the software as a service, because it's interesting how both old school and new school are becoming more interoperable and linked, where the real value comes out of these integrations. So when you look at the traditional systems, there used to be a time where core systems was really about automating within, a general ledger, core banking systems, etc. But today, when we go into automating a system, for example, even if it's a trade finance system, which does an automation of what you call supply chain finance automation, like where you have large finance providers which finance their anchor clients, like say Singapore Airlines, but then Singapore Airlines has 10,000 vendors, and so there is merit in ensuring there's liquidity not just to the main anchor client, but there is liquidity into the different vendors, leveraging the sort of the standing of the anchor client, because that's how supply chains work. How you finance the you finance the anchor client, the anchor client's vendor, and the vendor's vendor. What you call deep tier financing, etc. So over there's a lot of ecosystem players you need to link into. For example, the data service providers, the DSPs as you call it. The DSPs could include rating agencies. It could include a lot of third-party agencies where you need to sort of connect into those systems to have the right level of understanding of the exposure that providers have. And so, these were not something that you thought about earlier on. Or for example, payment gateways. When you do settlements, even if you went 20 years back, the way settlements or disbursements were done by financial institutions is very different to how it's done today through the various payment gateways, etc. And of course, if you look at what India is doing with UPI, for example, it's leapfrogged everyone else. So how you integrate into UPI systems or KYC, it's another big thing. For example, again, taking the case of within Asia, each country has its different KYC linkages that you need to link into. So in the enterprise space, you have to be interoperable, not just within systems inside, but also third-party providers like the ones that I mentioned. And then if I would just switch from that enterprise grade or towards the more of the SaaS side of the business, which is also something that we are into. And that's a fascinating space because the way the promise of SaaS is how you bring consumer grade software experience to enterprise requirements. Consumer grade, experiences about like how you use your Google Maps or how you use your Spotify or many of the day-to-day, softwares that you're using. If you look at the backend, there's still a lot of tech involved, but for the user, it's all about the experience. It's as easy, as simple. You're just concerned about going from one place to the other within the next 17 minutes, the best route. I mean, there's satellite technology, there's data triangulation, there's so much happening, but you're not concerned about that. So that's consumer grade software. But if you look at B2B, like say sales and marketing automation or supply chain marketing, automation, etc., or HR automation, those have what you call enterprise software has tended generally to be clunky. It was built by IT and those were complex. So SaaS is bringing out this promise that you bring the same user experience to bring the power to the users in an enterprise. That's the reason over the last 10 to 15 years, the chief marketing officer or the marketing department has become such a big user of tech because budgets have started. It's not IT. IT is a supporter in some of the decision making. but line of business, the CFO, the chief marketing officer, etc., are becoming much more relevant in the decision-making process when it comes to tech spending. Now, when you get into that space, if you just double click on that, one space that we do a lot of work is what's called customer experience, helping brands, because I think it's an accepted norm that we are moving into an experience-based economy. You choose to do what you want by a certain brand based on how that experience is. Everything from your buying experience, your choosing experience, you choose a certain brand. It's not just because of the product. It's about how is the experience, how did you feel? And so in that, there's something called omni-channel customer experience, which is very big, which is something that we do a lot. Omni-channel is basically about how a brand engages with its potential customers, existing customers, or new customers across various channels, irrespective of where they're. That means whether you're on your WhatsApp, your Instagram, your browser, your whatever it is, how does that brand stay relevant and stay connected with you? At the same time, whether you go and post something on Instagram or you post something, a complaint on Google reviews or whatever, how can brands be aware of that? So when you have a challenge like that, you might have a CX platform like what we do, like a customer experience platform, but you need to integrate into voice, for example, the voice telephony. How do you integrate the telephony? How do you integrate sentiment analytics? Like, for example, like I said, if you are, so one of our customers was a PE firm which was buying out, very, very traditional old brands in Singapore, which were 50, 60 years old, and converting them into hip joints. It could be a very simple things like toast and butter, but it's a 60-year-old, it's called Kaya Toast, for example, in Singapore. But it's a 60-year-old, there's a lot of brand, but then nobody wants to take over that business. So this holding company was buying out some of those old eating chains and converting them into a sort of a hip brand. They had 10 sort of very distinct restaurants or coffee shops. And so what we did is, besides the each of these entities being able to engage with their potential clients, existing clients, through various means, that means you put in a post on Instagram saying, hey, I went there and had a great meal, I really loved it. So it's possible for the restaurant to really appreciate it and send you like a $10 discount voucher the next time you come in. So that helps you to sort of spread that word. You become an advocate from a user, etc. So what are we doing? We're also connecting to those sentiment analytics platforms that do Google review analytics or Instagram analytics. Then you're connecting to payment gateways, like I mentioned. So that means it's not just for coming in, and COVID really increased this whole thing of ordering in, for example. So when you're ordering in, you are connecting those same platforms into payment gateways or card providers or issuers, etc. And the logistics providers, who's going to do the delivery. So on the SaaS front, the philosophy is what you call low code, no code API economy. That's a promise, which means the systems that you deploy are deployed in a way, and they are built with a simplicity by which other things just seamlessly connect into it, what you call native integrations. Of course, there's always a delta between the promise and reality, but that's where software architecture is going, from being old school, where any integrations used to cost a lot of money, a lot of money and time, etc., to a new environment where platforms are created, like the ones I mentioned, where you can connect into various third-party providers, various third-party softwares and technologies and platforms to leverage, because each one has a value add to play, so that eventually the brand or the customer benefits. There's more personalization, because what's the brand trying to do? The brand is making sure that when they are speaking to Sugandhas, it feels as if that whole message has been catered for you based on your likes, what your preferences are, what your previous experience is. And from your side, if you can get a best deal because it is your birthday and you're getting that extra 20% off, everyone benefits, so that's how the whole ecosystem evolves. And so with SaaS, we are seeing that a lot more pervasive, because this whole thing is happening on the cloud, and you're talking about millions and millions of interactions going through these different platforms. There's a crazy amount of data analytics that's happening. And it's just a fascinating play about how value can be really unleashed through integrations into these third-party ecosystems.
Thank you, Charles. You actually helped us understand a lot about consumer experience. You also spoke about omni-channel experience. And you also set the foundation for something called as integrations when you spoke about SaaS. I think this is where my next question to the panel stems from. And the question is for Mr. Anand Sahai. Sir, Lex technology is revolutionizing, I'm extremely sorry, maintenance in chosen industries through native AI SaaS. How could you share some pivotal moments or experiences from your past that inspired the vision behind Lex, and it's still shaping the vision of your company journey for the future?
Sure. It might take the discussion a bit onto tangent, because we are talking about certain things so far is about standardization and how the industry has evolved. What we had taken was based on very specific issues. So we might be, what I would be talking might be a bit parochial, but then you can abstract it out. That's how I would see it. So in my personal experience, I had been buyer of software when I was working for airline. And then later on, I was a seller of software and consulting when I was working for IBM. And in this experience going around the world, there was one part where we always found trouble was whenever we implemented a system for large airline like Japan Airline, Singapore Airline, and all of them, literally, the basic resistance came from the shop floor, the hangars themselves. And the question was asked, what is in it for me? Because it is impeding in the work that I'm doing. I have to fill a form. Oh, this is great. All the financial data is going up there. All integration is happening. But it is for me? Because at the end, they have to memorize. They have to keep a black book. They have to find a solution. So that expertise. And the other thing was happening that, you gain expertise for say 20 years, 30 years, and then you retire. You're gone. The whole knowledge walks away with you. And what could we do? And this is where, when in this Watson, I don't know whether you've heard of them, IBM Watson was declared, where we worked with them. And the idea was that, can we do something with this? And one thing that we found was that, okay, if we can learn the 3 types of behavior, one was, how does the technician perform? What he or she does. The other is, what is the behavior of the equipment? And what is the culture of the organization? Now, they are abstraction. They are not hardly written, even though there are a lot of procedures and standardization and everything. But those are the things which were not being captured. And with the convergence of big data, cloud, and then the open source availability of the algorithms, we saw an opportunity and say, hey, we could do something for them. And that was the whole idea of setting this up. And if you can say that we were literally creating a chat GPT for maintenance way back, I mean, in a few years' time. And it was very difficult for us to sell everyone and say, no, this doesn't happen. This won't work. Now, and I'll shift gear and come straight to now. And let's talk about this and where the compliance is going to hit, right? With ChatGPT coming in, right? Things that are moving are now 10, 20 times. Forget about what we did with API brokers and what, this is all in quandary. We don't know where we are going. I mean, as we are experimenting with this generative AI, it's mind-boggling, right? We put one simple instance where we said, okay, why don't we use the large language models and then give it to the technicians? And we didn't do much, from the compliance aspect, in the sense that we said we are experimenting. Within few days, the response we got from the clients was, hey, it seems to be lying to us because the algorithm does. And we use a technical term, right? And there we say that it is, how do you say? It's making it up, it's fabricating, right? But the fact is that it is lying. We raise the temperature, we reduce the temperature and all that thing. But how do you control that? That is becoming an issue. We are now implementing in such a way that we are using AI-based development, the programming. It creates code for you, right? But then we found that sometimes just testing those codes will cost you more than the cost of generation. So there is where do we go? We comply with ISO 27000, so security is taken care of in 217. We comply to so many standards. So we assume the hygiene is taken care of. But now that everybody's thought has been, and in the companies that we are dealing with, they're all about, hey, what are we going to do? And then you see that even right up to the president of US, they started talking about, hey, curb it, stop it, hold it, what and how it is going to impact. So what I would say, and especially to the students, hey, get into that. It's going to overtake you. If you are not aware, do not assume that the technology that we have seen today is going to continue that way. Yeah, we are changing our organization like nobody's business. We are small, right? So it is easier. But the other ones are also doing that. Whether it is Accenture, whether it is Infosys, they are all into it, right? And they are spending significant amount of money. So coming back to the compliance side, we don't know yet. We only know what has already been put together. The regulators themselves don't know much, but there is a dialogue that is happening. And the only way is to keep abreast of that. The good thing is that social media is out there, which tells you a lot. And that is where I would say I can't draw a line out there because we are also experimenting. I hope it makes sense.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much, Anand sir, for your viewpoints on that question. Unfortunately, Abhishek has prior commitments and he would be leaving the panel discussion. But before going, I would seek a closing comment on the ongoing discussion, just the last few points.
Yeah, I think thank you very much for making me part of the panel. And yeah, I would love to stay, but unfortunately, I had some prior commitments as well. In terms of, I think, closing statements, couple of points which I want to make. One, you see, Asia Pacific is a very, very diverse geography. It is more diverse than probably any other geography in that sense, because if you look at the composition of Asia Pacific, it includes ASEAN, which is many different countries put together, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and all. You have China, you have Japan, you have Hong Kong, and all the way down to Australia and New Zealand. Some of these countries are very well developed, and they are at the forefront of innovation and financial well-being of their citizens. Some of them are developing countries or fast developing countries. Some of them are still struggling, right? So now, because of that, the nature of regulations and compliance in different countries is different, and it's very complex. A simple example, if you look at like what Charles said, the whole SaaS business, there's this whole China, non-China business. Yeah. So things which work outside China don't work in China. For example, your typical cloud players like Amazon, Google, they don't even exist in China, right? And those which are from China, for example, Alibaba and Huawei and Lenovo, they struggle to do business in North America and South America, right? So I think in that sense, the nature of regulation is very complex in our part of the geography. Now, that being the case, the second problem which happens is in terms of enforcement. Some countries, the enforcement is very heavy. And I think people like Charles is from Singapore, and Ajit is talking about Australia and New Zealand. I think these countries, sometimes when you have a certain default or so-called non-compliance, the enforcement could be very heavy. The penalties could be heavy, and but heavy they may be, they are still very structured and organized. In some countries, look at Thailand, for example, or even to a certain extent, look at China, for example, the implementation of the regulation could be arbitrary, which means the rules can be applied to people in a very, very subjective manner, which is not objective, not easy to understand. I mean, the whole saga with Alibaba, where Ant Financial was going to go on IPO and all of a sudden had to pull out of IPO, and then Jack Ma disappeared from the scene for a couple of months. I think these are just very, very objective, non-objective and very subjective implementations of regulation, right? And unfortunately, those are some of the countries we live in, we operate in, we run business in, right? So firstly, complex. Secondly, the implementation itself could be a little bit difficult to understand. That being said, I think with every adversity, there's an opportunity, right? So to me, at the end of the day, wherever there is a compliance issue or a compliance challenge, it only produces an opportunity for us to do something about it, for us to produce a new innovation, for us to produce a new product, for us to produce a new service, for us to produce a new business out of it, right? So, I mean, in some ways, if there was no regulation, doing business will be a lot easier, right? And the playing field will be more level. But because of regulation and some compliance and certification challenges, people have to learn how to navigate these. And the fast learners and the adapters are the ones who are usually the winners, right? And in that sense, what I would say is the entrepreneurial spirit is very important. Which is, yes, there is regulation, yes, there is compliance challenges, but how can you innovate and create something new despite knowing all those challenges exist out there, right? So I think earlier today, probably you guys at the North American panel, where you look at some of the innovation which came out over the last decade or so, whether it is Airbnb, whether it is Uber, or now whether it is ChatGPT, even to a very large extent, WhatsApp, now TikTok coming out of China, a lot of them, they have either interpreted the existing regulations in a different way, or they have found a way to innovate despite the regulation, right? And regulation then took many years to catch up to them. I think that's the point which I think you earlier, Charles, made as well, which is regulation sometimes tends to be behind innovation. And if you are a real entrepreneur or a real business-minded person, you will always find a way to stay ahead of the regulation, to stay ahead of the curve, and to continue to innovate and grow your business despite the challenges, because I think that's where your human creativity has to thrive, has to exist, right? So I would encourage everyone not to think of regulations and compliance as a challenge, which is daunting, but rather as an opportunity, which is there for us to probably innovate and make more money. Yeah. So I think that would be my final remarks here, that to me, every time, every country where we want to do business, I mean, the reason why we picked Indonesia in the first place is because from a regulatory standpoint, it is complicated to work here, and it's not so straightforward how the regulations are implemented, which is why there was nobody doing this work here before us, and we had a very, very wide space waiting for us to come in and create something new. So I think that's the message which I would like to leave here, that is, think of everything as an opportunity.
Thank you so much, Abhishek, and thank you for that interesting viewpoint of treating regulations as opportunity. It was very nice to have you on our panel. Thank you.
Everyone, thank you.
So to our speakers, we would be continuing the discussion. As Abhishek rightly pointed out in his closing comments, that Asia Pacific is a very diverse region, and considering that 59% of the world population is concentrated here, the consumer demand as well as the business demand, they are changing with the acre. So my next question is to Ajit sir. Sir, as someone well regarded for business technology alignment, how can organizations establish strong collaboration between business and the IT functions to ensure regulatory compliance is integral part of strategic programs and business strategy?
So, see, traditionally, when you look at organizations, right, they were structured as business and tech when you practically look at it. And there was actually a big Great Wall of China between it. So when you look at, and the larger you get it, it tends to be a thicker wall, which was there. Once, see, technologies became a lot more central, and specifically it's moved out of, let me put it, the internal bounds, and when it started genuinely impacting revenues, right? Many of the organizations have realized that the way of working has to significantly change. So in many organizations we work with, the traditional thinking of business and tech is gone quite a bit. It is a lot more integrated teams which are there, and the focus is in terms of, yeah, the team has an objective which has to be met, and it's a business objective which has to be met. And the business objective can be anything. You want to launch a new product, you want to increase the sales of a particular thing, and it's from your business plan or thinking which is there, right? What you're planning to do. Typically, the orientation, the time horizon and the orientation is also no longer 3-year, 5-year kind of stuff. It has become 3 months, 6 months, 9 months kind of stuff. So that's other big change which has happened, because you don't know what the technology change which is going to happen 1 year from now. Right. So now these kind of decentralized business and tech teams are working together on primarily short-term and medium-term objectives and driving these initiatives inside many of the large organizations. And why I'm specifically saying large organizations, because the challenge is there when you look at it quite a bit. In a smaller organization, by default, it is very easy to be agile. Typically there'll be 3-4 people who will be normally taking all the decisions, and you just move on quite a bit. But in a very large organization is where the biggest challenge, when business and tech collaboration problems are phenomenal. So that's the way they have gone about. So if you look at it, and yeah, industry calls it agile way of working, and thousands of things which are there. But the fact is, I think a lot of the big organizations have recognized they need to change. Structures have fundamentally changed. Many of them had huge, large change management programs to just engineer the change. And it was a huge in terms of, because the way people are used to a particular way of working. So think about it, many of these large organizations are 30, 40 years old, right? They're used to a particular process. People are wedded in particular way of working. This was a huge change. In Australia, if I take in context, a lot of the big ones in Australia, the change happened possibly 4 or 5 years back. Quite a few. I think if you're talking all the big banks, the telcos, the government in itself, quite a bit, which I've seen in some of the agencies and all. This happened 4 or 5 years back. I can't say specifically in other geographies so much, but I have to assume, but the flavor of this change has to be similar. Because if you really want to do a lot of initiatives fast, you want to take decisions, and every 1 month, 2 months, you want new things keeping on coming, right? This is the only way it can happen. The traditional way of working is not any longer there. So to answer your question, how have businesses evolved? I think there's been a significant change on how things are. The business and IT kind of divide, I don't think no longer exists. Yes, there are certain parts of technology, like the core technology support bits, which typically still tend to be kept separate, distinct, because you want to add the resilience, security, and those things which are still kept distinct and separate. But the projects changes which are extremely revenue or cost, when you look at it, it is moved into a new way of model, which is there.
Thank you, Ajit. Thank you for those insights. I believe that with changing technologies, definitely there's a need to future-proof the compliance strategies as well. To sum up this panel, before we could hand it over to our batch to ask their share of questions, what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a closing comment from all the panelists who are available here. And I'd probably like to steer the discussion to how does compliance or regulations, they impact the internal stakeholders. So while we understand that technology plays a crucial role, the human element is equally vital in ensuring compliance. So how do you emphasize the importance of a compliance culture within organizations, and what strategies do you employ to instill this culture among employees? So if I could get some brief closing comments from all the panelists, and I request if you could start with Ajit, sir.
Sure. See, compliance culture, if you want to emphasize, it has to start from the top, to be very honest. I mean, there is no shortcut to it. Where importance of compliance is to be emphasized in multiple ways. So if you ask us, it starts from day one of a person coming and getting inducted, and awareness of compliance implications and what is there, right? So when you look at it, it is that bit of the culture which has to start from day one, and it has to keep reinforcing on a yearly basis. The next bit which is important is you have to be on top of compliance. It's not a once off, okay, you train someone and that's it. It doesn't work that way. It's virtually every 6 months to 12 months, there will be something new which comes in, and you need to educate everyone on that. The next aspect to consider is the level of compliance knowledge appreciation differs for different roles and different folks when you look at it. Having that serious sense of what it is and where and who needs that is going to be important, because can you make lawyers out of everyone? Can you make everyone understand the deepest aspect of compliance? It's not practical, and it's possibly impossible. So it is that aspect of who needs and who needs to display and understand is going to be equally critical. The third thing is, how do you balance compliance versus cost? It's going to be a very important aspect. I'm saying it is there from the biggest of organizations to the smallest of organizations. So the question comes is, many a time you might take conscious business decisions that you know you're not compliant and possibly not perfectly compliant. And that's where I would like as emphasizing, it is about risk management. You need to emphasize the risk management of taking some of those decisions, and in organizationally, how do you take those decisions? It is not every decision can be done at the senior most level, right? At a project level, a project manager is taking decisions. The question is, how do you instill that risk management and the processes? Now think about when you have hundreds of projects which are going on, how do you do that on at scale? The risk management which has to be done and which is there. So it is, to summarize, it's a lot of work. One, it has to start from the top and you have to put a lot of effort, time and energy in it. But there is and it's a perpetual battle. It is never as if you feel that you ever arrived it on today or anything, because with the next compliance issue and then you'll realize there is a problem.
Right. Thank you, sir. Anand sir, would you like to add next? Sir, you're on mute at the moment. Yes.
Sorry about that. Let me put it slightly differently, right? There is this concept of command and control, right? Where the person who is commanding, once you make him comply, then everybody, it comes down to. But that's not how we experience the organization's work. And there's always a resistance. And that is what I earlier alluded to. Because from the ground level, there will be a massive big resistance. I mean, we were implementing SAP, which is standard, right? And there, everyone will throw it away, blah, and all that kind of thing. We had to bring in very heavy pressure, which was more or less like dictatorial, to actually get it running. Now, that is very expensive, right? What we are seeing, there is an opportunity, and here it's more of an imagination, you can say. See, earlier on, all these systems that we developed have been rule, or till now, have been rule-based. What it implies is that we know the rules, so we can program it, and that's how everything will work, the world will work. It will model itself. We'll design the schema, we'll do everything. But today, looking at what you have collected, the information from various areas, the program itself can evolve, yeah, and then adjust to the person that's being addressed to. That is what is happening now. Not in a big scale, yeah, and we are seeing in a very limited area. I won't say that it is so pervasive, but yes, and I think that is what will change. What happens is, let me give you just one scenario here. What if we have an algorithm which understands the regulation and keeps up with the regulation? It's not a team of lawyers, it's not, right? But the algorithm, if it does, right? And then there is a person who is cutting an invoice or doing some work, yeah? And at that time, that algorithm instantaneously tells them, hey, hold on, that's not right. You should do this way. So you don't have to literally force the guy or put it down his throat, say, hey, you have to follow this. No, he will learn. And that's how human beings learn. So this is why, and I'm hoping that that is where it will go. And to be honest, most of the time I was on the side of command and control, right? That's exactly what I had been doing, consulting large organizations, telling them this is how it will work. If the CEO doesn't agree, we will walk out, that kind of scenario. But now I feel that we have to look at it from a different way. We have to see how the compliance comes in. We have to feed to them. Like I said, that if the technology is going rogue, what can be done? Help the regulatory authorities. So maybe it sounds today like an utopia, but my personal feeling, and that is why I put my time into this kind of thing now, that we are going there. That's my view.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Charles, sir, can we get your views, please?
I just want to make sure I got the question right. So you're saying, how do you, when it comes to compliance, how do you ensure you get the entire organization aligned to around? I just want to make sure I got the question right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, and I'll try to frame it in the context of Asia, because this is a Asia Pacific conclave. If you go back to, I mean, a couple of points. One is the sheer diversity of Asia. I think it was mentioned earlier, and context needs to be taken in. If you look at risk-averse Singapore and a generally compliant culture that exists in Singapore, to drive organizational compliance on processes is a different challenge if I compare to me rolling that out in, say, Vietnam or Indonesia. And I can say that having rolled out, compliance-based projects, because you can't take away culture, who we are as people, as team members. And Asia, you've got advanced Asia, which is probably Australia, Japan, New Zealand, Singapore, South Korea, which operates in a certain way culturally as people, as teams. In Japan and South Korea, for example, it's top down. It's very, this is generation of thinking where thinking happens a certain way compared to, say, China, which is distinct, or what I would call emerging Asia, which is, Southeast Asian countries and, this what we call ASEAN countries, etc. And India is a different animal altogether when it comes to culture and the way compliance happens. So context and the appreciation of diversity is the starting point, in my view, to rolling out any compliance-based initiatives. It can't, and again, having worked in some large global organizations, one of the biggest mistakes that used to happen is where sometimes corporate teams would try to use the same stroke of the brush across markets, what works in North America or what works in Western Europe. And there would be expectations of things to get done in a similar way in Asia. And so we used to have some very animated pushback conversations, right? That it's not the same stroke of the brush because Asia is so different. So context, I would start with context. The second, of course, how you use technology, for example. Before the pandemic, I think the last big global shakeout was the global financial crisis that happened around 2010, 2009 types. And if you really look at the root cause of the GFC, as you call it, because obviously it was a banking system which led to the subprime crisis, etc. It was a fascinating discovery that was made was, you have in the financial institutions, you have credit risk and you have operational risk. And the finding was that the biggest cause of the global financial crisis and the contagion and how it spread was not so much of credit risk, but operational risk. It was the failure of the operating systems and the procedures, etc., which led to the whole mess that happened, which impacted the whole world. And so there is only so much that you can do without technology. And certain industries are more open to adopting technologies when it comes to GRC, as you call it, governance, risk, and compliance. And obviously, certain industries are slower to adopt. So these would be the my to summarize, one is the context, because you can't have the same stroke of the brush for every country, especially if you're looking at Asia. Second is the use of technology. And definitely the third one is there needs to be intentional effort in having a GRC posture. And again, I like to use examples, being a consultant as well. I was talking to one of these founders of a large conglomerate out of Singapore, and it's a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, and he had offices in almost all the countries in Southeast Asia. And I was fascinated that he would put different people in, this thing, but the country head of each role was always a guy who came from a finance background, a finance and compliance background. And I used to ask him, how does it work for you, especially when you need to be in certain places where you need to be outgoing and sales, because normally you put a salesperson, a sales-oriented or a BD-oriented person as a country head or the CEO. But he insisted on only having a person with a solid control function. And, of course, he owned the whole place. So, he didn't have shareholders chasing him, etc. So he could do that. But here's the thing. He said, Charles, you know what? For me, I need to make sure that my risk and compliance posture is robust. And out of that robustness needs to be growth. So, and of course, he grew slower than some of the others during the heydays of the last 5 to 8 years of funding, etc. But guess who's standing today stronger when the funding is drying up, interest rates are going up, and bad projects are going up? He is sitting pretty because his risk posture was so robust. So it needs to be very intentional. So these would be some of the points that I would want to say, Pranav.
Thank you so much, Charles. And I would like to thank all the panelists for their points shared on the topics that was discussed. I would like to make the most of the time that you're sharing with us and would like to open the batch with the questions they have ready for you. I would request the team in the classroom to please pass on the mics to the students who have the questions. Thank you.
Hello, sir. A good day to all of you here. I hope I'm audible. Yeah. So I'm Rishikesh, and I've worked in the automobile industry for about 5 years. My question to the panel is that is based on my own belief that government's role in the growth of technology should be as enablers and not as anointers of technology. And we sometimes see the blurring of these lines, especially with regard to the adoption of EVs, let's say, as the future of automobiles. And having said that, and also considering the introduction of our panel, where we discussed how regulators can keep abreast of the latest changes in technology, how can regulators sort of balance both of these, like keeping abreast with technology, but at the same time not becoming anointers in choosing a particular technology?
Maybe question addressed to anyone specific, or how is it?
Anyone can take a go on this, sir.
Maybe I'll take a punt at it. In my view is, see, regulators don't create technology. That's the thing. So first is that, at least I've not seen anywhere that happening. So can they be abreast? I think they really can. So when you look at across jurisdictions, there are certain jurisdictions extremely abreast, and there are certain jurisdictions which are extremely behind. Correct. So the question of being abreast, I think you can genuinely be abreast. And I think the technology as an industry takes a lot of pain to ensure regulators are abreast. So if you look at many of the big players and vendors and software houses, they spend a lot of time with regulators, quite a bit, when you look at it globally. So the key thing is you can be abreast of technology, but the aspect when you try to make regulation from technology and implication, that can take time. So what happens is many a time across countries, it is a conservatism of creating the law bit. It takes its time, and the process of it in many jurisdictions, it is a lot larger. So if you look at it, they put a bill, you need, in terms of people giving comments, getting feedback, you need to go through a process. So when you look at the core fundamental process of converting and creating a law in itself takes its time. So some part of it is, yes, regulators are behind. Some part by system and design, they tend to be behind because they have no choice. Even if they want to be ahead, you are stuck in terms of the normal rules and process to convert to law. In terms of actual experience of regulators trying to say this is the technology to adopt, at least in my experience, I've rarely seen it. I can tell in the Australian context, they genuinely don't say which technology to use or what to do. If a new bank is coming up, do they say these are the 5 technologies to use? No, they don't. They typically have a larger say in very fundamental technologies. So you take in a banking world, I can say the clearing system, or the payment system. Those are things which they typically regulate and own. That is where they normally have a say and this one, but otherwise traditionally they leave it to the consumers to do it. Do they influence? There is many a time an influence which happens. What does happen is, if a new bank is being set up, they come and say, I'm putting a license. They have to give all the information required for the various tech, what they're going to have. The regulator, and it is fair, the regulator feels comfortable if it is a software or something which they know has been used by multiple banks or multiple players. So there tends to be that intrinsic bias, let me put it, to established versus new. And that is there. But beyond that, in by law or obvious statement, you, at least in these jurisdictions in Australia, they cannot by law say, take this.
It's a very good question. So just take example of, say, aviation, how it is done there, right? You have got these bodies called FAA, EASA, and all that, one for European, one for American. Then you have CASA in Australia, you have got DGCA in India, and so forth. So it's all over them. But they all come together. The thing is, that body is constituted of experts in aviation technology, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is IT, whether it is what. But there is a group which is formed, yeah, and it splits into 2. One is to advise the legislation, that are legislators, to come up with the laws that can be then applied as compliant. And then the other body that is created is to make sure that you are compliant. And obviously the law has to very clearly define that if you don't do this, then what are the consequences, right? And this has been working very well for this industry. Right? And they have been at times roadblocks to even simple technologies. I mean, I don't know how many of you know that GPS was not used by aviation industry till, say, about 3 years ago, right? They had to use their own landing system and all that kind of stuff, which is ridiculous because the technology has gone way, way ahead. Now we are facing another problem because of Ukraine war, that these GPS can be blocked. How can you rely? So again, there is an expert forum which is discussing this and bringing that out. So this is a dynamic process which will continue. And in some area, and Ajit has put correctly, they cannot dictate. They don't dictate, use this technology or that technology. They are just setting up the boundaries. Now, unless until the experts are involved in that, you'll always find some or other issue. And with the new technologies, what happened is that there's a lack of expertise, availability of experts, so to speak, who could actually advise. So this is going on, but I would just say that taking the example of EV, there's a lot of work going on. I mean, and we should not just put it that in one area it will happen and another it won't happen. I mean, the managing director of General Motors has gone ahead and said, hey, we're going to go all EV. That's it. They are pulling back a little. Volkswagen is going out there, full EV. And then they have taken it on themselves to go discuss, collaborate with different governments because their market is global. And these technologies are not limited to one area. It has a global effect. So I wouldn't say, I mean, you have been in this industry for this long, great. And and you have come up with this question, which is also wonderful. But just looking behind the scene, I would say things are happening. And whether it will be in this form or that form, I mean, take for instance, EV related decisions which have been taken in Australia. Now the state governments have taken it on themselves that until so many charging stations are there, you can't just go and sell to everyone. Or you will have to provide this distances wise. Yeah, Tesla took it on. Not everybody could, but they're working on it. I mean, there's one state within Australia, this is South Australia, which has gone ahead, much ahead than other states. So things like that will happen. But yeah, this is how the regulations do affect, and they also comply to what the new innovations and technologies are coming. I hope I have answered your question to some extent. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. I think that answers my question.
Hi, thank you panelists for your time. It's been a very engaging session. My name is Nagendra. I worked in the energy industry for close to 8.5 years. So my question is mainly around the advancements in technological processes that we are seeing. They're attracting some sort of specialized regulations. On the other hand, we see generally firms with huge vertical integration where they control the whole value chain have some sort of competitive advantage. So what I want to know, in your opinion, is somewhere are these regulations kind of forcing these firms to outsource most of its activities, just to kind of handle the changing landscape in terms of, data protection, data privacy and all. It's to the whole panelists.
Okay, I'll try and attempt this. Again, this is such a big point of conversation because if you look at data, which is a big differentiator for any technology company, irrespective of how it looks like, there's a lot of data around, but proprietary data actually, believe it or not, is monopolized by a very few large organizations. The rest of the data going around is actually recycled data. And that's why if you really look at the valuations of companies, etc., there is something called walled gardens. And walled gardens really is the amount of data that is proprietarily owned by these massive organizations. They're talking about, the top 5, what used to be called FANGs, Facebook, Amazon, Google, etc. So now, removing, I don't know how long it's going to take, but reducing the stranglehold of these enormously successful companies from the ownership of that data is something that the regulators are attempting right now. And I think it's a very fascinating battle that's going on with certain regulators like the European regulators, who I think all of us accept are probably the strongest when it comes to enforcement, especially when it comes to antitrust. Because antitrust is where you have a regulator that comes in and says that there is a certain provider who has an unfair advantage because either the ownership of the entire vertical value chain within the industry or the supply chain or the ownership of the data, like in this case, what we're seeing. So I think it's going to be, you know, whether you look at industries where you've got people owning an entire vertical landscape, or people like Google and Amazon who are more horizontal and who seem to be owning almost everything when it comes to data, or Facebook, Meta, for example, the amount of data that they own. If you just include Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, and just the sheer amount of users on these platforms and the amount of data that Meta possesses and how it can leverage and monetize, it's crazy. So I don't think there is a sort of a, I personally do not believe that democratization of data, as you would call it, where the stranglehold of this, I think there are some initiatives underway where you have activist organizations and activist groups that are working with regulators to make sure the walled gardens are not as powerful. But time will tell over the next 3 to 5 years of into how much regulators are able to really, get some of these top guys to let go, because that's the basis on which they've become so powerful. That's their valuations in trillions of dollars is reason that one of the reason is because of that data that they possess. And of course, the governments, the regulators who in some way are associated with the governments don't mind that tax money, by the way, because some of that money comes back into the government. So there's a sort of a very incestuous relationship between regulators, governments, and industry and all this. So, but I certainly feel in the next 3 to 5 years, you will have certain governments going stronger. The Europeans are obviously at the forefront of it. The Chinese have another very interesting way by which they go behind anyone who gets too powerful. And they do it in a very different way. The Americans do it in a different way. Emerging Asia, how it does this remains to be seen. So that's the way I would look at it in terms of how these extremely, extremely powerful, vertically integrated organizations would be challenged in the near future.
Thank you. Hello, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to have a discussion with you. So I'll take this discussion more towards a specific company, that is Centralon. So my question will be towards Ajit, sir. And I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Parth Sethi. I've been working in sales for the past 11 years. I was a regional sales manager in a power tools company before I joined Excel. So coming back to the question, Ajit sir, I would like to ask that with offices in multiple countries, how does Centralon look to navigate the diverse regulatory requirements across different geographies? And if you could give us a positive example where Centralon's multinational presence actually helped clients navigating through the regulatory compliances, if that's possible. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. See, again, I think I had mentioned in the initial thing, right? We have to look at regulation impacting a company like us in 3 buckets. One is internal, second is customer centric, and third is absolutely working with customers, right? So when you're looking from an internal perspective, regulation in each country which affects the organization, which traditionally is there, you're talking your normal finance to HR to all those things, it tends to be dramatically different, to be very honest, at least all the geographies we are present. But the good thing is, in my views, the risk and cost of managing that regulation across these jurisdictions is tremendously coming down. So even for a smaller organization, it is far easier nowadays to go set up an office, do things, run things, compared to, let me take 10, 15 years back. Because a lot of things are automated, softwares are there, even actual regulators themselves, if you look at from filing to all those things, have become digitized tremendously. So technology in that sense is genuinely helped. I'm saying when I look at it from a small organization wanting to expand globally in a rapid pace, I think it's a huge plus when I look at it if I take 10, 15 years back. In a not 10 years back, only a very large organization could have had the scale to manage all these things in countries, which is not the case in the current scenario. But that being said, now come to the complex bit. Is on the customer side, which is there. Due to all these technologies which are there and the businesses we are in, we are also in the cloud business where we have products on the cloud and all that kind of stuff. The question that starts coming into play is, what are all the obligations and regulations which impact the customer, which you need to be aware, second, which you need to address. So these are very two different things. One is you need to be aware is a different matter, which is you can work with the customer and get things done. But you need to address yourself, especially when you're doing a cloud-based software and you're providing it as a service. Those obligations are something going to be very critical and how you manage it. And that's where security and all those bits come into play. And those are the areas where, if you ask me, risk is gone up, cost is gone up, and complexity is also going up when you practically look at it. As time goes by, there's nothing which can say, I can 100% say that is it fully compliant? No, or I might have all the processes, the methods and everything which is there, but still you can be hacked. That's the reality which is there. Now, I think the question you asked was from a sales side. I think, can you just repeat that question, the last one?
Yes, sir, sure. So the second part is, could you also support it with a positive example where Centralon's multinational presence has been instrumental in helping clients navigate regulatory compliances?
Absolutely. So when you look at it, especially in Australia, if I take context, many of the customers here want delivery and work to be optimized and done from global jurisdictions. But the sheer fact that we are present in so many jurisdictions gives them the flexibility and even a reasonable cost advantage, which does come in because we are present in so many jurisdictions. So hence, when you look at it, especially in an IT services industry, having that global presence, if you ask me, in the current world, is more or less become very imperative. I mean, otherwise you cannot compete quite a bit. So the question is, our model, having a global presence, having the global teams is absolutely important. And let me put it, it's a core value proposition, which is for us when you look at it for our customers, which we are offering. It's not as if it's an advantage. I'm saying it's a core value proposition in itself.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Mehek, and first of all, thank you so much for taking the time to interact with us. It's an honor to have you among us. So my question is, in the face of such evolving regulations, how do you as a CEO balance innovation and agility with the imperative need of also staying competitive? I mean, anyone can answer that.
I'll try this.
Thank you.
Let's put it this way. First of all, what comes to say me is that is our organization aware of clients' obligation towards compliance? Have there been any changes out there? Yeah. And then for us to understand whether the clients that we are going to working with, are they compliant themselves, right? We don't do an audit, but you need to get a feel of that, right? And then we muster our resources accordingly. So it's a kind of, you can say, get a feel, work with your experience, what we understood or what we know, how much we have kept up with these, and then gear our organization in such a way, and I'm being purposely a bit abstract in the sense that, you know, this person or that person or a sales guy or a delivery guy or a project manager or whatever. But at the end, we need to have a strategy. Yeah. I mean, if we are dealing with certain type of company, we have more or less, we have clear understanding what kind of compliance that they would be looking for, and they should be looking for. And the way we interact, we understand. Yeah. So to cut the long story short, our way of survival is awareness. How aware we are of what's happening out there.
All right. So from data being a friend one moment to turning into a maybe task the next. It's been quite the roller coaster ride with our esteemed panelists, hasn't it, guys? So on behalf of XLRI's GMP batch, we extend profound gratitude to our esteemed panelists for their enlightening presence and invaluable contributions. Charles, your emphasis on the critical nexus between sustainability-driven regulations and data mining in competitiveness was truly enlightening. Anant, your rich experience in software dealings, both as a buyer and seller, provided invaluable insights. Your elaboration on governance, compliance, culture, and the role of data in various industries was truly edifying. Ajit, your delineation of data into cost optimization, liability, and revenue impact buckets was discerning. Your nuanced understanding of data's multifaceted values added depth to our discussion. Abhishek, your insights into data's dual nature as a friend and foe in compliance resonated deeply. Your experiences at Savitro utilizing data to map farms, supply chain, and consumers highlighted its pivotal role in operations. So here we thank our panelists for the collective wisdom on data governance, compliance strategies, and navigating the evolving business landscape. Your guidance will definitely shape our ventures ahead. We eagerly anticipate staying connected, continuing to learn from your experiences and success. So thank you for being a beacon of inspiration and positive change.
Thank you.
It's our pleasure. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much,
All
sir.
the best.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, panelists.
Okay.
Discussion on navigating global shifts, sustainability, innovation, and economic power in the EMEA region. Today, we gather to explore the intricate intersections of sustainability, innovation, and economic dynamics within the expansive landscape of Europe, Middle East, and Africa. In an era marked by unprecedented global transformations, the EMEA region stands at the forefront of dynamic shifts, presenting both challenges and opportunities for businesses, governments, and society at large. As we delve into the heart of this discourse, we aim to unravel the synergies that bind sustainability and innovation and their profound impact on economic power in this diverse and strategically significant part of the world. The EMEA region, with its rich tapestry of cultures, economies, and ecosystems, is navigating a complex web of changes. Here we have esteemed panelists who are, with their expertise in their respective fields, will bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to this discussion. Let me introduce them. We'll start with Mr. Dan Leclerc. We are honored to introduce Mr. Dan Leclerc, a dynamic global leader with extensive expertise in higher education, currently serving as the CEO of the Global Business School Network. He is dedicated to improve access to high quality, locally relevant management and entrepreneurship education in the developing world. His role involves connecting business schools, companies, development agencies, and governments to enhance management practices and stimulate business creation in emerging economies. Formerly at AACSB, the accreditation governing body. Dan drove innovation for 1,600 business schools across 100 plus countries in roles like Chief Strategy Officer, COO, Chief Knowledge Officer. He led strategic overhauls and global event expansions. Recognized internationally, Dan has played a key role in creating a think tank, contributed to the UN's principles for responsible management education, and advised universities globally. On the boards of Nurture Higher Education, Positive Impact Rating, and Responsible Research in Business and Management, Dan continues to shape higher education. Let's welcome him. Next up, we have Mr. Rajesh Gupta, who is the CEO of Mahindra South Africa. He is set to join the XLRI's AVENSIS today as a distinguished panelist. With an impressive 25-year professional journey, he is a true trailblazer, showcasing proficiency across diverse industries and a knack for navigating complex consumer dynamics, business verticals, geographies, and assignments. His vision extends beyond immediate gains. He is a pioneer in driving business growth through innovative and trend-setting strategies. He is instrumental in establishing an assembly plant in Durban, triple production, and his efforts in localizing operations further solidified Mahindra's position in South Africa. Let's welcome him as well. Welcome, sir. Next up, we have Mr. Shaibu Padmanathan. He is the dynamic CEO of Infomap Global, based in Dubai. He is all set to make waves at this AVENSIS Conclave. With a stellar background in leading Infomap Global, he brings a wealth of expertise to the discussion, showcasing his strategic prowess and transformative leadership. As he takes the stage at this conclave, we anticipate profound insights from him, reflecting his commitment to innovation and excellence in the ever-evolving global business landscape. Welcome you, sir. Next, we have Mr. Rajiv Warrior. He is the CEO of T. Choitarams and Sons LLC, a leading food and non-food retailer and distributor in the Middle East. He brings a wealth of experience, having spent 9 impactful years at Sodexo Benefits and Rewards Services. His journey at Sodexo includes diverse roles such as CFO for the group, CFO for Central and Southern Europe, and ultimately serving as the MD of Sodexo India from mid-2012. His career began at SR Shipping, post-MBA from IIM Calcutta, and he navigated through various roles in notable organizations such as Rediff.com at CL BPO Services, Bharti Telesoft, and Epicenter Technologies, before joining Sodexo India as CFO in 2007. With a robust background encompassing business management, initiative launches, startup experiences, IPO in the USA, merger and acquisition activities, and expertise in finance, accounts, and legal compliances, he's poised to contribute valuable insights to this conclave discussion. Welcome you, sir. Lastly, we have Mr. Kumar Sankaran Iyer. Welcome you, sir. He's the co-founder, he's a founder and CEO and an award-winning executive coach and a trainer with 30 years of expertise in directing, managing, and advising on learning and development, behavior transformation, and organizational development. He is a certified genetic behavior analyst, TQM trainer, and an NLP coach and practitioner. His outstanding track record includes establishing and institutionalizing L&D programs, HR practices on skills and behavioral development, and achieving performance goals. His forte lies in championing HR strategy, setting organizational vision, and driving organizational culture. As an ACE executive search professional, he possesses a deep insight and experience in spotting and attracting talent, particularly in managing difficult to hire C-suite positions across the Middle East and African region. Welcome you, sir. And now we'll hand over to our moderators who are going to run the show for the session, Ms. Anukriti and Mr. Harshward. Over to you guys.
A very good afternoon to our esteemed panelists from XLRI Jamshedpur. Before starting, I would like to welcome all our panelists once again. I would also like to thank my batchmate Rakshit for such a wonderful introduction. We have a wide range of expertise here, from all the way from education to automobile, to consulting and FMCG. And my batchmates have given me and my co-host Anukriti and I 2 hours to extract as much knowledge as possible. So before we start, let me introduce the topic. It's navigating global shifts, sustainability, innovation, and economic power in the EMEA region. So just to start, EMEA region is diverse. It's huge. It has a large population, and more or less, it's still developing. And we know, as a global citizen, I truly believe that everywhere, even the darkest regions of the world, will one day be as bright as the streets of New York. And I believe that no one here believes any different. So before we start, we know that we all are going towards development. Development is inevitable. So how do we marry development with sustainability, innovation, and economic power? Economic power is on the rise. What we need to do is make sure it's sustainable, and what role does innovation play in it? I would like to request all my panelists to weigh in on this using their diverse experience. We'll start with Dan.
It's a big question to start the conversation with, I suppose, and I appreciate it very much. Perhaps not surprisingly, given what you learned about me in the introduction, I'm going to point to one particular area, and that's talent and the people that drive decisions in organizations and the kinds of things that businesses do. And if you ask me what we should focus on in the context of sustainability and development, talent becomes center stage. And that's it's important for me to emphasize that that's why I do the work that I do. I'm adjusting, sorry, my background. I like to see everyone rather than myself. Let me make sure I can get this set up. But yeah, the emphasis I like to place is that when we start from the people in the context, and we help people to drive solutions that are meaningful within that context, I think that's a good place to start. Where I think the tension is, when you talk about development and sustainability, is in the tension between the global and the local, right? And how we work together across borders to solve challenges, for example, environmental challenges that are not restricted to what happens within a border. And what that means, I think, is that when we think about the talent and we think about the organizations, we have to begin to understand the geopolitical. We have to begin to understand the systemic around business, not just the business itself, the industry it works in, but rather the whole system in which it is part. So I'm gonna pause now, because I hope that also gives something for the other panelists to take off from, or start completely from a different perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan, for emphasizing the importance of people in the process of development. Now, Mr. Rajesh, maybe he can weigh in on the topic as well.
Interesting. No, I really appreciate what Dan is bringing as an element towards a larger dimension of sustainability. And as we speak about this particular region, which is far more diverse and vast, I mean to say, if we talk about Europe or Middle East or Africa, they are kind of two different, very different, pieces in the entire scheme of things. And if we talk about Africa itself, it's extremely diverse in terms of the number of countries it represents. Having said that, I mean to say, it's important to relate a couple of things, and I feel very, very privileged to see myself in this room where you guys are there, who will be contributing to various other aspects that, corporates are trying to do in the world and live up to the responsibility of sustainability. Representing Mahindra as a group, I think some of you might have gone through our purpose which speaks about Together We Rise. It talks very strongly about driving positive change in the lives of our communities. And the core idea behind Mahindra is revolving around the dimension of sustainability, where we speak about that only if we enable others to rise, we rise. So that's a core idea, and I think if we relate with it more deeply, that's how the sustainability aspects comes in the picture. However, as I represent group here in this part of the world, and how we practice and how we make it, local, which is what Dan was trying to refer to. And I would like to bring in the element. When we talk about South Africa, this is one of the country where we have highest unemployment rate. It goes up to 32%. And for me to reflect on this piece where this dimension of sustainability comes in, I relate with only one singular aspect, that sustainability is sustainable only if it is scalable. And at this part of the world, if you're not thinking about bringing fundamentals in place like skill enhancement, inclusive growth, and moreover creating opportunities for employment, you can't talk about a long-term sustainability, because they become fundamental for anything that we try and do. And that's how we try and relate ourselves as a group, as a company. And the idea behind Mahindra in this part of the world, it revolves around that how do we nurture ourselves as a company who is more local. And we are talking about the challenges and the idea behind this country. And if we relate with the dimensions that we try and do, more our focus revolves around how do we enhance skill sets. And skill sets are diverse. It goes into multiple aspects. If you're touching on industrialization, there is a set of skill sets. If you're touching on another aspects, which is about retailing, where we partner multiple dealers of ours in this country, you talk about software skills, you talk about selling skills, you talk about technical skills. And then you talk about your own manpower, which is where your team is, which is our bringing enhanced level of expertise in dealing similar kind of environment, which others are trying to be part of it. So if I have to reflect and continue the dialogue as one of my fellow panelists has initiated, I think sustainability has a very large meaning. There is definitely a meaning of Together We Rise. And as a corporate, while we try and create and nurture different business models, keeping a factor of sustainability not into it is not a choice. Actually, that becomes your fundamental. And if you are not nurturing that fundamental, you will never be able to succeed in any part of the world. So it remains very, very critical. And I think it's an important question that we have started with. We can speak more about it, but I would like to pass on this particular opportunity to others to add upon it.
Thank you, Rajesh, for sharing your views, and specifically saying that localizing the context is very important. Shaibu, please share your views next.
Thank you. Yeah, I think let me take it from where Rajesh has left, actually, and to add more to what Dan has told. The economic growth and the sustainability goals. If you just leave it idle, it just looks like opposite, because typically the economic growth comes with margin expansions, creating more profitability. So basically, if you leave it alone, it focuses on bringing wealth to few or bringing wealth to pockets. And sustainability speaks all about inclusiveness, spreading the wealth across. So how can these two marry? So let me actually take one more element of this discussion where Rajesh has mentioned more about the other one. So let me say sustainability is only sustainable if it is inclusive in nature. So how to create an inclusiveness in terms of economic growth, and how to see that the private companies or the large corporations are creating business models which will not only foster economic growth, but also basically disperse the growth in an inclusive manner. So I just want to bring what we do as an Informap in terms of inclusivity while we create the economic growth process for our company. So we are basically into the transformation business, into digital transformation with a domain specialization in finance, HR, and IT. We partner with large clients. We take their work and try to increase the efficiency for them. While doing this, we get lots of work which we need to outsource it. So we basically have catered a pool of people all across villages who basically are upskilled, trained for discharging the duties or responsibilities where the clients are in Europe, Middle East, or Africa. So in that way, we are trying to be economically profitable as a company as a whole, at the same time disperse this progress to the remote of the villages where we create social impact, we create economic impact, and also create lively income for those people who are living in the family. And standalone, if you speak of all these geographies, whether it's Africa, where Rajiv is currently based out of, and I'm lucky to be currently based out of UAE, where you already have a diverse character and inclusiveness are very well noticed here. We are 150 plus nationalities working. So we may have to see how basically across geographies we can basically reap the benefit of this economic growth, which is very, very important, because unless we grow, unless the GDP grows, unless the prosperity comes in, we will not have disposable income in terms of spreading prosperity to the others. But at the same time, we need to focus as a company, as a business community, to see how this accrued income is dispersed among the strata of society where the poor or the middle class or the below level income lives in. So I again leave this topic for the next panelist to take it, where I say sustainability is sustainable only when it is inclusive. So over to the next panel.
You're muted, Harsh.
Yeah, thank you, Shaibu. Hopefully, through sustainable development, we can even lower the income gap that is being seen in a lot of developing countries. So next, can I just ask Mr. Rajiv to share his thoughts on the matter?
Harsh, I had some difficulty when I first logged in and I didn't hear the question, although I can guess the question. Can you just repeat the question if you don't mind?
So the question was that how do we marry innovation and development, sustainable development with growing economic power? Because development is inevitable. Regions will develop.
That's right.
So how do we do it the correct way? How do we make sure history doesn't repeat itself?
So I represent Choitrams, right? So Choitrams are established retailer and distributor in the Middle East. So we have a presence in the UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman, where we have grocery stores and we have distribution centers where we distribute to other retailers. So effectively, we are in the business of food and FMCG, right? A large part of it is food, so very kind of relevant to us. So for us, the way we look at sustainability can only be sustainable if it's business sustainable. So anything that you do with sustainability has to be cost effective and has to align with everybody's interests. So unless it aligns with everybody's interests and everybody actually collaborates towards making, making our region more sustainable, making business more sustainable, making human life more sustainable, it doesn't really work. So for us, I think we have worked a lot with, so in our stores, for example, we work on actually, we work with plastic, we work on reducing plastic, we work on introducing sustainable technologies in our stores. We power our power production through solar panels. So our largest warehouse in Dubai is completely powered by solar power. And we collaborate a lot with other suppliers like Unilever's and Reckitt & Coleman and Nestle, P&G, etc. So I think the important thing, the way I look at it, the important thing from a sustainability point of view would be that you bring in everybody's interests and you're able to make it economically work. If it doesn't work economically, it will not work otherwise. So I think small wins are extremely important. Bringing in all stakeholders, getting all stakeholders to align and aligning those interests and working together, I think has made a big difference to the way we've approached sustainability as a company. And I think from And in this region, sustainability is becoming more and more important. I mean, although the Middle East is a large carbon footprint, does produce a large carbon footprint, the Middle East is also extremely conscious about the fact that it produces a large carbon footprint, and it is time to kind of, move away from carbon. It has begun to encourage a lot of incentivizes, for example, solar power. It incentivizes other renewable forms of energy. And so in that sense, I think governments also have a very active role to play along with industry and consumers to really make this workable.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rajiv, for emphasizing the importance of collaboration and for finally saying that only if we acknowledge the problem can we go ahead and solve it. And now finally, Dr. Kumar Shankran, if you can share your views on the topic.
Very interesting knowledge share from such a lot of panel members, and I'm really happy to be here. And Rajesh said it's a privilege for me. I feel very blessed to be here. Starting from Dan and each of them, everyone shared their point of view with regard to sustainability. So, given the terminology sustainability, exactly what came to my mind, I looked at the environment, I looked at the Paris Agreement, I looked at all this, infrastructural requirement. I looked at the UN's, sustainable goals. All these, ring a bell. Are we into that? Is sustainability only that much, or is it beyond those particular goals? And even if we have those goals, how are we going to attain those goals in say 2050? We want to be a zero net zero kind of environment that we want to produce, and also we want to extend what we have been creating all through to the next generations or the generations which are yet to come. Now, I'm a behaviorist, having been a genetic behavior analyst. My point of view is more towards the individual, the man. Now, looking at this, sustainability is a fundamental human trait. When we look at this trait, how does this work? It's more to do with bearing, a tolerance or being put up with that, to have a hope, to be resilient. Now, looking at that point in view, sustainability for me is to develop that capability, that ability to sustain for the future and to do what we can do right now, currently. I'll add it up with a little bit of story. Amongst all of us, we have been busy executives. And this gentleman had a little boy, and he was busy working at home with his laptop. So his son, pestering him, "Dad, play with me," types and all that. So he got really, kind of really pissed off. So he took up a magazine. Random, he opened the magazine and pulled out a page from that and tore it into pieces and then gave it to his son. He says, "Go, now put this. This is a puzzle. Come back and stick it properly. I want to see what you have done." So he felt, okay, now I'm really, I can concentrate on my work more. 5 minutes later, this boy comes up and then he says, "Done." He stuck everything fantastic, and then he comes back. Then he says, "So how did you do it?" He says, "Okay, the father gave him a page which carried the globe, the world. So the boy said, I saw the other side of that was a single man. So when I put together the man, the globe automatically falls into place. So he stuck it together. So ultimately, we are all talking about individual sustainability. That's what is something very, very important and interesting. So my work has been into looking at and assessing the potential, capability of people, and as well as trying to put a stop into the competency gaps. That's what has been the research which is purely based on neuroscience and neuropsychology, and we use psychodynamics. And what we do is an advanced level of psychometric testing, wherein we don't ask a single question from the participant. We just use fingerprint images as data input to put up together a comprehensive report, which actually talks about the inherited behavior, which is what is very, very important. Now, how do we actually put in information to change those inherited behavior is what I look at as sustainability, for sure. So I believe the conversation is going to be very, very interesting as we move into the second stage of it. So I just want to leave my thought here at this point. So thank you very much, Harsh.
Thank you, sir. Anupriti, if you could take the conversation.
Sure. Thank you, Harsh. And thank you all the panelists for kickstarting the conversation with your thoughts and, in fact, laying the groundwork for the panel discussion. All of you touched upon some critical aspects such as broader perspectives, skill development, inclusivity, and collaboration with respect to sustainability. And all these points seamlessly bridge into our next point of discussion. So when we speak of EMEA region, there is a lot of diversity in terms of cultures, language, and how markets operate. So for businesses, it's important to not only understand the local details, but also to contribute to a bigger regional goals. And tailoring your business strategies to fit your local needs while also supporting the larger regional objectives is a bit of a challenge. So as we talk to all of you, we in fact all want to understand how your companies manage this balance, like making sure the strategies fit into the local situations while still helping with the larger goals of the region as a whole. Maybe Rajiv, you want to start?
Yeah. Thank you. You're referring to strategy as a whole. You're not referring to sustainability itself, are you?
No. So you definitely sustainability can be one of the aspect when you talk about the business strategies, but I'm talking about the business strategies as a whole, how you are fitting in the local needs and tailoring it to impact the regional as a whole.
Okay, so we are both a retailer and a distributor. So we're one of the very few companies that are both the grocery retail and food and FMCG distribution under one roof. And we have a presence in UAE, Bahrain, Qatar, and Oman. So what that does is that puts us very close to the customer. So because by nature of the fact that we are operating in 4 different markets and that we do both retail and distribution. So we meet the consumer directly, and we also meet the consumer through our customers who are, let's say, Carrefour, Lulu, etc., other retailers, right? So given that, and given the fact that we centralize our management over here in UAE, we are able to leverage our strategy to be able to better meet the requirements of each region. The complexity over here is, of course, the fragmentation of the market. So in Dubai, for example, we have 100+ nationalities, as Shaibu was saying. And, for each location, it's location. For retail, it's location, location, location. Location is what really matters, right? So where you are will really determine which customer segment you're serving. So you could be serving an American segment, you could be serving an Indian segment, an Asian segment, a more East Asian segment, right? So depending on what the segments you serve, your offering in your retail stores may also vary a little bit. While 80% of what we serve in retail would be the same, 85%, those 10-15% make the difference because you then try and customize it for the need of the customer in different parts, right? That's one thing that we do. And the other is, of course, staying close to the consumer so we understand what every customer needs. So we try and anticipate customer needs and fulfill them. We were among the early players we were probably the first grocery chain to launch our own e-commerce shopping platform in 2016. So from that point of view, we have tried to stay close to the customer, try to meet their needs. We have partnered with other marketplaces in e-commerce because we realized that customers needed to shop online, were comfortable shopping online. With the pandemic, of course, this increased tremendously. And this increased tremendously, and therefore we began to look at shopping as a way where every consumer can access Choitram in any which way, either through brick and mortar or through our own shopping site or through other marketplaces like InstaShop or Noon or through WhatsApp or through the phone or through Deliveroo, etc. So we tried our best to keep in touch with the customer by understanding the local needs of the customer. By nature of our business, it helps us.
Yeah, I think very well crafted. How you are tailoring is completely based on the consumer needs, and that is what is actually ever evolving. So
Right.
thank you for your thoughts. Moving on to Dan, what are your thoughts about the topic?
Thank you very much. I really like that point of Rajiv about being close to the customer. That's a big driver. And so I'll take a slightly different angle. And to do that, I think it's helpful to maybe just explain a little bit more about the work we do at the Global Business School Network, because in some ways your question is at the heart of what we do. We're a network of business schools around the world, about a little more than 150 of them, leading business schools that represent, I think, about 52 countries around the world, and we're growing. But the idea is quite simple, and that is that business schools, often focused very locally or regionally, working together globally, can somehow increase value and impact, right? That is, we could all make a bigger difference if we were to work together across borders and support each other, learn from each other, et cetera. So one of the things that I've often emphasized is that for companies, for example, having this combination of local and global, or at least regional, is actually an advantage. And the way I see that advantage is in terms of organizational learning and innovation, right? So when you're in a diverse set of places, to me, that's like having a diverse team. The different experiences, the different perspectives are a source of innovation. The trick is, how do you do that? How do you innovate in this context? And to me, the answer lies in push versus pull, right? So typically companies have been set up where the headquarters is where the new ideas are developed, right? And then we push those new ideas out to the markets. More and more, we realize that the source of new ideas is local. So our task then becomes, how do we learn those ideas, extract them, think about them in the hub, in the headquarters, but then push out as a consequence? How do we pull and then push into a marketplace around the world that in ways that stimulate and encourage and develop innovation? So I think it's not only what we learn locally and how we handle that, but then how do we take that learning globally and help other organizations, other units in our business to innovate? Thanks.
I think, yeah, that's a very valid point, and I love how you crafted it, that learn from the local, craft it, and then take it globally. So that's a very intriguing thought. Moving on to Rajesh, what will be your comments on this topic?
Interesting. I really appreciate some of the thoughts which are getting reflected, and that makes it very practical for the people who are actually trying to relate with this topic and maybe using going forward in their endeavors. So the way I now kind of connect the dots between couple of discussions, and one of the things, as we spoke about sustainability and leading up to business model and leading up to localization and these pieces, I just take a very different tangent at this juncture and bringing in aspect that when you try and reach out to a different country or a different market coming out from a parent organization or a parent country, the idea behind your business revolves around the fundamentals of commerce. If you are commercially viable, stable, competitive enough to gain mind share, then only you will be able to build further pieces. And to think around those dimensions, your entire approach is about the people staying over there who are actually buying the products and services. And when you try to reach out to them, every single person is being reached out by your competing set, because you are in a competitive frame all the time. And by that time, you have already conceptualized everything coming from your parent system, because not essentially you go to a different location with a complete new set of products coming from an automotive setup. I do use the same set of vehicles which are being made in India and being sold in India. But the job cut that I have is to make them much more attractive to the people in this part of the world. And when it comes that way, it becomes fairly more practical that you package it in such a way in the competing set, in such a way that not only you start gaining market share, but you start building upon it. And that's where the process of localization starts and innovation starts. And I'm taking one of the example, many of the products that we get from India, models that we get from India, we don't sell them as it is. What we have done here is we have set up our own special fitment center, as we call it. And we do a heavy localization on the aspects which are being perceived as better aspirational value or utility. So most of our brands which we have also have further brand extension, which are being locally designed, which are more practically suited for the need over here. And eventually by doing so, we also ended up creating another assembly line where we do only localization of various models that we have in India. So for example, one of the vehicle that we sell here is Mahindra pickup. In this part of the world, it is known as Bucky. And that's more of a lifestyle product here than what we see in India. And here we have localized it on the name, a brand extension of a Karoo. So Karoo is basically a very interesting part of South Africa. And it has been designed in such a way that it is far more practical for the people over here. And that came as a very strong factor for help us building the market share beside the local assembly plant that we have, we have got here, which is bringing closer to the requirement of the people over here. And it is making us sense in such a way that in last 5-6 years, we are the fastest growing company, automotive company in this part of the world. And in fact, we came out as the fastest growing company twice in 2019 and 2022. Now, I'm not trying to brag about what we did. What I'm trying to reflect upon is that if we are thinking very sharply around the local customer's need and building a business model, which is having a highest degree of local factor, then only you start building upon it. And that's how the commerce starts happening. So the one which is not scalable, is not sustainable, is the idea. And for that, you have to start getting into the local, and local. You have to think as if you're not part of India, you're part of this country or this part of the world. And that's where you start ending up doing a lot of innovation. Then you're not thinking around what comes to you as a company, global company. Then you start thinking that the global lineage of yours remains as your strength, but you have to develop your own expertise and know-how when you are trying to tackle a market. And there are various aspects of commerce which are associated to it, because businesses is all about global supply chain. While you're balancing the global supply chain and trying to sell something in a local market, everything then comes to a point where you have to create a sustainable commerce around it. So it's an interesting dimension. I really appreciated the way Rajiv has spoken about it and Dan has added around it. I would like to now pass on to the other panelists to further, maybe help other the people sitting on the other side of the floor to hear from us.
Definitely. But before that, amazing example of Mahindra South Africa, because I think there couldn't be any other better example of how you are focusing on Mahindra South Africa and linking it with the global goals of Mahindra as a brand overall. So thank you for that, Rajesh. Moving on to Shaibu, would you want to provide the insights on that?
Yeah, thanks. I think very interesting discussion. I think some of the elements have already been brought by the panelists. We are in the business of digital transformation. Okay, so even though we are in the EMEA, but we also have a large setup in India. We also operate in US. We also have a significant presence in Africa. And Africa, when I say we work in where Rajesh is working in South Africa, and we in Zimbabwe, Kenya, Malawi, etc. Why I'm saying this, even though we are in the business of digital transformation, the need of the customer whom I'm serving, for example, in Zimbabwe, is altogether different from the need of the customer in UAE or in London or in New York. Just an example to illuminate, like for example, I'm working with a client in Zimbabwe whose IT transformation need is basically managing the infrastructure. Okay, and ensuring that the antivirus, etc., basic stuff is catered. So that is the digital transformation for a company in Zimbabwe. And on the other extreme, we are working with a company in US where they are looking for our AI pods. Basically they want to see how AI is going to impact the manufacturing processes. So they are looking for a digital transformation in terms of futuristic prospects and how AI is going to impact the manufacturing processes. So why I have told this thing is that even though we have a regional aspirations, but the need, as I think Dan and followed by Rajesh and Rajiv all have mentioned, the need is local only. I have to, at the end of the day, I remember, I think, sitting with some of you in XLRI and remember still what Philip Kotler has said, the end game is customer is king. So we may have to see what the local customer is looking forward. Whether in Zimbabwe, what is the digital transformation for a Zimbabwean company? We need to cater for that. At the same time, we may have to see what digital transformation the European or the US company is looking forward. So while we have to have a global architecture in terms of our thought process, how digital transformations looks like at the global level, but the service delivery is always local, and we may have to find out some way in terms of integrating the local with the global. That means there should be a way in which the Zimbabwean company can also see a ladder going towards the AI model or the model towards the other extreme. But the customers are spread across from the Zimbabwe customer to the US customer. So my point of view is basically we have to have a overarching regional aspiration or the global aspiration, while we focus more on the local deliverables and the need to be sustainable in the business. If you give a template which is fit for US to a Zimbabwean client, that means the survival of the company itself is gone. So if you have to survive and sustain in this business, we have to be very closer to the need of the customer and have to make tailor-made products and services which basically serve that company's need and help the company to prosper and in fact grow within that domain specialization. That's one. And second one, I think somebody mentioned about the diversity. That's one of the key topic which is very closer to my heart. I think Kumar also is from a similar background. So till my last assignment, I was the global CHRO for a global company managing HR for close to 48 countries. So I know the diversity, how it's help in terms of delivering growth, because the globe has turned into a one entity. We in India call Vasudev Kudambakam. And actually the world is turned into one entity. And if we need to serve that world as one entity, we need to understand the culture, practices, processes, etc. of various places actually. And that is only possible if we have an organization built of a mix of people across globe and create a global culture which can basically serve the need of global community. We cannot have a template of India into Africa. And within Africa, I think Rajesh can help me out because I have traveled length and breadth of Africa. South Africa is different from Zimbabwe to Malawi, Mozambique to Kenya. And if you see the West African countries, they're all are Francophone countries. It's entirely different with respect to culture. We need to have a mix of people. Diversity is key to success if we have a global aspirations. So I leave it here now so that the other panelists can take it from here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Shaibu. Yeah, Kumar, you can go ahead.
Well, that has been a fantastic start. I think it's getting to be a middle order, kind of a batting level now. Most of us have had the experience in African countries. Though I don't, produce a product, or I'm not into retail or FMCG, but all my customers are having a global presence. They have their base here in Dubai or any other country, but they have a global presence and predominantly in Western African countries. And I have worked also in African region. So what happens here is, yes, summarily, when I look at the entire thing, it is culture is something that's what is very, very important that comes to me. Since I operate in the domain of people, and culture is what creates the sustainability in in organizations. We don't have the same culture as in the Middle East, which is in Nigeria, or if I'm working in Somaliland, or when I'm training people in Kenya, especially the Kenyan Port Authority or the Kenyan parliamentarians, which I've worked extensively with. So the culture is something that is very, very vital. So we keep in mind the culture, the aspects of the culture. Otherwise, what happens is, whatever you try and, you bring in processes, bring in programs or systems and whatnot, but the culture, if it's not going to buy, nothing actually is or can be sustained. I have had my own experiences. We have seen, things going afoot in a very, very short time when the culture was not, tried and tested. So sensitivity about culture, where we are playing, what kind of soil is it, and what are the norms here, and how does it work? So in keeping with the culture, we try and plug in, whatever changes that can be adapted to the situation. So this is like, who started with this, learning local and applying it globally. It works vis-a-vis also. We also learn from global, entities, and then we apply it otherwise also. So learning happens in a way that, we tend to get through to things and buy or sell cross-functionally. This is what is happening. I look at all this as an entity that is around this part, or maybe around the globe, and that's what I leave my thoughts with. Cultural sensitivity plays a very, very key role in terms of success of any business, and I'm sure people around here would also agree with me.
Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank you, Kumar. It was great hearing diverse industry perspectives and strategies for both local needs and global goals. But what was intriguing was that the common theme emphasized by everyone was understanding the local customer needs and the local culture to build upon for the future growth. So thank you, panelists, for all your perspectives. I'll move on the control to Harsh to start with the individual panel questions.
So my first question is to Rajesh, who already preempted my question and answered it. My initial question was, what motivated Mahindra to localize operations in South Africa? But since Rajesh has already answered that question, I'll move on to another question I had for Rajesh. So in your introduction, you said that South Africa has one of the highest unemployment rates in the world, around about 22%. And you also mentioned about engaging with the local communities. So my question is that how does Mahindra South Africa engage with local communities and contribute to social and environmental initiatives? Like, could you share some projects or programs with us that have made a notable impact?
Oh, thanks, Harsh. So the way I may like to bridge upon it. When we are trying to nurture a business model, it starts with the very fundamental thing of establishing a base and start becoming a trading entity, and that too profitably, so that you start paving the way for bigger business model. And when you start achieving a level of scale, you'll have to start investing back into the integration on multiple sides. In the management terms, we can talk backward integration, forward integration, all that stuff is fine. But it is not done the way we see as a word, right? So we don't do it as a backward integration because we are going to do a backward. That's not the idea. The idea is, how are you nurturing certain green shoots, which probably will become your strength of operations in a bigger way? So as we speak about having a plant in this country, it comes from a commerce requirement of commerce. It comes from a requirement of you being seen as more local. It comes as a requirement of becoming more trustworthy brand. It comes from a requirement of making an announcement that you are here to stay. And each has got its own imperative attached to it, beside the commerce. So commerce stays as fundamental because that enables you to further grow and invest into the process. But as you are doing these things, putting up special fitment center, associating with your channel partner, nurturing into training and development, building skill sets, they become part of your integration. It can be backward, it can be forward, whatever way you relate to it. You're just trying to build your base much stronger. And then you start realizing that as you are moving ahead to it, there's also a need of you becoming a responsible brand in the country. Because the idea around business is not minus the trust, a long-term trust and a partnership that you are building with your customers and the area where you're operating. And it also comes with the fact that whatever you are saying has to be truthful. And to bring that kind of truthfulness, you have to be partnering the challenges which government is also facing through. And hence, it becomes critical that you start taking up the projects which are the basic need of the country. So for example, every year we do a lot of investments in bringing the learners from those part of the society who are not capable to get those skill sets. So we put them into a learners program. Last year we had some 30, 40 people who were engaged into multiple projects. And under that, we keep on engaging them and absorbing them in multiple pieces, either at our end or our dealer's end. We do have a focus around education as a per se, and we do facilitate certain schools. We do come and participate in the process of technical know-how, skill set enhancement at our plant in association with our capabilities in India. So these are the pieces which we do, but I am relating again back to the factor that if you start leveraging the piece of a truthful partnership, authenticity, and a long-term association with the country, you're talking about building a deeper base, which is intangible but long-lasting. Your market share is always going to be a function of the mind share that you're building through the process, where you can keep on applying management concepts. But the fundamental is your commerce should be viable and sustainable, should be scalable, but by doing things which are giving you a long-term sustainability and growth in the country. And we take a lot of such projects, basis our appetite and our capability in books. And hence, at this point of time, now we can talk about 3 years horizon. We can talk about certain more pieces where going forward, we will further do a deeper partnership in this country, addressing the areas which are going to be of use for the people over here. So that's how, Harsh, I would like to summarize this particular aspect at your end.
Thank you, Rajesh. Now,
All right. Thank you, Rajesh. My question is for Dan. So, Dan, you have an extensive experience as the CEO of Global Business School Network, and you have actively contributed to the formation of UN's Principle for Responsible Management Education, which somehow links with the topic which we are dealing with today. and all your achievements are actually noteworthy. So, given your deep involvement in shaping the global landscape of business education, we would want to know from you that how these responsible management principles can be effectively woven into the business school curriculum, and how these principles can play a role in preparing the future leaders.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate the question. And just again, to continue giving context in terms of our role, different than others on the program, is really working closely with universities, and curriculum obviously is a big part of that. And maybe as a starting point, I can sort of widen our view about curriculum, perhaps. When most people think about the curriculum in a business school and a university, they often first go to content, right? So there's the concepts, the ideas, it's the methods. This is the content of the program. So if you want to learn how to calculate the internal rate of return, right? That's a specific piece of content within the curriculum. And in business, for example, when you talk about MBA programs, you talk about content across a wide range of subjects like marketing and finance, et cetera. But that's not the only thing that makes a curriculum, right? So I think 2 + 1 other pieces. Let me explain what that means. First of all, there's a structure to it, right? So how do we link the content together? And in a meaningful, a logical progression, right? How do you take one thing before another thing in order for you to take advantage of that? So the structure becomes pretty important. But there's also pedagogy. It's not what you teach, but it's how you teach it, right? So the pedagogy becomes also important. But now this +1 I've added because more and more I realize, especially given some of the remarks earlier in this conversation about, for example, culture, become important. I think of it, without giving it a formal name, as the center of gravity. You can call it the culture, if you will, that drives all of this, right? So, one of the things that I believe is that every business school needs something more than business as a driver for the way people think, right? And especially things like sustainability become pretty important, right? It's sort of, imagine a curriculum that's driven entirely by one way of thinking about the bottom line, and that is about profits, versus a broader definition of what the bottom line means, right? While at the same time, people at the front of the room or at the top of the organization, and the dean of a business school speaks about sustainability, right? So in your finance class, you have case discussions that are driven primarily by how do we achieve greater profitability, potentially ignoring other factors that might be pretty important, right? So the culture of a business school becomes really, really important. And one of the things that not only myself, but many other leaders in our industry believe is that while businesses have become more purposeful about culture, business schools and universities haven't been as purposeful about culture. So it's not just the content, it's not just the structure, it's not just the pedagogy, but it's also the culture in which we learn and the overarching drivers that help shape decisions over the longer term as well as the shorter term. Now, just going back to content, you can make a case, obviously, for example, content that's more systemic versus organizational. With respect to structure, one of the things I believe is if you're going to make a difference for example, in building more inclusive and sustainable organizations through learning, that you should flip the structure a little bit. And instead of having all these courses like finance, marketing, et cetera, and then trying to integrate them at the end, why not try to develop some more integrative problems for students in the beginning, so they begin from the start to think more integratively? With pedagogy, I think experiential matters, especially in a local context, right? How do you get that kind of application that helps us to understand on the ground what these different concepts means? But overall, I think one of the big pieces that universities and business schools can do better is to think about the whole and the culture, and to drive that into the decisions. And I think this was emphasized by many in the context of business already. I just want to emphasize it in the context of business schools.
Well, you have articulated that perfectly. And as a B school student myself, I couldn't agree more. So all in what I can do is hope that the business school curriculums actually incorporate this responsible management practices very soon. Thank you, Dan. Harsh, you can move on to the next question.
So Shaibu, my next question is for you. So especially in a B school landscape, digital transformation has become sort of a new buzzword. Every company wants to digital transform. Every company wants to use AI. Every company wants to evolve. But people don't shed light on how digital transformation actually accelerates sustainable and inclusive development. Or even does it do it? Does digital transformation help companies become better rather than just bigger? So maybe you can shed some light on that. You're muted, Shaibu, you're muted.
Thanks, Harsh. So, the digital transformation is not only a buzzword in business school. I think it is across world. Now these AI and the deepfake videos coming in and lots of discussion going around. So people are basically now started discussing about the good and bad about transforming the business and digitization coming in. But I just want to go back and say that if I think there are close to 17 UN sustainable development goals actually, and when they declared the 17 sustainable, they said most of the sustainable development goals can be achieved through digitization. Now when they say that actually, so I may be you may be wondering how it's going to happen for digitization. So let me bring some examples actually which you people can understand better. Like in India, if you see the QR code based payment mechanism, is a digital transformation. And similar is there in M-Pesa in East African region, and similar is there in the West African region, where the digital transformation happened in the payment mechanism through small QR code. Such a vast country like in India now is going towards a cashless economy, primarily through a digitization backbone. And it not only actually brought the changes in the way we look at the currency management, but at the same time, it also have taken the bank account to the poorest of the poor. Today, I think from you people, Indian context, a vegetable vendor also use QR code with respect to transaction of the day-to-day product buy and sell. And similar is the case with Nigeria or in Kenya, where people use M-Pesa or similar product. So digitization can basically not only transform the entire segment where the digitization is happening, but also it can be used for inclusiveness. As I told you, the examples of a bank account reaching to the poorest of the poor, and the vegetable vendor basically using the payment gateway for transaction. So it can basically take you, and the social schemes of the government can also come to the last mile. So just want to bring that digitization can be one of the prominent way of achieving the UN Sustainable Development Goals. If you see the poverty eradications, the employment generation, upskilling, all those places, digitization can take a long way. But yes, it have a long bad effects also that we can discuss at a later stage. But now, how companies like us, to be coming to a specific question, how companies like us are basically complementing the business in terms of digital transformation. So that's, I just want to quote what Rajiv was mentioning. I think sustainability is only sustainability if it is cost effective. I think what Rajiv was mentioning. So I think we as a company is basically partner with companies in terms of their sustainability journey. We partner with them in terms of digitization, which effectively bring down their cost, improve efficiency, bring scalability actually. So what happens is essentially it improves the margins. We operate in large economies like European economies and US economies and Middle East, where the cost of employment itself is very high. At the same time, the overall cost has gone up multi-fold, primarily because of geopolitical scenario, you know, the war and other things. The interest rates have been going up through the roof, and I think every quarter we are seeing a 40 to 50 bips in raise in the finance cost. So we basically partner the companies and digitize their processes, practices, and bring down the cost side of the businesses and help them to be competitive in nature. So that is how we complement the businesses to survive, sustain, and which have a cascading impact on employment generations, upskilling, etc., etc. So digitization is key in terms of creating a long-term sustainable solution for survival of the business to be more competitive and to be more profitable. At the same time, the examples what I've quoted is very, very important, that if we have to reach these prosperity to the last mile, we need to use the digitization processes like the payment gateway or maybe another way so that we make it more inclusive with each other. I think I'll leave it here, Harsh, and then we can discuss later if we have more queries.
Thank you, sir. Anupriti?
Sure. My question is to Mr. Kumar. So, Kumar, as we speak of sustainability, mostly it's associated with the business strategies, organization, and its goals. But with your extensive experience in the human resources, focusing on talent, training, and performance management, we are curious to know how plethora management solutions under your guidance contribute to building capabilities that align with the sustainable business practices. And if there are any challenges which your organization have encountered, we would love to hear about them as well. You're on mute.
Yeah, that's a very interesting question and also, challenging kind of a question. Now, how do we cater to sustainability in terms of helping the client organization? See, the vision that with which we operate is providing tangible solutions for intangible challenges. So the intangible challenges often arise out of people concept. And that's the very important aspect of every business, as we know. And so here is where our contribution comes into, as we try and see what best we can do in terms of contributing to the client's requirement. So also keeping the equilibrium or the balance between the two factors. I have learned one thing very, very clearly throughout my experience in HR. You need to have a balance. You need to balance between the employee and the employer. This is what is fundamental. And in case if the person holding this chair doesn't have that backbone to balance it, then it becomes a disaster. As a consultant or as an advisor to various boards, also I practice the same thing. So here and where we come into picture. Now, sustainability, when we look at people processes, comes in many ways. Beginning with what do we identify as talent? How do we identify talent? What is our requirement? What kind of systems is that we are looking at? A person with two hands and head, the brain, and what is his behavior? What are we looking at? And what is he going to contribute into this whole thing? And that's where we start. So I think this is a continuous process and it gets evolved over a period of time. There is nothing that can actually put in a grammar or a kind of a dictionary that we can resolve the people process in terms of sustainability. And that's where the challenge lies. So each client is different. Each client on the both side, whether it is a corporate, whether it is a multinational or an individual who comes in into play in terms of as an applicant or as a participant in a training. Everybody is a client and everyone is different. So looking at all that, it's a plethora. Once again, it's a plethora of all kind of challenges as well as opportunities that we look at to learn and try to balance. So that's where we are into. So I want to leave it at that.
Thank you, Kumar, for expressing that brilliantly. Harsh, you may go next.
My last question is for Rajiv, and it is sort of a culmination of all the questions you've already answered till now. So you already answered that Choitram has a presence in diverse regions of Africa, multiple countries. So and also that Choitram is leveraging technology to enhance the customer experience. So how is the company integrating sustainable practices throughout its food retail operations? And are you guys doing, if you do potential mergers and acquisitions, do you look at the sustainability aspect of it, or do you just go for localization?
Okay, that's a good question, Harsh. Thanks. It's a little complicated as well because you're asking me to look whether we look at sustainability when we're looking at potential acquisition opportunity. But let me answer the first question first, which is what we do for sustainability. So we have implemented several energy efficiency initiatives in our offices, in our stores, in our warehouse, right through LED lighting, HVAC, air conditioning, refrigeration, etc. We have solar panels in our largest distribution center in Al Quoz in Dubai, which powers a million square feet of space and warehouse and storage. So there's a lot of stuff. So everything that we supply to all our customers in the UAE, all of that is driven by systems that are largely energy efficient. Beyond that, we have taken sustainability outside the boardroom and into every employee's mind. So we work a lot on developing or getting employees involved in sustainability in a big way. So we have cycling drives. We have recycling drives in our stores. We also have recycling drives in our office where we get employees to come in with their plastic and other things that they can come and give, and then we give it for recycling, right? So we work with that. Beyond that, we also, from an inventory point of view, we have implemented auto replenishment in all our stores. And that really helps us to ensure that we keep our shrinkage as low as possible. Well, it's a food business. So typically with food, you have shrinkage, you have expiry, you have products that have a life of 3 days, 5 days, 8 days, 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, 1 year. So it's very important to ensure that we don't have waste a lot of food. So reducing food waste is an important aspect, and we work on that. We also donate food through the UAE Food Bank to prevent food from expiring, right? So we're reducing so we have objectives around reducing landfill, reducing food waste, and we work on that. Beyond that, we're also developing our warehouse management systems and an EWM within our warehouse in order to ensure that we that we are able to best manage our inventory. We have significant inventory in our warehouses. So managing that inventory well, managing expiry well, ensuring that customers get the right products at the right age, the right, is extremely important and is a critical part of our business. So we try and ensure that we also reduce our food wastage by a very significant amount the last 2-3 years. So yeah, so I think, does that answer your question, Harsh?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think I would like to thank all the panelists for answering the individual questions. And as curious as we were, our batch is equally curious, and they have set up a line of questions for you guys. So yeah, maybe I'll hand over to Rakshit, and Rakshit, maybe we can ask the batch to start the questions.
Thank you, Nukriti and Harsh, for leading this kind of discussion. And thank you to our panelists for sharing your insights and opinions as well. Now, as we take the questions from the batch, I'll request one of the volunteers to let the questions be flown to us.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you to the extremely knowledgeable panel to come here and discuss with us regarding this interesting topic. So my question is to Dan Leclerc. Hi, Dan. Thanks for coming and giving us the time. So my name is Rohit Kumar, and I have an experience of almost 8 years in oil and gas industry. I had a good fortune of discussing about talent with CEO of an HR consulting firm, and he said that in future there won't be scarcity of resources as much as such, but there will be scarcity of human talent. That was a very interesting note from him. So I would like to know, if I put this in context to emerging economies and developing countries where we don't have any dearth of young people, but we do have dearth of young talent. And coming from an educational sector, how do you see this as a challenge in future? And converting those young people, giving them affordable and accessible management education, because we know that management education will be critical for our sustainable transformation. Thank you. Hope you heard my questions, right?
I did. I did.
Okay,
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar. I appreciate that. And you brought together a lot with that question. And I do want to also try to unpack what you said a little bit before I get at the heart of your question. First of all, I don't necessarily agree with your colleague in oil and gas. I do think it's not just the scarcity of human talent that we need to deal with, but we have a finite planet, and it is one that we do have to worry about moving forward. And as many more important people than I have said, there's no jobs on a dead planet, right? So I want to put that out there from the start, that we do need to think about our resources and the way they fit together globally and locally. I was just in the Amazon, for example, and some people might describe that as the lungs to the world, right? The way we think about the Amazon rainforest and the water resources and things like that have a pretty big impact on the way we think about our future in business. But that said, I do think, as you might expect from the business that I'm in, that talent and its scarcity is really the most important, from one perspective, driver, from another perspective, hindrance on developing more inclusive and sustainable communities. And that's sort of my version of growth, right? It's sort of how do we build more inclusive and sustainable communities, and access to education, as you might expect from that, is an important factor. It's one of those things that, from an SDG perspective, that drives a lot of other SDGs, just like health is a pretty important driver of education. So these things are all connected. But now to your question about accessibility. This is at the heart of what we do at the Global Business School Network. In fact, our formal mission is to improve access to quality, locally relevant management education, and in particular for the developing world context. So when you think about a mission like that, and you think about technology, for example, think about MOOCs. MOOCs don't get a lot of publicity today, but these are massive open online courses, right? So when you think about MOOCs, and you think about the mission of GBSN, wouldn't you have expected the problem to be solved? Right. So imagine a course on finance, let's say, that everyone in the world could have access to. And it's taught by the best professor in the world. It's who happens to be based in the Finance Center in New York. And why wouldn't that solve our problem, right? So technology, you would think, is a way for us to solve the problem. Now, what's missing with that? It's, if I'm in Nigeria and I take this course from the professor based in New York, who's using case studies on New York-based banks and businesses, or even US-based banks and businesses, how much am I going to learn that helps me in the context of Nigeria? Right. So the big challenge that we have is the local relevance. Now, how do you achieve that? Right. So how do you leverage technology, right, to, for example, to deal with our question? And that's the heart, right? I mean, when you think about the world today, the grand challenge is, how do we do things that work, right? Education that works, right? Harvard Business School, you could argue, works, right? But how do you do things that work and are accessible? Right? So Harvard Business School works, we could argue, but it's not very accessible. MOOCs are really accessible, but one could argue don't work very well in context. So this is the grand challenge, isn't it? Right? How do we do things that work locally and are accessible? And for us, that means really three things, right? So how do you deal with this? One is, we need to develop more localized content. We need more case studies about Nigerian businesses that are run by women, right? Because that's what we need to be able to understand and address. We need cohorts that are formed in a way that help Nigerians learn from each other, even if the content is not specific for them, right? So it's about who we learn with. And then finally, it's about the experiential. So the MOOC can work if we're able to develop local experiences that help with the application, right? Local content, local cohorts, and experiential opportunities. That's how we deal with this particular question. And that's why schools working together creates this opportunity. Now, before I end, I want to point out that when I came into this role, a lot of people said, this is really great for you, Dan, given what you care about, and especially the impact of business schools, right? But they also said that, it's also great because you're going to be focused on a part of the world where the age demographic is favorable, right? In the sense of a lot of young people, right? But as I reflected on that, I realized that that's an understatement or an underestimate about the impact of business schools. And what I worry about is that if we focus only on young people and not on the lifetime of employment, what we like to call continuing education, whatever you might want to call it, the old view that you get all of your education up front and then you reap the benefits throughout a career, that's out the door, right? The way things change today, we need to continue learning and adapting, right? So I use that as an example sometimes. If we're talking about BPO, if we're talking about back office kind of operations, where there's a lot of employment in a country, take not only India, but places like the Philippines, right? And we're building chatbots in our classrooms, right? There's a tension there, right? These chatbots put people out of jobs. So how do we develop and how do we upskill, reskill, all those kinds of things over a lifetime? What role can business schools and universities play in that? That's pretty important when you think about the world that we live in today. So it's not just education for young people, it's about education throughout the career life cycle.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. That's answers my question. I hope that, you talked about MOOCs. There are many such open platforms for e-learning nowadays. The other challenge, probably solving the accessibility challenge is that whether industry or corporates accept those, education. So I hope that also is, slowly and gradually the people in the industry accept that. So over to the next question. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you, Rohit. So first of all, good afternoon, panel members, and thank you for such an enriching discussion. My question would be open for all the panel members, but I would request Shaibu sir to actually give the opening comment. So my question is about inclusivity. So as most panel members touched upon inclusivity as a mode to sustainability. And one of the aspects of inclusivity, as we know, is financial inclusivity. So taking reference from one of the report from Oxfam that says survival of the richest, they presented on World Economic Forum, January 2023. So the report highlights that richest 1% bags nearly twice the wealth of the 99% of the rest of the people of the world between 2020 to 2022. So the point is, what are the gaps that are leading to this disparity, even after corporates and government committing towards the inclusive development? And what do you think can be done to make the development even more inclusive going ahead? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think it's a very, very interesting question. Yeah. You know, see, we are talking about two things. One is basically the prosperity side, which is the economic development, which is very, very important. And the other side, we are speaking about the inclusiveness. That means we need to take everybody together. You know, so we have two sides of it. One is the, if you see the, I just want to quote a few things from the, I think, Economic Summit, I don't remember which one, which mentioned about the inclusiveness of the PPP model, actually, which we'll discuss. I'll tell a few things about that. See, the one side, the private sector, which is more the objective of the private sector, except the NGOs, are creating basically the shareholders' wealth and the profitability for the company. So that is the primary objective of their primary objective. And then the subsidiary objectives comes, which is like the sustainable goals or whatever you want to create inclusiveness. These are, you know, whatever said and done, this is what the structure of a private company is, because unless they create profit and shareholders' wealth, they cannot survive. On the other side, the policymakers or the governments across the world, their objective is basically the inclusiveness, actually. You know, their objective is primarily origin from the inclusiveness, so that everybody get prosperity, everybody get the basic income to survive, everybody get food, etc., etc. Now, how to marry this? Because the government don't have enough income in terms of giving the equal inclusiveness to all. At the same time, the private companies are making money. So as a result, over a period of time, if you don't involve and allow this to go the way it is going, naturally, the wealth will be basically focus and will go to the few of, in terms of what you mentioned, 5% or whatever is that, and the remaining will be excluded. So I think, so we may have to create a model whereby the wealth is distributed, actually. So that is where I think the last economic forum have suggested that if we need to create a world which is more inclusive, we need to create a PPP model, which is private public partnership. So there is a private sector who basically create the wealth in terms of shareholders creation. At the same time, there is a public sector, which is a policy creator. So we need to have a PPP model whereby the private sector not only focus on creating a value for the shareholders, but also start thinking like policymakers. And we need policymakers on the other side, whether it's government or the governing bodies or the policymakers, who not only basically focus on policy making, but also start thinking like private companies. So what is the benefit of this is basically they create the governing structure, or the public sector will create policies in such a way that they also incentivize the private parties in terms of creating wealth, and then actually do the segregation. And similarly, the private sector will start generating profitability in the areas where the policymakers are giving incentives. I think there are so many PLI schemes which has come in most of the part in the growing economy, which basically help the companies to take the PLI benefits, at the same time help the government in terms of segregating the wealth to the poor, actually. So I feel the best model, even though it is very easy to say the PPP model is the best model, but there are lots of difficulty in terms of implementation of those model, actually. But the last summit of economic summit, which has happened, clearly mentioned that if you need to clearly establish the UN sustainability goals, PPP is the best model in terms of implementation. So I say that I just want to conclude by saying that if we don't do any intervention and leave the way it is currently, then we are in the trajectory of moving the wealth towards fewer and leaving the rest behind. But so we need to have intervention from both the side, the private party, who has to see the mindset not only of making money, but also have to change the mindset in terms of how the policymakers are thinking. And similarly, the policymakers also have to start thinking how we can incentivize the private sector so that they also basically contribute towards the common cause of inclusiveness. I think I leave it and leave it for the next of the panel, the rest of the panel to add more.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Rakshit, just if I could add. Sir, I think so you very well summarized the whole answer. And I think so the development make more inclusivity and more sustainability, because we are finding right now approximately 1.7 billion people in the world are finding it difficult to even make the ends meet. And in the longer term, we might shrink our customer base, and which would actually make for the corporate sustainability even more difficult. So I think so going ahead, the more the inclusivity, more with the development and sustainability. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ajay. Next question is by Deepak. Deepak, you can go ahead.
Hello, my name is Deepak Maharana. First of all, I'd like to thank all the panelists to share that they shared their valuable experiences and time with us. So my question is to Mr. Saibu, sir. So this is related towards two very distinct strategic dimensions, that is exploration versus exploitation. So do you see that in such a fast-paced world, at least in the business spaces where the clock speed is really high, do you see that is it a real problem that is technology, after being successfully explored, gets outdated before it is successfully exploited? Do you think that is it a real problem? If yes, then how to address it?
So if I understand your question correctly, so you're saying that technology is innovating very, very fast. So is this getting outdated, or do you want to also see impact of that?
It is getting outdated before it is exploited sufficiently.
Okay, okay.
Yes.
Thanks for the question. Very interesting. And I would like to bring another element to that question also, maybe which I would like to answer while I discuss. Technology is going to be very, very fast evolving. And that is why that is how the nature of the global technology is that, we started with the computer. Within no time, we have evolved in the next 10 decades. We have seen that the world has actually concentrated on one small mobile phone. Actually, everything is available in that. Now people are thinking even mobile phones are not required. The thinking ability is not required. The AI will take care of that actually. So technological evolution will keep happening actually. But what we have to see is that whether these evolutions are positively impacting the larger mass, or it have some negative impacts. So that is where we need the focus primarily, because improving in technology. If you see the examples of the banking system, what I mentioned actually, the QR code based. When from the traditional register based banking, how difficult it was to access, it has moved to computer. And within few time that network banking has started, and then you have app banking has started, and then you have QR code banking has started. Before the maturity of each of the growth of each of the cycle, the next leg has already taken care. It's similar in the telecom speed. You say 1G, 2G, 3G. Now we're thinking about 5G rollout, but before that 6G has already been a talk actually now. So all this is going to happen now. But what I'm saying, whether these penetrations are happening across, I don't know how many of us across world have used 1G before the 2G, 3G have come in. So we may have to see that this technological advancement is happening eventually, actually, across the globe. Whether people are getting the opportunity to actually take this technology is more important. So that is where I'm again telling that the PPP model, which I've discussed, actually, the private public partnership, actually, where the government is the facilitator who can basically penetrate it to the last mile. Just for example of COVID and how fast we have basically used the video conferencing technique. I remember in 2020, so I was basically CHRO for a company which was managing 48 countries, and on a month I used to travel 20-25 days actually. Because the meeting can only happen when you travel. That was the mindset actually. But with COVID coming, all of a sudden we have migrated to Microsoft Teams or something else actually. you know. So technology really has helped in terms of before that also the teams were there, before that so Skype was there. I tried my level best to implement that and bring people on top of that so that we bring the cost of the company, but it has never happened actually. Okay, and then the Skype has moved to Teams and it has progressed, but the inclusivity was not there. As a result, everybody was not using. But the moment the COVID came in, the realization came that we cannot move, and then the technology got adopted actually. And then now we are having this global conference also on Teams, where Dan is sitting in some part of the world, Rajesh is sitting in some other part. I and Rajiv is sitting in Dubai, and we are basically having a chat as if we are in the same platform. This technological advancement have happened very fast. So whether this is good or bad, because earlier the mobile technology came in and the screen have come in, then now we are thinking about a new technology where we can see people in 3D dimensions actually. So technological advancement is good. What we have to see is that these advancements are basically inclusive in nature. For that, we may have to actually work not only as a private sector, but also the governing structure of the public sector, and have to have a model whereby each of the technology is not only leveraged by the influence people who can basically get access to it, but also have to penetrate the way we have basically penetrated the M-Paisa or the QR code based payment mechanism, which has reached to the last mile. Whether the technological advancement can be used in such a large scale and the penetration can happen at the last mile, which will not only give the benefit to the individual in terms of transferring the social schemes, etc., but also will help the people at the last mile to connect with the global know-how what's happening actually. Today, I see in some of the countries like in Nigeria, Kenya, people at the remote villages have the access to internet and can basically access the contents of whatever is happening in Harvard or Wharton or wherever on XLRI. If you want to access to some cases, they can do that actually. The traders, I think we do the global trade. That earlier the trade mechanism was the traders used to know what is the price mechanism, and the discovery of the trade used to happen through the information which they have. But now, because of the penetration of internet globally, is everywhere it's available. So what I'm saying, it's have good, then good. It's have more good than bad. We can keep speaking about this, but just to conclude by saying that yes, technological advancement will have the pace at which it is happening. I mean, it will increase the pace. Whether it is exploited completely or not, that is the model which we need to evolve actually. You know, the PPP model or any other model we need to evolve, which will ensure that the technology which has come in easily penetrated and gone to the last mile. I hope I'll conclude with this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Next, we have Krishna.
Good afternoon, all panelists. Thank you for this insightful session on sustainability and also the relevance of sustainability contextualizing to the local geographies. So my question is a bit generic, but my question is to Rajesh, sir. So of late, laws of the land are making sustainability as a mandatory exercise, be it compliance or be it in terms of reporting. So do you think like in this era where ESG is gaining prominence, we need to move ahead from sustainability? Like companies are resorting to greenwashing, which is the recent phenomenon in sustainability. So do you think like sustainability should move beyond the compliance aspects of it, or just looking into regulatory aspects and catering to that?
Very interesting question. I think what you're bringing in is multiple parts of business strategy. One of the business strategies remaining compliant to the law of land. A very simple way of doing the business, where if government says that you have to manufacture Euro 4 engine, you are manufacturing Euro 4 or Euro 6. And at the same time, trying to see as a second part of strategy where you try and bring in, which brings cost efficiency or time efficiency, and you bring certain factors like, eco wash, which essentially might be coming because of, water becoming costlier or whatever. And you do that and you try and convert that as a competitive edge, speaking around it. And third is where you bring in an element of the benefit to the customer and converting that into a competitive edge at the marketplace. So the way we see world around, and the example for third, just to make it the point little more sharper and clear to you, what probably Tesla might have done to automotive industry is one way to relate what I'm trying to put across. And we know that the world is moving towards alternate fuel options. Internal combustion engines are going to have a very serious competition coming from various alternate fuel technologies, including electric vehicles or maybe hydrogen cell vehicle or those things. So in any given circumstances, sustainability can be used in a multiple ways. It depends upon how you have started seeing the approach towards the business, because finally, whatever you will try and do has to relate with the commerce. And my way of, putting across the answer to you is that the smart businesses, as we are seeing across the world, and as we're talking about AI, we're talking about other such developments happening on nanotechnologies or various other kind of developments happening on multiple kind of battery solutions, storage of electricity and other things. Each will start having a different kind of life cycle. As you enter into EV, we have seen multiple phases, and what we are seeing now is a different phase, and in each phase you will see an element of sustainability settling in from the compliance point of view, something which is staying from a point of view of cost efficiency and time efficiency or process efficiency. And there are a few smarter ones which will start reflecting from a point of view of innovation and setting the curve completely on the face, turning the table and taking a leap. And that's where the world is moving. World is becoming much smarter now. We all are becoming much smarter. We are trying to do things in a much more informed way. We are trying to do being much more responsible around what we are thinking around. Consumer is looking more serious way of, indulging with the money that they have and kind of, taking a social responsibility. Each of these are in a different stages of their life cycle. As we are moving into it, few new business model will emerge, few new companies will emerge. But I'm very positive about what is coming in. And if I have to give you a very specific answer, as you guys are into your prime of your academics, and soon you will be getting into a very different tangent into your practice, which you will adopt to after this part of your academics. It will be intelligent to keep relating with these new dimensions emerging into it. Don't see sustainability as a word. It's not a word. It's not a misnomer. It's actually a very strong business science as integrated into it. And while we use it as a management jargon, I don't think so there is a management jargon here. It's only about the relationship that we associate with it and how we practice to it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for those answers. Allow me to express my profound gratitude to all of you for participating in this illuminating panel discussion. Today, we had the privilege of hearing from distinguished experts who have not only shared their insights, but have also provided us with a roadmap for meaningful change and development. We extend our sincere appreciation to Dan for emphasizing the role of people in driving meaningful change and development. His perspective, highlighting that development knows no borders and has a global outreach, underscores the interconnectedness of our world. We have been reminded that innovation, when learned from local context, crafted and taken global, has a potential to drive transformative change. Thank you, Dan. A special thanks to Rajesh sir for shedding a light on Mahindra's core idea towards sustainability in Africa. His profound statement that our rise is intricately linked to allowing others rise as well. The importance of inclusivity, the focus on skills, and the imperative to keep sustainability at the core of organizational behavior and business models as a rising crucial takeaway. Thank you, sir. Our
Thank you.
gratitude extends to Shaibu sir as well for emphasizing the inclusivity of sustainability. His insight that sustainability is sustainable only when it is inclusive and spread across all potential beneficiaries is a powerful reminder of the collective responsibility we bear in this journey. Thank you, sir. A big thank you to Rajiv sir for highlighting the importance of sustainability as a business imperative. His example of reducing plastics and powering the largest warehouse in the Middle East with renewable sources showcases the practical steps organizations can take. Recognizing the problem is the first step towards solving it. And Rajiv's insights on the importance of innovation and being close to the customer are invaluable. Thank you, sir. Lastly, our appreciation to Kumar sir for emphasizing sustainability as a fundamental human trait necessary for resilience in facing tomorrow's challenges. His profound words remind us of the long-term perspective needed to build a sustainable future. In conclusion, let us carry forward the wisdom shared by our esteemed panelists. The call for inclusivity, innovation, and sustainability is not just a vision, but a blueprint for action. As we navigate global shifts, let us heed these insights and work together to create a more sustainable, innovative, and economically empowered EMEA region and beyond. Thank you, our esteemed panelists and both the moderators for contributing to this enriching discussion. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wish
Thank
you
you.
all the very best and a happy new year
Wish
in
you all
advance.
the
Thank you.
Wish you.
Thank
yeah.
you, Dipan. Thank you,
You're very
panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First question, which would be kind of seeking out like an open, a few, top line points from you guys as far as digital transformation goes. So here it goes. So as leaders from diverse industries, how are your organizations leveraging digital transformation as a tool, or even for some of you becoming a vital part of that industry's value chain? This question should be answered with respect to, say, the business strategies that you're kind of incorporating, maybe improving customer experiences or changing your internal customer operations. To open the floor, I will go with Craig first. Craig, go right for it.
Sure. Awesome. Awesome. Firstly, thanks everyone for having me. Pleasure to be here, guys. Very nice to meet everybody else on the panel as well. I think great question to start off this panel, Rohan. With regard to how digital transformation is helping shape business strategies, I think a lot of it is sometimes lost in innovation for innovation's sake. Like, let's just innovate for the sake of innovating. I think the first thing that every organization should do is to understand why they want to do what they do, what they want to do, and then actually find stuff that helps them move faster along that plane. At Secure My Scholarship, so we've always been tech first. I mean, we're an ed tech platform from birth. So we've always been tech first, but there's a lot of stuff that we do to just help us move faster in terms of actual operations. Things like, Zapier for automating our different systems. Things like WhatsApp Business, which is, I think we've been using that for about the last couple of months to help us automate just outreach, customer support, things like that. But I think the main aim is to actually just understand what you want to do. Do you want to reach more people? Do you want to streamline operations? Do you want to automate processes? What do you actually want to do? And then you begin incorporating different software solutions, SaaS products, whatever, into your organization to actually help you move forward. I think one of the things that we are actually most proudest of is something we did internally. So we built from the ground up. We call it UCP internally. We actually built our entire backend system from the ground up. And that actually was a game changer for us specifically because, so in our space, which is EdTech, we're not really at the groundbreaking forefront of innovation or anything. I mean, any education company out there, from the biggest of the biggest, so let's say Byju's, theoretically, to a small edtech startup that started maybe 1 week ago, every single player in the education industry or the edtech space is doing simple things, right? Connecting with students, connecting them with teachers, delivering courses. These are simple things. But for us, it's doing those things faster and more efficiently and reaching more people. We built our back-end system from the ground up. Literally spent, I think, 6 months doing that. And we built it from the ground up, allowing us just faster loading times, better data processing, data mining, which allows us to then, I think, formulate a better end product for the students that come to our platform. So I think to summarize, just to roll on with your question, it's understanding what you want to do and then actually utilizing innovation and making that happen faster and more efficiently.
Thank you for I think very well said that depending on what part of your process or what sort of angle do you want to cover, you go for that sort of a digital transformation solution to automate exactly that. Moving on to next, we'll have Rishi go on for his opening comments on the topic.
No, great question, Rohan, and thank you to the team out here for welcoming us. Very happy to be here among all of you. So the way I look at this problem is, one, if you can allow me, digital transformation is actually much more than a tool. Question states it as a tool, but I see it as an ongoing journey. I never see it stopping come what may. And the reason for that is, I think Craig put one thing very visibly, that is, what is your business outcome? What is it you want to do? And if I can expand on it, any business, there are 3 or 4 levers which are very common. One, you're looking for revenue enhancement. Second, you're looking for cost reduction. It can be called operational efficiency, process efficiency, different terms people use. Then third, you look for customer experience enhancement, if you would. That's why, a lot of you will hear the terms like ROE, return on experience, instead of just ROI. You have to couple your ROE with ROI as you, build your businesses. So there are a bunch of these, levers. If you look across, no matter what domain you are in, they're very common levers. And this is something that companies have to look at year after year, come what may, quarter after quarter. Now, to do that, you have to go look at, challenge the status quo, how you're doing things today. Something that has made you successful today, I can promise you this, 5 years down the road, it'll become your biggest bane also. It'll become your enemy. The same process, the same thing, that has enhanced you, that has brought you here, can bring you down, because market evolves, customers evolve, expectations evolve, business models evolve, so many things evolve. So you're left with nothing but to transform how you are conducting to meet those 3 or 4 levers I spoke about. So hence, that's why calling the transformation as a very critical journey. And digital just happens to be one piece of it. You might do the transformation through the digital tools. You might do the transformation, through other means. It can even involve, changing the mindset of people, changing the culture. And you will see those are actually much more arduous tasks, much more hard tasks to change the entire mindset and culture. And digital, if you ask me, the digital tools actually, they play a much smaller role in a bigger basically gamut of things that one has to look at in order to meet those business levers. So bottom line is, we can't live without transformation, and digital transformation is a subset of it, of the entire transformation. And one problem that is compounding in some of the industries, not a problem, and the problem brings opportunity. I must say, the opportunity that is in front of us. Like, we are in the business, Wisel is in the business, I call it a B2B business, but I have to look at the C also. When I say B2B, my customers are airports today. So we are helping the airports, whether Delhi Airport, Hyderabad Airport, New Goa Airport. 1/3 of Indian travelers, they fly through the airports that have been powered by Wisel Limited. So we deploy the technology all the way from, IoT sensors, gateways, basically e-gates, kiosks, even DigiYatra was enabled by us in the background using computer vision analytics. So we have been at the forefront of, you call it laid back technologies, all the way to the emerging tech. And one thing I can share with you is, even in B2B space, I constantly worry about B2B2C, the end customer. So my hallmark still is the end customer, the traveler, the passenger that's going through the airport. Even though airport, the business is my customer, but my end customer matters the most to me. If I cannot take care of my end customer through the entire transformation journey, then we would have failed actually. So that is my hallmark. Anything that we do, that's what we keep in the background. And I think it's going to be a constant journey moving forward for us. We just cannot escape it. So thank you.
Very well said. I think, yeah, I would have to kind of update that question to say that digital transformation is not just a tool, it's actually a journey. Very well said. And correct, like it kind of, enables you to choose how to deal with those different levers that you were talking about. Next up, we will have Ritesh go on for his opening statement. Opening the floor to you.
Thank you, Rohan. Thank you very much. I can see vibrant gang of students here and takes me back to my days. Thanks, Rishi. Thanks, Craig. I think Rishi said a very interesting thing, right? So he said ROE, and I just defined the E little differently. Experience as well, but we always say that in our business, return on energy, right? How much energy one has, and that energy is not infinite. Our business focus on SMEs, and we help them grow out of their cocoon. We let them go out, build bigger brands, expand their business, all leveraging digital arena, I would say, right? There are plenty of tools, but it's more important one is digital thinking. So are you thinking digital first? Are you thinking digital as a solution to your existing problems? And today, typically in SME segment, we come across businessmen, they are building a huge business, huge revenues, multi-million-dollar. However, typically they are single person or two persons driving the whole business. They are at the core of decision making. Now, digital transformation is helping them democratizing, empowering the tool and democratizing certain areas of decision making. And that's where we play the role. We guide them, we mentor them. Let's say, for example, they see X market as a big business, and they're sitting over that idea, that thought for last few years. Now, whether they have time to go and look at that market, whether they have enough money to kind of invest into that, whether they have energy for that, because at the end of the day, they are only just two people. So can digital replace, can become their digital twin in a way, in a pseudo way, and take certain decisions when they are away? Or is it possible that they get certain tools when they don't have to really travel when they want to open a business in certain African country or certain European country? They don't need to engage with, let's say, securing the trade license or the permits or certain legal aspects of it. Can the digital road can help them really put them on highway without moving from their chair and still get their work done? So this whole platform that we are trying to build, where we are trying to help SMEs get those decisions made, get those work done without moving from their chair, is something that's kind of, the service that they are loving it. Now, what is required here is that, am I trusting this tool? Am I looking at this? Am I thinking digitally? Whether I want to go and look for my supply chain partners, or whether I want to go and choose my distribution partners, do I want to experiment with that? This digital thinking is what is empowering this business people to go and expand and conquer the different markets. So digital transformation, in my opinion, is more of living in digital space, thinking digitally, rather than using a tool. So that's what my understanding of digital transformation is.
Perfect. Thank you. I mean, quite a few good pointers. I think scalability was the short line that I kind of picked up, that, picking up your solution and taking it to a new market, that ease is kind of offered to you only with the help of digital transformation at the base of it. So that's what I'm taking out of this. I'm certain that there was more, and I've noted it all down. Next up, we have Sanjeev. I welcome you to share your opening remarks.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for having me on the panel today. So just a quick minute on the business that I work for. So CapitaLand is one of Asia's largest real estate fund managers, spanning asset classes ranging from office to retail to hospitality, and more recently into logistics, industrial, and data centers. We're roughly about $90 billion of assets under management, of which in India we're about $4 billion and growing rapidly. So I must say that, in the context of digital transformation and technology in general, I mean, real estate has historically probably been a somewhat slow adopter. But I think the three things that have happened, some of those specific to our business, and some of those across the industries that we operate in. So I think COVID and some of the changes that we saw in the way people work and how that has impacted uh, flexible working. I think that's been a key trend, and the reason why that's relevant from a digital standpoint is that the way real estate companies in the flexible working space today operate with their users, be they corporates, be they startups, be they individuals, in the way that they provide them with the flexibility to operate, their office requirements or their office infrastructure requirements across locations within the specific location where they are at, and which helps them to optimize their real estate cost and the ease with which their own employees can operate within the workspace. The second part about real estate, which is being impacted by technology significantly, is sustainability. Sustainability is clearly, one of the fundamental drivers today for industry worldwide, and one of the key aspects of industry which is directly impacting the need for early adoption is capital. So most capital providers today, whether they are banks as lenders or equity investors, are increasingly questioning the businesses that they finance in terms of their sustainability thrust. And that adoption of sustainability is highly dependent on technology. So whether these are the uses of various sensor and automation-driven aspects, or whether this is about how do you bring in new kind of energy adoptions within the real estate, just by way of background, is probably buildings, I should say, not real estate, is almost a 30% contributor to emissions worldwide. So clearly it's a very big part of the sustainability focus that this sector needs to have. So there's a huge amount of investment going into digital transformation of real estate to provide better outcomes to stakeholders. The last part is an asset class which is becoming increasingly larger as new digital technologies like generative AI are growing rapidly. So that is data centers. So that's again a business that we've entered in the last few years, and we ourselves are surprised by two things. One is that the rate of addition of capacity in the data center space worldwide, and including in Asia and India. And the second part of it is that how this is proving to be one asset class where obsolescence is truly a high risk. So today, what we are building in markets like India for new data centers is comparable with what we are seeing in countries like the US, because you've got the same 3 or 4 large global hyperscalers, the likes of AWS, Microsoft Azure, and Google Cloud, who are setting up who are taking up data center capacity across the world, and they expect the same product to be available to them worldwide. So again, a very interesting trend for where technology and infrastructure and real estate are coming together.
Thank you so much for that opening remark. I think that's just an extension to our conversation yesterday, and I was clear to mention that data centers, coming from that industry specific personally, I find that is the bedrock of all the digital transformation. Is actually somewhere back there is a computer, back there are some hard drives, and that really sets the stage for all the rest of digital transformation. Now, on for the next part, I will pass on the mic to my co-moderator, Shavik. Please drop in, and the floor is all yours.
Hey, thanks, Rohan. And thank you once again to all the esteemed panelists, Greg, Rishi, Sanjeev, and Ritesh. Thank you so much for sharing the time with us today. And yeah, I could very well resonate with all of your comments coming from a HVAC background and having worked in digital transformation myself. I could so much relate with what you were saying. We used to keep saying that, digital transformation is not just digitization, right? You need to change the way you think, and, you need to change the entire business model if you are really trying to adopt digital transformation. So yeah, moving forward, I would like to direct my question to Ritesh. So Chrysalis helps company expand globally, right? And you were talking about that you help small companies go the digital route. But I wanted to ask you, what about regional legacy companies, maybe large? Do you think it's almost imperative that companies needs to first adapt digital transformation if they have global ambition? And how do you leverage that in helping them expand their market overseas?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing to do with the small company or the large company. It just happens to be our focus, but we work with even the very large company, tens of billions of dollars worth of companies also are our clients. So you're right. It's imperative for them to adopt this, look at the next frontier of growth. Now, let's say, as I mentioned earlier, when you use digital system, it impacts in achieving the efficiency at the level of your time, your energy, your money, all kind of resources. So naturally, to any business person, they would look at it saying, now that I am doing more with less, how I'm going to invest into further my aspirations to grow, right? I mean, those who are born in the late 70s and 80s, and they would have worked in kind of environment which was completely non-digital. I remember about 1.5 decades back, somebody in family I approached Mr. Shetty from Naturals Ice Cream, his owner, and and we all used to love in Bombay a kind of ice cream they used to sell. And I was in Delhi and said, why don't we expand over here? And somebody in family was interested in doing that. And he would say, no, look, we make fresh ice cream. It has to come by the first flight in the morning. And let's see if that is doable when we move from Bombay to Delhi. Is doable or not doable? And kind of 10 problems, right? Fast forward another 7-8 years, his son comes into the business and he's expanding almost every city in India. You go, you find natural ice cream, and probably tomorrow we'll see it outside India as well. It used to take generation. One of my client in pharma industry, and he came and said that, look, now we are about 10 years ago, we were only present in India, and now we are across 26 countries. Now, this used to take a generation. The idea, as I used to say, if you want to really move out from your chair, go out, explore a new market, you face language problem, you face trust problem, culture problem, and you can't really overcome this problem on your own without investing tremendous amount of time and money. Now, what is brand building? When you say, let's say any one of you, small or big brand, it starts with an idea, moves to the product, delivers, executes the execution piece of it, delivers the experience, and repeat it, right? So any businessman in India would have idea and product, and that they own it. Can they really execute the same thing in the global market? Can they provide the experience that they wish to provide or they have been providing in home market? And can they repeat it, again and again without any failure? That's where the platform like ours help these businesses, doesn't matter large or small. What we do that is we connect them with the kind of partners. So let's say they're looking for supply chain, talking about ice cream or pharma, or there are kind of businesses which are perishable items, so then require a controlled environment. Can the partner provide the solution that they would want to control, which they can't unless they invest humongously in their global market? If there are language problems, can they overcome those using the technology or a digital medium, right? Or if they want to develop the channel partners, right? I can't really go travel crisscross in the foreign market if it's Africa or Europe or even US. If I have to go and follow my typical process where I sit across the table, meet every individual, and if I go and meet them, to make the decision, then this will not work. Sorry. So if I have to really do my traditional way, it won't work. If I use the digital medium and use the tools and resources that, let's say, the platform has to provide. So, for example, let's say if you have to go with the supply chain partner, there are industry specific. We have kind of partners with their facilities where we do the check as per our client's requirement, provide them the report, virtual validation of those facilities happen. If there is a channel partner that they require, we have right from the reputational risk to the financial risk, all risk evaluation and mitigation checklist in place. When our client, we do that for our client, when they have a look at it, they meet virtually and they trust the system, trust the process, they go ahead with that. So while you have idea and product in place, moving to the execution and moving to repeatedly successful experience, I think this process, which used to take about 18 to 24 months, even for the small business, which you can cut down to about 3 to 5 months and get rolling in the global market. So that's how you leverage technology and digital tools at your disposal in taking your brands global.
Perfect. Just one small curious question, kind of. Have you seen or have you come across instances where the leadership might be willing to transform, but they are facing challenges to overcome the resistance from the company apart from the leadership, right? Because I think this is common when it comes to regional players who wants to go global, right? Is that true?
Yeah, you hit the nail, and the leadership is not the chair, is not the position. Sometime, let's say the exports head is the leader, and the promoter is kind of giving the resistance. Sometimes promoter is the leader, and the team that works with him is giving resistance, right? So currently, I'm working with somebody where the leader is really interested. They're the globally largest player. There is no lack of confidence into what they can do, but they want to go into a particular continent and explore that market. And they said, no, I'm just still discussing with the board because there are a lot of questions that board is throwing at them. They really want to convince them. So yes, what you're saying in short is that every single client that we work with, we do come across this story where ambition is there. Sometimes the son wants to really expand into a big market. He's foreign educated here. He has certain understanding of business network, but his father, who is traditional businessman, he's asking a lot of questions, not resistance, but something that he has built, he's trying to protect with two hands.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you so much for that. And then I would, move on to Craig. And then we understand, Craig, that when businesses expand their operation across various countries, they need to sort of adapt as per the regional requirement, right? So I know you are also expanding, and for example, your recent expansion to India, right? So I wanted to ask you, how do you ensure that your platform adapts to different cultural contexts? And what are some of the biggest challenges that you face when running a cross-border digital education platform, maybe?
Great question, Shovik. I think there's two ways to answer this question. So on the face of it, yes, localization is extremely important. For us, so India is one of our major, so we're Dubai HQ. And just to, I think, give everybody some more background about Secure My Scholarship, what we are is an edtech platform that connects students with scholarships and fee waivers at universities. Now, so we're Dubai based, and we've always been tech first, edtech platform. India is one of our main expansion markets. Now, for us, actually expanding our operations into India actually goes the reverse. We actually had to put boots on the ground. So we have people in about 17 different cities all over India. And of course, for us, when we look at expansion, and I think for any company, when they look at expansion, with the tools that we have available to us today, expanding into new territories, regions, countries, states, whatever it may be, is a lot easier because of localization. So of course, reading IP addresses and then localizing copy or currency or price point or whatever it may be is very, very common in the e-commerce space, marketplaces, platforms, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But for us specifically, we connect students with scholarships. Whether a student is in Dubai or India actually matters very, very little compared to the individual requirements of the student. And that's where just heavy data mining, data processing comes into place. We have, on average, about 15,000 students coming to our platform every single week. We look at about 3,000 different data points whenever a student comes to our platform, we track 3,000 different data points and scale that across 15,000 students. That's 45 million data points updating and computing every single week to then tailor the best solution, because it doesn't matter if a student is in Dubai or India. A student based in Delhi or Bombay can have entirely different preferences. Individualization per se, to actually help us solve this. Something that our team is working on right now is, an automated or an AI counselor that a student can interact with on our platform. And because we are not like, there are a lot of education consultancies and agencies and, those sort of companies out there. And I mean, if you take a walk down a busy street in Mumbai, you'll find 40 on one road, literally. We are not that. Like, we don't counsel students or anything. All we do is we connect students with scholarships at universities. But naturally, I mean, students have a lot of questions, right? Which university is better? Which university will give me better employment outcomes? Can I get a loan for this university? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, a lot of different questions. So can we answer these students' questions? Can we answer a particular student's question, no matter where in the world they're based? Be it India or Vietnam or Nigeria or Egypt, no matter where in the world they're based, can we utilize the data that we have internally? Can we ask them a couple of questions, and then can we understand their requirements and give them 3 or 4 good solutions? I mean, on our platform, if a student was actually to browse from start to finish on our platform, there's 140,000 different courses in like a range of different countries around the world, each of which has a scholarship available for the student. Now, how is a student supposed to know where they're supposed to go? It's impossible. They would take a month to browse through all of these options. Can we automate and streamline this process? This comes back to what I said earlier, right? So instead of just innovating for innovation's sake, understand what you want to do. Our platform, I mean, we have to get students onto our platform and we have to connect them with universities. Can we develop smart solutions around that to help that process move much faster for us than what we were doing before, and much faster than what the other guy is doing? And that's really the name of the game in essence. But I think, to come back to your question, with the tools that we have available to us today in 2023, localization is very possible. I mean, any company should localize, honestly, truth be told. On a weekly basis, I said we have 15,000 odd students coming to our platform. These 15,000 students come from about 30 different countries around the world. Because I mean, to get a scholarship to a university in the United States or in the United Kingdom, that's not only an India specific thing. There are hundreds of thousands of students, if not millions of students around the world who want that, right? So we have students coming to our platform from 30 odd different countries every single week. How can we not just localize, but hyper individualize for each of them? Because localization, I mean, that's 10 years ago, right? People were localizing in 2012, 2013. How can we now, yes, our platform, we have one singular platform, but how can we customize our offering on the platform to each and every single student that comes in, so that their individual experience is different from the next guy? And that's something that we're working on a lot to help us scale. Does that answer your question, Shovik?
Absolutely, Craig. I mean, the way I am summarizing it is that, I mean, it would be fair to say that businesses need to, do some level of standardization if they want to scale. But then you have to use the tools that are available today to give individual experiences. You cannot just assume that, n number of people from one particular region would behave in a similar way. Of course, there would be some similar pattern, but then you cannot take it for granted. You have to dig deep and realize that, okay, there could be different needs of different people from the same region. Would that be fair to say, Craig?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. So there are, of course, patterns, right? So broadly, I mean, so because we connect students with scholarships, financing education is something that comes up a lot. Now, of course, there are similar patterns that you could probably find across the metros in India versus other cities from a financial perspective, budgetary perspective, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you can draw patterns, yes, but there are a lot of other variables that go into play. So 100%, it's like a 50-50 in essence.
Absolutely. All right, so I'll pass on the mic to Rohan next. And Rohan, please carry forward.
Just to summarize that in one sentence would be, I think the localization problem is solved with like, digital transformation is like, I can personalize it to my customer. I do not even need to localize for the region. I can give you what you want exactly. And on to the next. So we'll have the next question for Mr. Sanjeev. And the question is, we did kind of talk about data centers, bedrock for digital transformation. So the next question goes about, as a global real estate investment organization, how does Capital adapt to the rapid technological changes that you're seeing in different markets? We do get the context that maybe in real estate it's a slower adoption rate, but how are you kind of looking at this sort of digital infrastructure development in particular?
Sure. So, yeah, so I must say that, yeah, while I did provide that as a backdrop from a historical context, but as we are seeing in every other industry across the world, similarly, even in real estate today, adoption of technology has had to accelerate for the survival of the fittest. So, I think, so let me just break that question into 2-3 parts. So firstly, of course, I think there is the question of enterprise-wide technology deployment. An enterprise-wide technology deployment is generally for large organizations like us an expensive affair, and at the same time, there's a need for higher levels of control, security, and providing a uniform approach to the adoption of that technology by employees across the company. So there, what the approach is much more sort of top down, given the scale of investments that are needed. But what we are finding, interestingly enough, is that in terms of the end users of our real estate assets and infrastructure, in order to enhance their experience, and because they in turn, while we are a B2B business, but given that the experience of the employees in these B2B companies who are our customers, they need to have the high quality experience. And in order to achieve that, usually what we do is at the local levels in the various markets, cities, countries that we operate in, we have left it to the local teams to create a variety of different technology interfaces, which at the same time align with the company's strategy overall. So whether it's app development, whether it is a specific technology platform for a business that is for a given market, where that business is more relevant. So I think in those contexts where we are looking to provide a better experience to the end user, we tend to go more bottoms up. Couple of initiatives that we have done in the last 3-4 years, which have actually been very interesting. One is that we run what is called the CSXC challenge. This is the sustainability challenge, which is open to companies across the world, small businesses, and so on. So what this challenge is, I think this year we got over 1,000 applications from across the world, I think some 75-80 countries, where businesses gave us their concepts or ideas about how they can increase sustainability adoption for their customers. And the business eventually, out of these 1,000, about 10 get chosen, and what we do is we test pilot their technologies within our different businesses where we see the adoption to be the most likely. We have had some amazing ideas coming through this challenge. and it also shows us something very important, which is a business does not have to be large to be smart and innovative in coming up with ideas and being able to implement them. So I think that is one interesting initiative. The other thing is, of course, we have an innovation award process which is separate to this, and again, this is something which is where many of our partners who work with our companies in different countries are able to send us their innovation ideas and demonstrate how that is delivered cost savings or revenue enhancement within our different asset classes. And we help them to scale up and also financially reward them for the best ideas that come through. So I think that's again an interesting way to bring innovation that is and technology that is sitting outside the company, which normally we would not think about within the business, and create opportunities for us.
Awesome. Like quite an interesting take on, how an industry not really driven by digital transformation is leveraging a different way altogether to kind of, make sure that even we are at the correct innovation space as other companies are. Talking about technological advancements, I pose my next question to Mr. Rishi. Given your role at Vassal, which focuses on, digitally enabled airport ecosystems, what are the most innovative technologies that you're kind of integrating today for the end customers, like you said, B2B, B2C? So what exactly are those technologies?
Today basically you'll be surprised that in airport we use the entire tech stack that goes from infrastructure tech stack, like all the way from fiber, cables, routers, switches, firewalls. I call it an infrastructure tech stack, right? And we do have a data centers also running inside the airports, because airport is a very regulated space, and data protection, you have to comply with the laws. Now, all this is not visible to the customers as you're walking into the airports. You don't get to see routers, switches, IoT sensors, cables, fibers. You maybe once in a while notice the Wi-Fi hotspots or Wi-Fi access points, but otherwise you may not see the 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi, small cells even, right? So all that infra layer is there. Then we have data centers where you have the entire compute and servers. Through those data centers, we are basically running a lot of intelligent applications which are serving the endpoints. My endpoints can be, the flight information display terminals. They can be some of the IoT sensors. So I'm running very sophisticated applications in my data centers catering to the endpoints. Now, on top of it, we are building a very emerging tech, and we are using it and continues to evolve it. And that is, you are collecting lots of data from every touch point in the airport. There is a sensor that can tell you, whether your toilet is clean or not. You're collecting data on it. There are sensors which can tell you how long is the queue potentially, right? You can use those technologies. You can use their Wi-Fi hotspots to tell you that, or you can monitor the dwell time of the customers in a certain area through other techniques. So basically, you're looking at a lot of data points, collecting all this information. Now, the emerging tech where it can play the role is you collect all this data, digest the data, and start to give a better customer experience. So you have to no choice but to rely on analytics. You have to rely on artificial intelligence when you're looking at all this data. If you look at the examples of computer vision based technologies today, like Digiyatra. Digiyatra is all biometrics, computer vision, AI, pattern matching. It's an amalgamation of all these technologies, right? Sometimes, we don't stop and think about it. And it relies very heavily on the data-driven architecture. So I think the way I look at this is the North Pole for us to, in terms of technology, to cater to a better customer experience will be data. You have to rely a lot on the data. Now, underlying the data, there is an entire stack that serves it, whether it is your analytics, your AI engines, your machine learning engines, and how you collect the data through the sensors. And the sensors are residing on the entire infrastructure I spoke about. from cables, routers, switches, all the way to the data center. So that's where we are in our journey, to be honest. Name any tech and we have it in the airport ecosystem. Sometimes customers don't see it. What you see is an end result. And our, I think, journey will continue. And to be honest, I'm very curious to see how the quantum computing and other technologies will get used in the coming time as well. Will the mammoth of the data that gets generated and how you make best of it. So that's where we are in the journey right now. Then, there is very interesting use cases of other technologies, if I can share with you. Airports, even though they're getting privatized, there is they are basically, it's a multi-vendor, multi-partner ecosystem where you have governments, you have regulators, you have airlines, you have security teams from Government of India, you have the private party that's running it. Then you have service providers, technology service providers like us also in the ecosystem. Now imagine, when you have to negotiate whether it's a contracts or basically you have to negotiate the entire supply chain of how you move certain technologies and the data. You are left with no choice but to even leverage on techniques like blockchain and others now, so that a trust can be established in a multi-party ecosystem. So I'm actually very surprised. I've been just few years old into the aviation ecosystem, and I'm very surprised the kind of tech that we end up using from our emerging tech space nowadays.
Thank you for painting such a descriptive image. We do not see, we are just the end users per se, and we're like, I'm just walking in, scan my face, and I'm through into the airport. But behind that, there's this big infrastructure in terms of a data center, switches, or be it applications that all kind of come together and build that solution for and for the customers without even knowing about it. And then as a technology integrator like yourself, how difficult it is to kind of manage all those various stakeholders in terms of, say, the government, participating authorities, and even customers, because they will, at the end of the day, be the people interacting with those touch points. Very well painted, sir. Like, kudos to that. Moving on next, I pass the mic back to Shovik so he can ask his next set of questions. Go right for it, buddy.
Hey, thanks, Rohan. I'll just come back to Mr. Rishi for a second. I mean, just a short question maybe. So we discussed about airport operations, and how I understand airport operation is there are two parts of it. One is inside the terminal, right? And then there's other part of it, which is the runways, right? And a few days back, I was reading an article where it was shared that Mumbai Airport is being one of the most busiest airport in India, where it handles more than 1,000 takeoffs and landing a day, right? So I just wanted to understand your thoughts. What do you think can more digital transformation, can not really transformation maybe, but more digital technologies or upcoming digital technologies, can they make it more efficient? Can we be even more efficient in handling our runways without hampering the safety? Can we push it to maybe 1,200 or 1,300 perhaps? I would like to hear your thoughts on that.
Got it. I like your line, Sovik, that it's a small question, and then you was ask a very insightful or a bigger one, but good one. So I think like you described it well. There's a terminal, then there is a runways and all. So when you look at the airport, it's a complete ecosystem. You have terminal, you have airside, right? And then you have the entire smart airport city around it. Then there's a cargo, there's an MRO, maintenance facility, there's a parking. So if you think about it, if you just stop and think about it, airport is nothing but a smart city with runways. Because there is everything. There is a shopping inside it. There's a customer who's checking in. There is basically parking. There is a cargo shipment. There is traffic. There's a congestion. So it ends up becoming your modern city, if you would, with runways. That's one way to look at it. Which means it comes with all the complexity of what you would see in a congested city. And the challenge that lies in front of us, especially in Indian airports, to be honest, compared to the rest of the globe, is we have basically more passengers, more people who can travel through the airports in the coming years. Today, We have just touched the, I would say, scratch the surface in how many people travel through the air. It's going to increase in the coming years as our basically income, our GDP, per capita income and GDP both increase. Now, there are two ways to solve this problem, and you have to look at both. One, you expand the real estate of the airport. That's why you'll see these you'll see always articles like in one city, you might have two airports, like Goa has two airports now. That second one airport, Greenfield Airport, is what we had worked on. My company had worked on along with other partners. You will see also the news, whether it's a Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad airports, they are expanding their existing airports by adding more capacity, by expanding the real estate, adding more runways, adding more terminals. But you can go only so far. To answer your question on the technology piece, you can only go so far and continue to build the real estate in the airport. You have to eventually unlock the capacity using the technology. You are left with no other choice, to be honest. And I'll take simple examples of the DigiYatra, which I think more and more people are getting familiar with. The idea was not to just use the technology for the sake of it, but to unlock the capacity. That was the main reason. Today, before the DigiYatra came in, it used to take people, say, about 1 hour as soon as they would come to the airport gate to get into the flight. 1 hour is even a short time, I would say. It can take 1.5 hours, 2 hours at times. Now with DigiYatra, what you're doing is you can go from gate to gate of the airport, all the way to the plane within a matter of 15 to 20 minutes if you do everything right beforehand. Now that's one way to unlock the capacity. As our number of passengers continue to take off, can we be very creative where I can unlock the capacity by giving them door-to-door experience, which means what stops me from allowing them to go into some part of the city? Why do they need to come to airport to drop in their bags a day before, or maybe their bags need to be picked up a day before? Certain technologies have to come in place, no doubt. But we have to start thinking of those business processes to basically ease the customer pain. That in turn, takes care of my the demand load that's coming at the airport. So I'm left with no choice to expand my basically scope from B2B all the way to the B2B2C when it comes to using technology to offer that. And that's very, very unique to the Indian ecosystem, where our density is going to go up and the travelers are going to go up at a pace we have not seen anywhere in the world, actually. So in terms of the tech that we have to use, I think the way I look at this is tech is going to help me. I just got to define first the business processes. I first got to define what the outcomes I want to achieve as a business that's serving the airports and the customers. Then I will find the right technology tools, whether they happen to be AI, whether they happen to be machine learning, they happen to be, in the future, some of the quantum computing, whatever it takes, we'll use technology as one of the means to achieve our outcomes. And that's a journey, to be honest, we have been on. We have been very used business principles as our purest stance, and then we have used technology as enabling us to do that. And to be honest, even in my professional life, that has been a big change. Most of my life was spent building all these technologies. I used to build a lot of these technologies in my previous life. And right now, even when I ran the P&L of technology companies, and right now I'm in a business where I'm using these technologies. So I'm putting the business principles first now, and we'll end up using all the emerging tech available to us.
Awesome. So maybe one way to summarize this is that as much as you need to utilize technology, you still have to be creative, right? You cannot, stop wearing that creative hat.
Absolutely.
No matter how much technology you get in, right? So yeah, I have so many questions to ask, but with limited time. So before I pass the mic to Rohan again, I'll just wanted to ask, go back to Mr. Sanjeev. We are talking about digital transformations. We are talking about technology, right? But then, technology itself is transforming very fast. We are in a world where, today you have this technology, and then maybe in a year or two, you have something else. So I just wanted to ask you, in your opinion, do you think, since a lot of industry is also, trying to chase the technology or trying to adapt, what about real estate? Do you think even real estate industry is also, transforming as rapidly? And how do you, being the leader of your organization, ensure that you are at pace with the transformation?
Sure. So, I mean, what I would say is, of course, there are a few different real estate asset classes, and some are more likely to adopt technology and at a faster pace than others. But having said that, I think all real estate asset classes are going through a significant amount of volatility, and that's bringing about the need for change. As we've seen over the last 2 years, interest rates worldwide in particular have gone through the roof, and that's had a significant impact on asset values. So businesses in the real estate sector have no choice but to adapt. So if we kind of take some of the high level break or look at it from a high level breakup of different asset classes. So I would say that if you look at retail, for example, retail assets, I mean, they are retail assets have to deal with two issues, right? One is the tremendous growth of e-commerce, which provides an immediate fulfillment experience to the customer. On the other hand, you have the need to engage with the customers much more directly to draw them into your malls. And therefore, you need to have apps and other digital interfaces which allow the customer to often, even before they step into a retail mall, start making some data-based decisions about which might be some of the places where they want to spend their time, whether they want to pick a particular kind of food that they want to eat that day, whether they want to book tickets for a movie, or they want to actually look at whether the categories of retail that they want to experience with their family on that day are available in that property or not. So actually your ability today to compete as a retail mall is highly dependent on the level of technology that you invest into within your asset. If we look at the office asset class, which is probably one of the largest assets globally, I mean, office, again, because of the whole work from home transformation that COVID brought about, has gone through a very rough patch, especially, I would say, in the West. So how do you now, so I think companies have truly transformed the way they use their offices today, right? I think there are two models. Some companies are essentially saying that I won't have my own offices going forward. I'll have that to a much lesser extent. I will instead depend on managed offices, co-working service providers, and I'll take up space within those setups. And I'll also optimize in terms of the number of workstations I take within those places, right? On the other hand, you have the traditional office also therefore being compelled to become a space for meetings and collaboration among employees. You can't probably ask an employee to show up in the office to check their emails. You want them to come to the office for physical meetings and project sessions and so on and so forth. So here again, if somebody today, let's say I'm a large Fortune 500 company, and I have taken a decision 2 years back that I'm only going to provide 60 to 70% of my employee headcount a workstation within the real estate. How do I make sure that on the day when my employee needs to come back to office, he has a desk available to him or her? And if they do not have that infrastructure available, then that gives them a good reason to say that, I'm wasting my time showing up at work because I don't even have a proper place to sit. Now, in order to make that dynamic selection, you need technology. It's impossible otherwise to meet both the objectives of a good employee experience and saving on cost. So I think there are different things happening on the digital infrastructure side, which is with data centers. I think as I was saying, I mean, 3 or 4 of the world's largest tech companies who are who sell data center capacity to SMEs, large businesses, nonprofits, governments worldwide. They have, I mean, all of these are $1 trillion plus market cap companies, and their financial scale is literally like unlimited in a sense. Now, so the big question for an enterprise becomes: do I keep my digital infrastructure in-house, or do I outsource to one of these tech companies? And because of the size at which and scale at which these 3-4 companies are operating today, the break-even point for a large enterprise is going up higher and higher. Now, what I mean by that is, let's say today, if I have to have digital infrastructure at a cost that is lower than what I could procure from a hyperscaler, I might need to have a digital infrastructure spend of maybe $1.5 to $2 billion plus. Because if I'm below that figure, then it'd be much cheaper for me to buy capacity externally than to create it in-house. So I think that's probably the reason why we are also seeing this tremendous growth in this in the digital infrastructure. So it's coming from two places really. One is new applications like generative AI and so on are creating the need for more data storage and data processing. But on the other hand, because of the consolidation by the service providers of digital infrastructure, it is becoming more and more cost efficient for companies to outsource rather than insource.
Thank you so much for once again bucketing those three different categories. First of all, retail, office spaces, and then the digital infra, and then kind of tying it all together, that how digital transformation kind of differently enables those different markets. All right. So on that note, I move on to to Ritesh. Wanted to ask you one simple question. In your experience, how do you balance the focus between selling these digital solutions, like Sanjeev just mentioned, the various hyperscalers, AWS, be it Azure or Google, and how do you kind of balance between selling existing digital solutions versus creating or innovating on new ones for your end customers in a market where many companies are, providing similar digital services from these service providers? How does your organization kind of differentiate through innovation? That is the question.
Thanks, Rohan. So thankfully, in the space where we are operating is relatively a wide space, and that what we are trying to build is not giving us the challenge of too many competition at this point of time. But I can really share the insights of how our clients' solutions are kind of working in this space. Right? So it's on the digital curve, or if I may call it, so on a digital transformation curve, both customers and the clients are moving at a different speed. What you see, what you read in newspaper, what you see with the large companies every day, is just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many more companies, lakhs of companies, which are still starting on. Some of them starting on with the digitalization. Some of them are starting with digitization. Yeah, digital transformation is currently at a very advanced level. So some of the companies, even if they digitalize enough, is a competitive advantage for them versus their peers in that region. I'll give you a couple of examples that comes to my mind. We are helping one of our clients in South Africa, and this guy is a serial entrepreneur in his 50s, late 50s. And this guy has built about single-handedly business B2B hardware tools business now, and which is generating few million rand business already in last 6 to 8 months. Right, this guy learned everything about digital himself and started implementing. He leveraged certain kind of e-commerce tools, certain kind of digital advertisement tools, and he started doing the business. Now, when we interacted with him, we realized that he's been really doing competition inciting or a competition pricing of each SKU of every vertical himself manually. Now, if you go to Amazon, if you go to something and say, for years, we've been doing lot of, dynamic e-commerce pricing, and there are tools available. But that's not the tool either he's aware of or he can afford if he's aware of, right? And hence, depending on the size of the business, depending on the industry in which you are operating, everybody is operating at a different point in the curve. And that depends of how you leverage technology. So like I said, if you are a large business, probably what you're trying to do is building a moat around your business, current business. You are going and using AI technology. You are using analytics and big data in a very advanced manner. Your tools, your engines are very, very different. You are trying to be very hyper local, even in the global market. So some of our clients, when they grow and operate in a different kind of global territory, we help them with the hyper local insights where they can target specific kind of customers, or where they can target specific solutions and they get known for that, right? Whereas the small players, we are still helping them with digital transformation, very primitive level, and say, okay, if you are operating in this geography, can you provide just end-to-end digital solution, and that's enough? Maybe you don't need to do much more. So if you, let's say, one of the clients I can recall is where they were very interested in using and implementing AI in their solution. They have online business part as well. So they are a brick and mortar as well as digital business. So they have a phygital business, and for their digital business, they are getting good response in last 3 to 4 years, and say, no, we want to use a lot of emerging technologies. Can we start using AI? And the moment you reach out and say, okay, fine, let's do that exercise, and say, what do you want to use AI for? What is it that you are not getting will start happening to your business? What part of your business that you want to automate? And they don't know. So this is the segment of SME is what I'm talking about. When you go to large companies, probably you may not relate with these questions, but when you ask 2-3 fundamental questions, they don't know. But the excitement and enthusiasm of relating with this technology is very, very high. The challenge they face is that, like I think Rishi was talking about and saying, or maybe Sanjeev, is that technology is changing so rapidly that for a small entrepreneur, adopting that technology every time, implementing it, and then leveraging it before the new fare of technology starts coming in is very high. So is he really extracting the kind of ROCE that he should extract from the investment he made in the technology? So it's very, one needs to be really wiser in terms of what tools or technology I want to implement, which is relevant and which can generate a good profitability for me. And that's exactly the kind of solution that we provide to our client, and say, it's a Google search, for one thing, one solution or one technology that you're looking at, there are multiple tools available. Which one to choose? Which is the right technology for my kind of business? Yeah. And we use a kind of, we have a theme which we call the next best. The next best is the kind of concept where we help them use, which is not the best, the not most expensive, but the next best available for their business, which is very high value for money. And when they go for the next best, it gives them certain leverage in terms of being nimble in moving from one technology to another technology, is relatively less expensive, and they can really focus on what they really want. Also, I would want to add is that the future, when I want to compete in the market, is going to be very specific, where I want to be so good at it, and the rest area where I want to collaborate. This is very different from, let's say, last decade or before that, where I wanted to control a large territory and I wanted to win at every point. With the given technology and advancement, everybody would find their competitive advantage at a particular spot, but not everywhere, because with changing technology, I may not have enough resources to win every point. So we may start seeing more and more specialization in every industry, where I want to own a very micro piece of the business, and then I want to collaborate with other partners as well.
Quite the insightful answer about how, first of all, innovation may not be in terms of creating entirely the solution, but picking the right solution for the right customer, and then even evaluating, so that we know that whether just paying the money for generative AI does not really mean a return on their investment, but correctly choosing what exactly is the proper technology to kind of give out to your customer. So with that, I kind of pass on the mic to Shavik for the closing set of statements.
Yeah, thanks, Rowan. And thank you, Ritesh, for such an insight. Totally. There are so many technologies today. As leaders, we need to be very mindful of, what we really want to implement, right? You just cannot just follow trends in terms of technology, right? You need to understand what is useful for your organization and only then go ahead with that, right? So yeah, and before we actually open the forum for questions from the cohort, I wanted to ask one last question to Craig. And yeah, in the journey from paper to pixel today, how do you envision the changing business landscapes? And what do you think would be some significant impact that you anticipate this transformation would, bring to the industry practices, the workforce dynamics, and the global market trends, perhaps?
That's a huge question, I think, and there's a lot to unpack there. But I think just to summarize, just with the piece of innovation and what's happening in the world today, in the year 2000, the average lifespan of a company on the S&P 500 in the year 2000 was around 30 years. So the average company was 30 years old in the year 2000. Today, the average lifespan of a company on the S&P 500 is 11. So it's less than halved over the last 20 years. And that's because things are innovating. There's so much of innovation, there's so much of change that happens every day, every week, every month, every year. I think when you think about, infusing tech into your organization, when you think about digital transformation, there's two ways to look at this. One, many times companies lose sight of why they actually do what they do in the need to innovate, in the need to implement groundbreaking new technologies. I think, as Ritesh mentioned, just implementing generative AI for the sake of implementing generative AI is not going to actually yield any transformative business outcomes. You need to actually understand why you're doing what you're doing. But at the same time, and something that we actually do here at Secure My Scholarship, and just I think organizations in India and around the world also need to keep in mind, is the need for creative destruction. So if you have to kill your existing business model or kill your existing processes or way you do things, because that's just the need of the hour, you have to do that. You either eat yourself and improve or get eaten by somebody else. And that's, I think, something that is scary to a lot of people, both from large organizations as well as small organizations, but is absolutely necessary. I'll go back to the stat that I mentioned, that I began this answer with. The average lifespan of a company on the S&P 500 has more than halved in the last 20 years. And because companies continue to stick with the same things and tools and practices and processes that got them to where they are, instead of looking at what gets them to where they want to be. So creative destruction, I think, is something that a lot of people have to keep in mind. Can we completely overhaul or revolutionize or change our entire process? Still continue serving the end customer, yes, but can we overhaul the way we do it? Because that's just the need of the hour. Or the next guy is going to come around and do it in half the time or at half the cost and kill me, literally. And I think that's something that a lot of people have to keep in mind. No matter how big your business is, from the smallest SME to the largest organization, I think with the pace of innovation that we see, and it's only getting faster every quarter, every year, every day, really, honestly. Something that a lot of people have to keep in mind, I think.
Go ahead, Ron.
All right. Thank you so much, Craig. we are kind of running out of time, and the batch seems extremely curious about asking their questions directly onto the speakers. So we now open the forum for the batch to kind of go ahead and ask their questions.
A very good evening to all the panelists and my fellow batchmates. My name is Oindrala Mukherjee. My question would be to Rishi, but it would be very nice if Craig, Sanjeev, and Ritesh can also add their thoughts. So digital transformation seems to be the holy grail for any businesses that want to take their business one notch higher. I think we would all agree to that. But given a report that has been generated by McKinsey, it says that 70% of the digital transformation initiatives end up in failure. So my question is, what, according to your experiences, you think can be the roadblocks or the bottlenecks for such failures?
Good one. So from my experience, I can pinpoint 2-3 areas which can become big roadblocks or lead to failures. And you're absolutely right. A lot of digital transformation programs, actually, they fail. They don't yield what they're supposed to. Number one, not having clarity as business leaders and business owners on the outcomes you're after. So a lot of time people think digital transformation needs to be run by a tech leader. That's absolutely wrong. It needs to be run by a business leader. A business needs to define what outcomes they want to achieve, and then will the digital transformation help them out? And then basically they need to collaborate with a lot of digital and technology leaders. A lot of programs I've seen it done other way around, where a business leader will say, I outsource everything to one of my technology peers, and they'll come and implement, and it will be all hunky-dory. That never happens. It won't yield you results at all. Second problem that I see is it's a problem with the culture and people. And that is actually even a bigger problem than the first one. In any transformation journey, including the digital transformation, we humans are wired for resistance. We love status quo. There is a way you have been conducting your own day-to-day work. There is a way, and you're in the comfortable position, comfortable seat. Now, to go through a transformation journey where you want to scale the business, you have to, unlearn few things and relearn certain new dimensions and things. And it doesn't come easy to many people. They will resist, they will complain, many things will happen. And that's what I call as a culture change or a mindset change. And trust me, it doesn't come by just, lecturing people on why you need to change. It's a very, very hard work, very intrusive work where you have to walk the talk. You have to work with different levels inside the organization. At times, you have to work with your end customer also. And hence, it becomes very imperative, going to my first point, that a business leader truly has to believe that the digital technologies will help the business to go to the next level. That's the only way the person will be able to convince the leadership, the board, and then from there, the messaging starts to flow deeper and deeper into the organization. And you have to, show that through a lot of hard work. Sometimes you have to do POCs, proof of concept, small betas to champion. You have to create ambassadors inside. There are many ways you can create this culture inside the company, many ways. But two roadblocks I see: not having a good understanding of your own business outcomes, what you want to achieve. Second, not working on the culture and the mindset, not working on that at all on a continuous basis. That also comes and corrode any efforts that you put in.
Thank you, Rishi.
Hello, everyone. My name is Deepak Maharana. First of all, thank you all for sharing your valuable insights and time. It's great listening to you all and knowing all your perspectives. So my question is to Sanjeev, sir. So Capital Land being a firm in real estate space. So this is a space where the customer trust is very, very important. And we have seen that new technologies like AI or smart contracts based on blockchain technology. So that goes a long way in improving the customer trust. So if you can share some examples from Capital Land that you have implemented in your digital transformation that have improved the customer trust, and that's why strengthen the business.
Sure. So I would say that, I think if I have to pick one or two examples, the way, especially on the commercial real estate side, I would say that the way we manage the entire process of leasing space to a tenant today, the entire hand-holding through the legal documentation process and onboarding them and making their and taking it all the way to the end to the user interface by their employees within the spaces where and where they choose to want us to even support them with the way their employees use the office space itself in terms of booking meeting rooms, etc., through a managed office solution. So actually today I would say that it's a combination of different technologies. I mean, it's right from whether it's a large ERP system to using in different countries distributed digital contracting technologies. So I mean, but the end goal of all of this is, of course, and that's where we feel that the investment has been worthwhile, is where these technologies effectively help us to improve our tenant retention and tenant acquisition. So, and I'm happy to say that actually through COVID, our tenant retentions have gone up from the high 60s to almost about 80% plus. And I do think that some of the investments we've made in the last 3-4 years, some of it was essential because physical engagement with businesses became difficult, and that pushed us to invest more in technologies that are enabling digital transactions. So we actually put in a lot of work, effort, and money behind some of these digital initiatives in our commercial real estate business, and we are actually seeing the outcomes coming through in terms of better tenant retention. I mean, so that's one specific example I can think of.
Thank you, Sanjeev.
I request Rohit to go ahead with his question next.
Sure. Thank you, Rohan. And thank you to all the panelists for giving us their time and having this such knowledgeable conversation with us. So my question is to Ritesh sir, and maybe Rishi sir, you can add, and maybe Craig also, if you can add on the perspective as a user of digital transformation tools. So my question is, the challenges, one of the challenges that enterprise face is the information security while they are into their digital transformation journey. Because one of the articles I was reading that having information security because of this digital transformation, it gives a wider scope of attack, and then they also rely on third-party tech suppliers for managing their data, or maybe all the other things. So as a digital transformation supplier, how do you manage such security threats? And as a user, my question to Craig, how do you see this threat, and how do you try to avert this? So questions too. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks. I think that's the point, I think, in the whole discussion we didn't touch upon, but that's very vital to all businesses, irrespective of the nature of business. In my opinion, I think this is nothing but you used to secure in your early days. You will build the big walls and secure your premises and secure your patents. That's what we have seen. Digital security, cyber security, and the challenges with that is nothing new to the industry. I think every day we are seeing the new solution that's coming, but at the same time we are seeing the new challenge that's coming. At two front, I think the work is happening. One, at an individual company level, we are all looking for security of the database of our client, how we are going to store, how we are going to manage. Also, the second front, we are talking about what is government's perspective. And when we operate into a different geography, different kind of government perspective comes in terms of how you manage the security of the data that you are seeking from your customers. Yeah. If you are not well versed with, as an organization, if you are not well versed with these requirements, you end up in a big trouble. If you go to Europe and you have to work with the GDPR, if you go to certain African market, probably they are still starting off and there are no structures in the place. But then if you are present in different geography and you make mistake in one end of geography, and if you get caught in some other end of the geography, the consequences are very high, is an existential crisis for organizations. Yeah. So building right kind of security solutions is inevitable, irrespective of the size, the nature of your business, and you have to continuously thrive for the best solution that's available for you. Second is the culture. I think it's very important that the end, the lowest end in the whole value chain or the whole hierarchy in the organization, they realize this threat and they work upon it. Yeah. A lot of times we send out emails to employees, and which is intentionally for them to make mistake, so that they realize that they have clicked on something which is they are not supposed to click on. That was intentional phishing happening on their systems, and that's the way to sensitize them. And the only way is that you keep doing again and again and again till the habit is formed, to be alert, to be watchful, and not kind of go and click on unwanted links, share unnecessary data to anybody. This is the habit forming. Since this digital journey has just been barely a decade old for most people, I think it's going to take time, but you have to put everyday efforts, and that's the only way, in my opinion. Maybe everybody else would want to add to it.
No, I think great insights, Ritesh. I 100% agree with everything that you said. Now, if I can just add few more things to what Ritesh said, and in terms of examples, like how you can go about implementing, is do not fall in the pitfall of where you're thinking of security, data protection, all these things as the last. Like how, Ritesh or somebody mentioned about digital first. If you ask me, on the same first principles, you have to talk about security first, your data protection first. And one way to implement that as leaders in your organization is you have well-defined policy beforehand. You make sure you have a governance structure on the data. You have a governance structure on the security that is being led directly out of, say, CEO office, not out of any other department office, because this is a business impacting. Once you lose, your brands can be lost, your brand can be completely diluted for good, and you may never be able to come out of it in case you end up making some big mistakes. So that's one way to implement, so that focus stays at the top. Now, what you do is, after you have built your governance structure properly and you've defined your data policies, you've defined your security policies, then the next step, as you're engaging with the vendors, I think there was a part of the question where you said, so many vendors are involved, mistakes can happen, information security can be breached. But once you understand your own governance models and your policies around these, then as you engage with the vendors, make sure there is a compliance to it. And as part of that compliance, there have to be audits. One is the compliance that you go through the entire RFP process, selection process of the technologies, compliance as per your policies. Second, you have to run audits very carefully on regular basis. And the other point which Ritesh mentioned, which is awareness, that is extremely critical. Awareness at all the levels. You have to invest into education, awareness, build that culture, come what may. I'll take a simple examples, because we tend to remember examples, we as humans. DigiYatra, if anybody has used, you have to upload your Aadhaar, your boarding, your other details, credentials, everything. But as Wisal enables the DigiYatra, we work with the airlines, airport, and we have our own tech systems. None of us can actually hold this data at all, except for the government. So I am relying a lot on something called as the metadata, for those of you who come with the technology background, to basically look into only the relevant information of the customer to give them the DigiYatra service. And then we completely delete the data. And that's, one of the acts in the GDPR and other data protection, that you use the data, delete it, and you should be able to demonstrate it. So this is very critical. And those of you who have been following, Indian Parliament has also been passing data protection acts. And we are going global in that regard, where, we are going toe to toe in terms of how we want to look at our security and data. And I think this is something extremely critical that every business leader ought to take a look at it.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot.
With that, I believe we come to the end. I almost wanted to jump on that answer myself, But yes, like with a lot of service providers, we have a lot of data security baked right into the solution itself. Rather than thinking about data security at the end, it's become security first. And how we kind of ensure that is like Rishi sir just mentioned, to maintain those governance first approach and making sure that we have the necessary framework in mind as organizations to implement data security. And with that, we kind of come to the end of this conversation. I pass on the mic now to my host, Garima. Please go right ahead.
Thank you, Rohan. We extend heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists for their candid perspectives that illuminated this discussion. Rishi, your discussion on the paramount importance of customer experience and the intriguing concept of return on experience has been enlightening. Craig, your thoughts on data mining and its role in education have been very inspiring for all of us here. Ritesh, your emphasis on E in ROE signifying energy and the importance of digital thinking was truly captivating. Sanjeev, your comprehensive analysis of the real estate industry's transformation, highlighting three crucial points on flexibility, sustainability, and the expansive growth of generative AI, were thought-provoking. Thank you, panelists. With this, we shall wrap up the impressive third edition of our International CEO Conclave AVENSIS 2023 themed Beyond Boundaries, Sustain, Innovate, and Transform. AVENSIS, taken from French, means progress and moving forward. We are deeply grateful to all our speakers of the day whose invaluable insights shaped our discussions and encouraged us to push past limits, foster innovation, and transform. We want to especially thank Professor Kanagraj and Shonu sir, along with the Placement Office, for their constant support in making this conclave a success. A big thank you to Team Eurasia for flawlessly organizing this event. Your hard work was key to its success. Lastly, a heartfelt thank you to our curious audience whose active participation made our discussions lively and engaging. With immense gratitude for everyone's input, insights, and involvement, we conclude AVENSIS 2023. Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks a lot, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you
for
all.
giving this opportunity.
Thank you. Bye.